Chapter 141. Yeah, alright, fine. Malcolm grumbled as he took off the control band and huffed at all of us. It had taken a bit of urging to get him to actually stop stomping around in the Minotaur. So, the reason we are still here, and not heading straight back to the city. I found something. The reason the Wraiths were able to down the Arasaka AV? The specific one loaded up with high-end equipment? I noticed Hiromi perk up at that. Although information wasn't part of the gig her dad had sent us on, she was always looking for a bonus. Well, the reason we are waiting here is because I called in V. She works for Arasaka Counter Intel. Because under the substation we were at, there was a Militech listening post. I dropped the bombshell, and I could tell Malcolm and Ichi were just kinda taking in the information without much response, but Hiromi went still. Wait. A listening post? Yeah. Full tracking, conversations, AVs, hell. They were even tracking space liftoffs. I think it was made just before the Unification War. To track Night City. But then Arasaka came back, and they either forgot about it. Or just left it running in secret. Fuck. Hiromi cursed as she took that in. Wait, you said. Counter intel? She isn't going to flatline us, right? No, I trust V. She's good people. Mostly. Just let me do the talking and pretend you don't know anything. But you deserve to know what's going on. You're my team after all. Arasaka, counter intel. Good people? Malcolm Fo whispered to Ichi, who just elbowed him to shut up. Ichi obviously realized that with Hiromi's reaction it must be a big deal. Okay, so what does that mean for us? Ichi asked, and I shrugged. Honestly? Depends on V, and her boss, I guess. But something like this? Tracking Arasaka air traffic to even keep an eye on their secret AV stuff? Yeah, this is super big. Either huge payday. Or they try to quiet all of us. I answered with a shrug. I didn't think V would go along with that, but it was something I had to consider. Fucking Night City. I should call my dad then. He can dash. No. Hiromi. We don't know what the listening post can pick up. No calls about this. I waited until we were here before I even sent a text to V, and it was super vague. I cut Hiromi off urgently. She looked grumbly for a moment before nodded. Yeah, that's smart, but I'll call him in an instant if some CI bitch starts making trouble. She says, and I just laugh, because Corpo V was such a bitch. But she was a likable bitch. Okay. Motoko, this is your Chum. I'll leave it to you. Hiromi decided with a nod, and I smiled in relief. Thanks, Hiromi. I promise she won't disappoint. I think we should tell your dad once we head back into the city. Bringing counter intel is just smart, so getting your dad up to speed, we could spread the rep for the find a bit, I think. Humph. Of course. Dad is the one that created this gig, so anything we find should go to him first. So. That's it, right? Malcolm cut in. After Hiromi's exclamation. I looked to him curiously, but shrugged my shoulders. Yeah, that was the whole thing. Great. Dibs on finishing my turn with the killbot. It's not a killbot, it's an Arasaka brand Minotaur. Hiromi snapped, but everyone ignored her. Ah. I wanted my turn next. I whined. Oh well. It was going to be mine soon regardless. Someone had to go into the programming, clear up all the Arasaka back doors, and Wraith trash, and then repaint it so it didn't have Arasaka all over it. I was thinking. Blue, and white? Heh. I did finally get another turn to play with the Minotaur, and then had been kicked off by Ichi when my time was up without preamble. It had switched between all of us until we had nearly drained the CHOOH2 tank. In the end we put it away and switched, at Hiromi's demand, to start categorizing our loot. I was just finishing packing up a crate that was now actually ordered instead of just stuffed with junk when I heard the revving of a large engine pulling up to our side of Dakota's garage. For some reason, things around here had been quiet since we brought out the Minotaur and had it stomping around. The Chevelin Emperor pulled up and I relaxed, noticing not only the familiar redhead at the wheel, but that there were no Arasaka markings on it. "Hey guys! V's here." I called out deeper into the truck as I jumped down and hurried over, noticing V didn't look pleased, her sunglasses dipping down her nose showing me a glaring set of glowing optics. "Kid. Not sure what the fuck this is all about, but I want answers, and fast. Let me get in, and let's talk," I told her, waving at my chums who were wondering what to do as I ran to the other side of her big-ass truck. Never been in one of these. I slipped into the truck, noticing the interior was expensive. Like super expensive. I shook it off, and only when the door was closed did I start pulling out the shard from my socket and handing it over. "Found something while on this Arasaka gig. Finding the loot from an Arasaka AV that was taken down in the Badlands. Everything went smooth, found the guy who did it, started clearing him out. Only he was acting weird. Holding up in a place that he had no reason to settle. Turns out he found a Militech Nusa listening post, Unification War era, that's been watching NC ever since. Including Arasaka flights in and out of the city." As I spoke, V had slipped in the shard and was looking at the pictures of what I had taken that I had saved just for her. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I have no idea if anyone is actually still listening, or it's just all automated, so I couldn't make any direct calls about it. "I gathered some data, and brought you out." V's eyes blinked after a few more moments, and she looked at me. "You called me. Why? You could have just turned this into Mitsunashi, and been done with it." "Because last I checked, V, finding a Nusa listening post is a counterintelligence thing, and it would be a huge win for you. Right?" She looked at me for a while, an intense look, her optics practically whirling as they seemed to try and find something. "Yeah. It'll help a lot. At least it'll keep Jenkins from flatlining me for running out of the city suddenly. He probably thinks I'm going off reservation or something. I'm going to need to see this listening post." "Yeah. That's why I called you before we went back to the city." "My ride or yours?" "As much as I would prefer it. Let's take yours. Too easy for this thing to be traced back to Arasaka." V muttered as she stepped out, and I followed. Hiromi walked up and I waved her up, taking V back to the substation. "Sit tight for a bit?" "It's fine, Motoko. Go with the scary counter-intel lady. We'll keep our loot safe." Malcolm interrupted before Hiromi could, throwing an arm over her shoulder and giving me a thumbs up. Hiromi elbowed him but nodded to me as she stalked off. "Is everything okay?" I asked, confused. "Don't worry about it." Malcolm called out, his thumb still up, so I quickly returned it awkwardly as I closed my Quadra's car door. "You little chums up to something?" "No? At least I don't think so. I think they're just messing with me. Don't worry about it. They're cool, V. I promise. I trust them." The older woman just scoffed, but then we were off. Driving out of Dakota's garage rest stop. The drive was quiet, small talk wasn't something V wanted to do, like at all. I had eventually run out of anything to actually talk about, so I just turned on the radio to Moro Rock, and was thankful that a samurai song was playing, as that seemed to ease tensions. Both of us quietly rocked out to the radio as I drove the long way out to the electrical substation. Finally though, we pulled over the hill that blocked it from view, and I could see V sit up as the place was a ghost town. Dakota had really only taken the vehicles, and hadn't wanted anything else like tents or anything. So the place was abandoned, dead, left to rot in the sun. As I pulled up to the station, I could see V looking around it, eyes narrowed. The top of the station. That's where all of the wraiths were killed from. Assault rifle? A copperhead, and you're right. I was up there. Good catch. Or was it some crime scene program or something? You did this, no? That makes sense. Sneaky fuck. She mumbled the last bit and I laughed at her, smiling happily at her remembering. Finally parking, we stepped out and I waved at her to follow as I led her inside, past the dusty room into the little office. I didn't need to, as I already had access, but I opened the desk cupboard that had the hidden keypad, and then called up the elevator. I'll need access. Sure. I'll give you the code. I agreed as I followed her into the elevator. She hadn't even hesitated before entering. How did the Wraiths find this place? She asked me, and I just had to shrug. I don't know. None of them had a shard with all their history laid out with dates or something for me. I said, almost laughing at the fact the game did that all the time. She nodded without a word, and when the door opened she was first out. Walking straight in, looking over the dead bodies with a grimace, but heading around, checking it out. I just settled onto the table in the center and watched as she first accessed the system. She stared at the display of the entirety of Night City with AVs marked. It did have a few other things as well. But I didn't know what they were, and didn't really care. Dee either did, or just thought the info was valuable regardless. She tried to pull a shard out of her neck, but stopped. Can I download this data without an alert going out? She asked me suddenly, and I jerked up and hurried over. Let's find out. I muttered, quickly snatching a chair and rolling into spot as I began accessing it, and checking what this system was taking in, and putting out. Maybe. Hold up, I might need to partition a drive though. I mutter, there was definitely some sort of NUSA spyware installed on these, but I was pretty sure I could put all the data it had saved into one of the laptops already accessed by the system and then just get the system to report it as a hardware failure and forget it ever existed. Letting us take it out without a problem. Okay, that one. I pointed across the room. Unplugged that laptop before anything, but start it up. I gave you credentials to get in. User, VPass, hacked. Capital H. I informed her, as I continued working on making sure the system wouldn't try to connect to it again, if I could get it to accept the laptop was damaged and so destroyed even if NUSA decided to look into this place they would never know it was missing. Motoko. Can you get this data sent to another location, without Militech noticing? Dee asked, and I grimaced. That. I don't know V honestly. I'm good, my net stealth is pretty good, but I would definitely be worried I could fuck it up. Better, I think, for you guys to maybe send a team over later to make your own hidden connection. I know you have good net runners. Better than I am. Dee hesitated, like she wanted to argue before she sighed and nodded. Yeah, better not to push our luck. I got this at least. She said, patting the laptop. This is Big Motoko. I owe you one for calling me in. This was definitely worth the trouble. Thanks. She finally added at the end, and I could feel my smile spreading. UV. My chum. Are very welcome. I said, continuing to grin directly at her, until she stopped looking thankful and just started looking irritated. Alright. Come on, I need to get back. Yep. Dee wasn't much more talkative on the way back, and as soon as I dropped her off, she was off, power striding straight to her truck, and then away. It was okay though, because to my shock as we pulled up, she had sent a big dump of eddies into my account without a word about it. I guess that was her way of paying for the info? Well, I was going to forgive her, because I was honestly pretty tired. I wanted to go home. Alright chums. I'm back. I called out after I watched V race away. Tell me nothing big happened? Nothing big happened. It was boring. Hiromi did buy some more CHOOH2 to power up the Minotaur though. That was cool. Ichi told me from the back of his van, which was so packed to the brim the poor boy had to sit on the roof. They didn't break it, did they? I questioned a little haunted. Please don't let my new toy get broken already. No, it's fine. Come on, I want to get out of here. Unload the loot, somewhere, and head home for a shower, a meal, and a nap in that order. Ichi called out, looking as done with the desert as I was. Ichi, I literally couldn't have put it better myself. We quickly found Malcolm and Hiromi still playing with the Minotaur, although from the looks of the targets of old oil cans they had set up, I had a feeling those guns would be a whole lot emptier than they had been before. Sighing without any heat, I forced them to pack up and we all got back on the road. The drive to Night City was long but quiet. The big old behemoth rumbled along, completely uncaring at the slightly rough roads, despite the heavy load we were hauling. It definitely wasn't the heaviest load ever carried by this beast. So it was no problem. It was a little lonely though. All of us were in different vehicles to help out. Ichi and I hauled the big stuff, while Hiromi and Malcolm both raced around us, Hiromi in my Quadra, while Malcolm used his newly looted Wraith Cheyenne. And then hours later we were pulling into a storage yard, one Hiromi had set up in advance, and one that was familiar. I guess Hiromi still had no issue calling up Fujimura, because it was that same TC storage lot. With a sigh, I pulled in, parked, and all four of us got to work hauling out loot from the vehicles. Once everything was stored away and all four of us collapsed sweaty into chairs gathered from around the lot. Maybe there is such a thing as too much loot, I whispered to myself before just shaking it away. No, not that was obviously some sort of heresy. More loot was always better. I just want, like, the biggest cheeseburger. Malcolm aired with a sigh. I wouldn't mind a burger. I agreed and looked to Hiromi and Ichi, who either shrugged or nodded. Preem. We just have one last thing to do, I'm afraid. I mentioned, earning a new round of moans as I pointed. What are we doing with this thing? Hiromi? Yuck. She moaned at me. As the leader of Section 9, hey. She flinched at my kick, but she was smiling at me teasingly regardless. As the manager of personnel of Section 9. Vehicles obviously fall under our vehicle and driver specialist. So Ichi, what do we do with this thing? Nope, that's not my gig. I'm the light vehicle and transport specialist. Heavy vehicles are out of my wheelhouse. Malcolm. This IOW. Don't even. Malcolm grumbled, having punched Ichi in the shoulder. I have no idea what to do with a truck that big. That thing is huge. Sell it? Maybe we should keep it? If we do more Badlands gigs like this. I mean, we needed the transport lift. I offered, but Hiromi just groaned at me. We don't have any place to put it. Look at that thing. Park it out in the Badlands somewhere? That'll just get it, clept Malcolm. Ichi answered instantly. Maybe we just buy a space for it? I mean, there are industrial spaces. Hiromi, couldn't we rent it to a transport company? The girl's eyes squinted. Yees? She answered eventually, very unconvincingly. Just find a place for it for a few days. If it gets clept, then it's just one less problem for us. Oh. I can fix that actually. I muttered, reaching into the back of my belt. Before the gig had started, I had bought 2 new pouches, one for my Tachikoma, and one for my trackers. I popped a tracker out and flashed it to my chums before walking up to the behemoth and finding a good hidden spot, basically climbing on top of the truck and finding a place it would secure in nicely, before returning. What was that? I made a tracker. And a little camera. I call these Tachikoma. I proclaimed, revealing my cute little spy cameras. See, they got cute little grabby hands. And the color scheme is so cute. I gushed as I offered it to my chums, definitely not stuffing it into their faces with a bit too much force. That's Preem? Motoko. Ichi replied first, looking to Hiromi and Malcolm for backup, but Hiromi was just smiling, and so Malcolm was the next to comment. So. Spy cameras, huh? That's useful. Can I get one? I made enough for everyone. I got a set of tracker and Tachikoma for everyone. I was on a bit of a binge with stuff just before the gig. Oh. I have them in my trunk. I ran to the Quadra and found the box of stuff I had brought along. I had meant to give it to everyone, but the long drive had it slip my mind. After passing out the new equipment, I sat back down and smiled as my chums looked over the new gadgets. Alright, I see how these would be useful. Why not just buy some though? Hiromi asked, and I just rolled my eyes. Of course Hiromi would want to just buy some off-the-shelf stuff. 'Cause, since I bought, crafted, and programmed them, I know they are safe. I'll make some improvements eventually. I want to make a demon to run the Tachikoma so they can actively look around and maybe even crawl along walls. Yeah. That would be pretty useful. I remembered Star Wars had little spy droids that were incredibly effective every time they appeared, but almost never did because they were too good. I wanted that sort of thing. But then again, eventually, I would have Tachikoma. Okay, so we have a tracker on the truck. We leave it somewhere mostly secure for now and call it good? I'm literally just going to park it out on the street. Fuck driving that thing around any more than I have to. Itchy, you need to learn how to drive a behemoth. This is a command. I pointed at him, and he did a snort laugh, but he nodded. All right. I'll get some practice or something. Honestly. Motoko, since you know how. You can teach me. I hate teaching Thuo. I whined, but I did eventually deflate and nod. All right. I'll give you a rundown. Let's go. Wait now? Itchy. We gotta move it, and Fujimura will kill us for leaving that thing in his lot. Now or never. Come on. Faster we finish, the faster we can go for burgers. Itchy only stalled out, twice, and rammed into a fence 3 times. Not bad. It wasn't Fujimura's fence, so no one really cared. Burgers were a delight and we all left a massive mess in the booth of sand and dirt, but I dropped a big tip as well as paying, and the waitress seemed to forgive us. After that, we all finally split up. Hiromi with the loot for her dad, headed home. Malcolm, to go get his new car properly repainted, and Itchy just went home, with A to go order for his grandma. I even paid for it, 'cause that's just sweet. I went home. Immediately walked into the shower and just sat there. I had taken off my belts and holsters, and my boots, but everything else was already so dirty, that a little water wasn't going to hurt it. Slowly I stripped out of the muddy jeans. My uncomfortably sand-filled leotard, and everything else leaving me to finally feel free of the desert for the first time in 2 days. Another reason I couldn't be a nomad. I didn't know how Panem did it. Motoko? June. I'm back. Taking a shower. All right. Take your time. June sounded happy through the stupid beads as he walked back to the living room, and I finally got around to washing myself clean. Soaps and shampoo lathered up to clean me all over. Once I was fully done, I grabbed my stuff and chucked it into the washer. My holsters would need some attention later, but for now I was pulling the brat card and just leaving them on the floor. A towel and a hurried trip across the apartment later to my room. I got some new clothes and finally felt like a human again. Stepping out of my room to see June still on the couch, as I dried my hair was nice, and I plopped down next to him, and before he could say anything I burst into chatter. Telling him everything about the gig, even about the listening post. The whole time, he was a good listener. Not talking, but made interested noises as I explained the fights and the interesting bits, until the very end. That sounds like a crazy couple days Amudo. He finally decided on, then he reached out and patted me on the head, and I wasn't going to refuse any attention right now. I slumped over and settled my head on his thigh, using the towel as a pillow, and demanded more attention. I would sit through one of June's stupid TV shows right now. For him, of course. He sometimes needed some physical affection. Chapter 142. After giving June some affection, making sure he was okay and happy, and comfy, and back to feeling like he was home and everything was okay, I finished cleaning up. Grabbing my gear, I ran it all through a thorough cleaning. Holsters, belts, guns, and equipment. Just everything needed a cleaning. So much dust. Bleh. I hate the Badlands. After that everything was settled, I took a nice sleep, something I hadn't really enjoyed during the gig, and woke up feeling refreshed and ready to get to work. First thing first. My stat page. Level 17. Body 8, 16, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 8. Athletics 7. Street Brawler 8. Annihilation 5. Reflex 8. Blade 7. Handgun 7. Assault 7. Driving 7. Intelligence 10, 14, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Breach protocol 9. Quick hacks 8. Programming 10. Cool 9. Ninjutsu 9. Cold blood 8. Rocker boy 8. Technical ability 5, 9, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Crafting 4. Engineering 4. 3 stat point. 7 skill point. Perks. Ambidextrous blades 2. Quick draw handguns 2. Gun nut assault 2. Parkour athletics 2. Grappling street brawler 2. Drive-by driving 2. Cat-like athletics 5. Cool nerves cold blood 2. Danger sense ninjutsu 2. Wall breaking breach protocol 2. Cyber security quick hack 2. Recoil reduction. Annihilation 2. Cyber ninja ninjutsu 5. Fearless chill cold blood 5. Improvised weapons street brawler 5. Parry blades 5. Robotics wizard crafting 2. Drifting driving 5. Rapid reload handguns 5. Design wizard engineering 2. Rifle ace assault 5. Ghost touch breach 5. Perfect musical memory rocker boy 2. Debug programming 2. Siren song rocker boy 5. Hacking wizard quick hacks 5. Inspired programmer programming 5. AI whisperer programming 10. Annihilation 5 unused. Cyberware. Sicho Electronics MK.2 Adaptation, Sicho MK.20 Aught. Kuroshi MK1 Adaptation, Kuroshi MK11/2. Militech Condor Adaptation, Militech Condor 5/6. Arasaka Smart Link System. Adaptation Smart Link 0 divided by 0. Arasaka X Disk Adaptation X Disk 0 Aught. Militech Armalite Ballistic Guard Adaptation Ballistic Guard 1/2. Serrano Airgroove Ankles Adaptation Serrano Air 1/1. More titanium bones, shoulders, back, and ribs. Adaptation Titanium Bones 0 of 1. Biotechnica Muscle and Bone Lace Adaptation Muscle and Bone Lace 0/0. Looking through it, I took in all the little changes. Reading everything carefully so I would know exactly where I was at. And there were a few minor changes indeed. My adaptation max had dropped again for my condors. It was now only 6. I wiggled my shoulders and smiled. I guess I had gotten pretty used to the things. Maybe it also had to do with the titanium bones? One of the problems I had was the chrome was a bit heavier than a normal limb, and so it was pulling on normal muscle and bone. By improving my body more, had I eased one of the problems the condors were causing? It was kinda annoying how complicated adaptation was. Either way, whatever caused it. It was awesome. One less point I would have to spend. In fact, I pushed the button without even thinking about it. It had to be done. A finale to the whole thing. A completion of a task. Militech Condor Adaptation Militech Condor 6/6. It was over. I exhaled, not even in relief, because the condor had been something I hadn't been really bothered by in a long time. But in a way, this was me finally, completely recovering from the maelstrom attack. Complete. I felt complete, I stretched my arms, and nothing felt weird or uncomfortable. Just muscles stretched around titanium bones in my back, and my arms just felt like my arms. I slammed a fist into my palm. Fuck yeah. I grinned goofily as I felt the happiness just surge up through me. I did it. I shook it off, patting my cheeks to refocus. I still had other things. I had a perk point. Well, I'll be honest and admit I've had it forever. Annihilation was just. I didn't know what to pick. But today was a clean slate kind of day. Time to clean up my stuff. So I popped open the perk selection and hummed as I looked it over. There was. Well, a lot of stuff for sure, but I needed something. It was a split of perks for the most part. Shotgun stuff and machine gun stuff. I mean, I used both weapons, but when it really came down to it, neither were ever going to be my primary weapons. Most of the time I would need more penetration for serious missions than a shotgun offers, and machine guns were good, but I'm kinda small, and those things are chunky. My first Annihilation perk had been recoil reduction, probably one of the best perks I picked, considering how versatile it was, but now I needed something. I read through the list and there wasn't just a perfect option I could find. No perk that would just affect everything, or would blow things away. In the end I just shrugged. I grabbed a shotgun perk. I'd grab a machine gun one next time. Slam fire. You know how to hold, cock and fire a pump shotgun. It seemed simple, but firing a shotgun faster was a neat trick. I selected it and shivered in delight as the knowledge flowed through. Once it was done, I rolled backwards off my bed, sliding from my arms up onto my feet and into a brisk walk without slowing down as I found my tactician, and unloaded it. I brought it to bear and noticed how my hands shifted automatically. My grip changed, and I brought it down, and then up, down and up, and then I fired, pumped and fired again. Both of my arms worked in tandem, pushing and pulling the gun at different intervals. I knew I was also adjusting for recoil that wasn't there, and then I blurred through firing, and I slammed out 8 rounds in just a few moments. Quick. Really quick. I nodded, pleased. I wouldn't be as quick with the carnage because that thing was brute, and cocking it was like bashing 2 pieces of metal together until something gave, but it would probably still be a lot faster than it had before. I reloaded the tactician and put it back by my bedroom door before heading back to my bed. Okay, I was satisfied with that. Now on to the really interesting bit. Intelligence 10, 14, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. I took a breath and clicked on intelligence. Putting in a stat point and then, well, nothing. I didn't feel different? Well, I shrugged it off. I was used to intelligence being kind of a zany stat. No, instead I moved on to see what was beyond 10. I only had one intelligence skill at 10 already. Programming, which was definitely a powerful tool. So it was perfect to test out. I put in a skill point, which the system reminded me I needed to use a skill point to gain anything in skills over 10, and then I yelped, blinking stars that were definitely not in my vision, at the surge of new information. It was. Oh. Boo-hoo. I get it now. I understood. The difference between under 10 in a skill and over. Why I needed cyberization. It all made sense. The information I gained was a lot of repeated information in a way. Things I already knew, but now? Now I knew how to do them solely with my cyberware. To integrate being a cyborg into the task, so there was no need for something more. No need for a laptop, for typing. Just me, and the code. Me and my ghost accessing the digital space. While I had always been a cyborg, I hadn't been using the connection of machine and man to its full extent. I now realized. This was more than just a repeat of old information. If before I was learning how to code as a human, now I was learning how to code as a cyborg. I had only touched on the barest of programming without a laptop before in emergencies, when I needed to rewrite some code on the fly, and it hadn't been easy. But now? I had all the beginner tools to do it without getting distracted or losing sight of what I was trying for. Brrrr. I exhaled and shook my head back and forth for a few moments. Then I once again slapped my cheeks a few times. That was a lot. Okay. Note to self. Don't double skill upgrade with post 10. I felt like my brain was overheating. But I felt normal, just sort of swamped. I was really glad I was on my bed, so I just flopped back and waited for a bit to get used to it. Programming 11. It wasn't a direct increase in power exactly. I couldn't just make hacks at a new tier or something, but it felt like I could code faster. Maybe even cut off half the time in any project with just that one point. The ability to split my focus through my cyber deck. To code without touching a keyboard, but I could still synergize that. Code with both? Potentially. It was a lot. I could tell I was pushing beyond human, beyond what just my flesh brain could handle without support. And honestly, it felt amazing. A few hours later, I headed over to the storage lot. Thankfully nothing looked stolen, even without me performing Overwatch for the night again. I wasn't saying I trusted Fujimura to be enough of protection on its own, but this time I didn't have a gang of gonk kids that would happily klep everything from me knowing we just had a payday. Plus, if anyone did steal something, I would just track them down and teach them it was a bad idea. I had opened up the unit and was pulling out the tactical gear for the team. I had left it here yesterday because after unloading everything from the big truck, I was a bit too tired to want to haul it around again to home. Now I felt much better and was gathering up the Arasaka tactical armor and piling it into the quadra, along with a bunch of the extra guns and equipment we had found. I wanted to clean up a bit of everything for my chums to use. The Arasaka equipment was certainly better quality than some of the stuff we used up until now. I might not be a fan of the Mass Immune, for example, but it was a very accurate and dangerous rifle, although I was thinking something specific for my chums. Piling on another stack of equipment into the quadra's passenger seat, I once more spotted the TC grunts watching me out of the corner of my eye. They were keeping an eye on me, but hadn't tried to talk to me, or bother me. So I was mostly ignoring them, but the attention still made me aware, made me consider ways to defend myself. Thankfully it wasn't needed. I was done with what I needed today. Hiromi would be handling the rest over the next while. I took one last look at the Minotaur, the desire to play with it almost irresistible, but I had work to do before I could take it out and play with it. I closed up the garage, and climbed back into the quadra and drove home. Time for some real tech work. I had so many supplies, literally piles of guns. I was going to rip anything we didn't sell apart, and start working on the grind. A few trips between apartment and car later, I was all set up. First I pulled out the helmet of the armor. I did a scan, and started basically tearing it apart. Frankly, I was planning on redesigning most of it, but I first wanted to look it over for something I suspected to find. Trackers. Listening devices. Anything for Arasaka to just keep one more finger on the pulse of their troopers. It couldn't be anywhere not easy to find. I really tore this one apart. Every piece of tech was taken apart, examined, and explored. I was even getting crafting and tech alerts for it. The helmets were pretty simple. Actual armored hard case. Internal electronics, and external electronics. That was it. The internal electronics were simple enough. A sound baffling to keep their ears from being blown out by gunfire, or flashbangs, and an internal booster, and squad radio. I really wanted both pieces, and so carefully examined the whole thing. Even going through the chips that ran everything to check what everything did. It was all normal. Maybe it wasn't in the helmets? Well, I had fully taken apart the helmet with all its electronics, scans of the whole thing which I was already storing in my laptop in case I ever needed to repair or replace the parts. But what do I do with the helmet? Couldn't just leave them as is. Getting thought of as being Arasaka forces would not be a good idea. I had to alter the form of the helmet. Plus, I had to decide on paint as well. Did we pick a solid color, a camo? Oh. Wait. I could probably get some of the ECM emitters that the TC used in their tats. ECM-equipped armor could be pretty neat. It would probably be super expensive, but I had a lot of eddies right now. I shook that off. Stop feature creeping. I haven't even gotten the helmet figured out yet. Staring at the disassembled helmet, I wondered what I could do other than just change up the paint. How could I give Section 9 a look? I did consider going Sentai Rangers, but no. That was just silly. Well, I did have my directional mic, something these helmets didn't have integrated. I pulled up the CAD program, and tossed the helmet's dimension into it. Thank you Kuroshi Scan Tech. Then I went to work, adding and adjusting. It wouldn't be expensive, at least not for the directional mic. I already had the design done, and it was cheap to begin with. The housing for it would be cheap as well, a bit of extra armor. I could even potentially use some of the spare armor from the extra sets to make it, but I would probably just go buy something feasible. It didn't need to be perfectly bulletproof since it was just a directional mic. The program came together and I nodded at the look, the triangle horn sticking out of the top. Yeah, that could work. Of course the problem would be hooking it up to the squad radio already integrated into the helmet. Luckily, I was a programmer. I pulled it apart, and started hooking it up to check the programming when June knocked. Motoko? I'm here. What's up, June? I called out, barely tearing my eyes away from the code I was dissecting, before realizing I didn't need to do that. I slipped my personal link into the laptop and was suddenly accessing the code on a visual spectrum in my agent, and then I could just start modifying. Programming 11. Stronk. Hey, want to get lunch? I blinked as I whirled to June, who was in more casual clothing than his usual TC gang outfit. Yeah. I agreed instantly, putting my coding to the side, but not shutting it down as I hurried after. Slipping my boots on, I followed after casual clothes wearing June as he grabbed his big cyberpunk jacket and slipped it on. I quickly reached out as we left the apartment to grab his hand, swinging it back and forth happily. June and I spent a nice lunch together and then split up. He was heading out to hang out with some of his chums, while I went home to continue my work. I had done a little more programming work on the walk to the ramen place we ended up using, which meant by the time I walked back into the apartment and settled at my workbench, I was ready. The inbuilt helmet radio was actually wired to the antennae in the back to increase its ability to punch through any ECM interference. But it meant I could splice a new wire in with the new coding, and now, instead of having multiple private channels on different frequencies, it had one that I made sure wasn't the normal Arasaka frequencies anyways, and the radio could now toggle to connect to the directional mic. It was a neat bit of coding, and I was super proud of how it came out. All the work on the helmet was already paying dividends as I was getting crafting, engineering, and tech alerts as I solved each of the problems. I rolled around the workbench grabbing supplies to start work on the actual directional mic housing. I would need them for each of us, but I figured a prototype first to show off what I was working with would be the best. As I let my 3D printer form the metal I had into the right shape, I sent a text to my chums in our group chat. Motoko, fixing up the armor now, doing some prototype work still, but I need suggestions for color, or camo? Anyone have a preference? Also might want to integrate an ECM unit into the chest rig, like the ECM tats the TCUs. Sound cool? Malcolm, oh. I want mine in yellow, Motoko, I'm not designing your armor in the same color as a Caliban, Malcolm. This is our combat equipment. Be serious, Itchy, yeah, Malcolm, be serious. Camo would be good. City colors? Grays and concrete colored, Malcolm, I am serious. Fine, both of you pick on me. I don't know. Camo sounds so corp. I'd rather we do something kitsch, Itchy, Motoko, can you give us any visuals of what different versions would look like before we decide? Motoko, oh yeah. I can do that. I don't have a complete set yet, but once I do, I'll give us a 3D rendering, and we can mess around with the colors. That sound good, Malcolm, sounds perfect to me. Hiromi, can't talk in class. Sounds Motoko. Thanks, Motoko, that's fine, Hiromi, no rush. Talk to me when you are done. I might need help sourcing the ECM stuff. Have fun in class, badass corpo bitch, Malcolm, yeah. Bad corpo bitch, Hiromi. Kick all those arrogant shits, ass, Itchy, I don't think you should beat up the other corpos you go to class with, but I'm not saying don't do it. I giggled at the messages we all sent at Hiromi, which she undoubtedly couldn't read right now. I shook it off and went back to work. I could finish most of the stuff and do color schemes and other things later. Back to work. Chapter 143. The housing for the directional mic was done. So I took the prototype helmet and integrated my old mic into it. Setting both pieces of the mic into the housing and sealing it together, then running the wire through the helmet to connect with the radio, flipping the thing around, I just popped the radio casing and hard-wired them into unused ports. A few quick checks making sure it all still worked, I sealed it back up and flipped it around. Yep. Looked a little weird, but hey. Additional functionality. I plopped it on my head and ran some tests switching radio to directional mic, and it worked like a charm. I laughed in delight as I spun around on my chair, letting the mic struggling to handle the quickly changing environment, but that was fine. Because I was pulling in more and more alerts. 100 crafting XP gained. Satisfied, I set the helmet aside and decided to change things up. I still needed to figure out what an ECM system would look like before I messed with the chest rig, so I decided to do some work on weapons instead. This particular weapon was something I had a plan for. So I quickly checked it out, pulling it out of the case that it had been in. Took it apart, made sure everything was working, and put it back together. The Shingen was a really good smart SMG. Probably one of the best smart weapons out on the market, even if it was a tiny thing. And Malcolm had a smart link. The gonk had barely used it, but it was perfect. He could be my backup with the Shingen, letting him stay in cover and be safe while still helping. I set it aside and picked up the next weapon case. I had considered for a while what to get Ichi. His vehicle focus was great, but that still left him in danger. But since we had just lifted a high-end Arasaka shipment, well, the choice was fairly obvious. Yukimura were solid smart pistols. I had actually slipped 2 of them out of the shipment. One for Ichi, and one for Hiromi. I think Hiromi already had a smart link, or if she didn't I would talk her into getting one, but Ichi didn't, but again I was going to bully him into it. Sure, if we dealt with enemies with ECM, their smart rounds would be way less effective, but I wasn't worried about my chums running into ECM-backed Borgs. I was worried about scavs, or street gangs. Giving them each a smart weapon? It was the greatest advantage, accuracy, and rate of fire with the lowest negative. Sure, I could have pulled a Malorian for Ichi, I even considered it, but Ichi and Hiromi both weren't combat-focused. So better to specialize them towards smart weapons, giving them a big damage boost, while training them to delta the fuck out of any combat they wind up in. I looked at the 3 weapons and nodded. I would add them to each of the armored suits as I prepped them. I could even paint them to match if my chums wanted. With that sorted, it was back to the grind. I would need to make sure the holsters would be specialized for my chums' weapons of choice. Malcolm of course would get his Shingen clipped into the front of his chest rig since it was a bit big to holster normally. I did have some fabric around, but I wanted something a bit tougher. So it was time for another shopping visit to the old lady that made my leotards. The old lady waved me in the back door after I knocked and I entered the sweatshop-like back room. You need more leotards? Get bullet holes and even more of them? Not this time. I'm doing some work altering some combat armor, and need some supplies. I answered as I followed the woman over to her little desk, which I joined across from her. Who? Combat armor is good. Keeps your insides on the inside. What are you thinking? Well, I want to make some holsters that will match the armor, as well as some adjustments. The armor is currently built for much bigger people than my chums. Well, other than maybe Malcolm? He was pretty tall. Gangly teenager and everything. Well then I can be of help. I have a roll of armadillo weave that might suit you. The old Asian woman lit a cigarette and blew out a mass of smoke from her lungs. It's over there, take a look, girl. I nodded, hurrying over to where she was waving, finding the roll of. Well, I wouldn't call it fabric, it was almost like textured plastic, but it was flexible like fabric, and it was studded with some sort of hexagon armoring throughout. It's bulletproof. Decent stuff. Expensive. I have eddies. That's not a problem. Good. Then we will trade. Now come tell me how that leotard has been holding up. Issues? Chafing? No, it's still very comfortable, thank you. I might need an adjustment soon. I'm planning on getting some more chrome. You children and your chrome. Very well. Come with your new measurements and all of your old ones, and I will fix them, or make new. Good? Yes. Thank you. Oba-san. Pfft. Your Japanese is terrible, girl. Stick to English. I pouted at her as she just cackled before we haggled a bit for the roll of armadillo, but I got it cheap in my eyes and headed back out. I still had so much work to do. The sun was coming down when I got a knock on the door. Before I could even go to check, it opened. Motoko A wild Hiromi cry echoed through the apartment, and I shifted back from the workbench before she burst in. "Hi Hiromi." I greeted and had to quickly stand up to deflect the Motoko-seeking missile from pushing me into the workbench. "School's done. Show me the armor." "I haven't done most of it, but alright Semir, I'll show you the prototype stuff." I walked beside my workbench where a disassembled set of Arasaka troop armor was laying. "This is the basic stuff, right? So I've been going through each piece and seeing what I can upgrade. Since as powerful as Arasaka is, some stuff is expensive to outfit their grunts with. Arasaka has the best equipped troops in the world, Motoko." Hiromi replied, and I gave her a teasing look. "Corpu. Stop." She whined at me, and I just laughed but didn't tease her more. "It's good, don't get me wrong, but not perfect. I already added some additional functionality to the helmet, and I'm thinking of an ECM system for the chest rig." "Yeah, you sent me the request." I haven't had Tim dash. "Hey, it's okay. I'm just going over it. No rush. We have time." I interrupted her. She had started to sound like she had messed up, and she certainly hadn't. "Anyway, that's what I came up with so far. Painting and stuff is obvious, but also, we will need adjustment, so I just got back from picking up this." I showed the roll of armadillo weave armored fabric. "This still will give me some material to work with. I'm thinking, either we get rid of the old jumpsuits we bought, or maybe just alter them." Hiromi looked at the fabric before humming as she thought. "We should definitely do something to increase our style. We need to be, well, not flashy, but we need some flash. Something to make us stand out. It'll help our marketing." I just giggled at the idea of Section 9 having marketing. "Sure. I was thinking a tight undersuit, maybe even in the Netrunner styles." "Oh, that's an idea. Our casual stuff can be Netrunner chic. But I can do like a cape or poncho type thing to wear while we aren't in armor. Gunslingers of the web? That could be a cool aesthetic." I sat back down and rolled over to my laptop. I already had Netrunner suits scanned, of course, so I pulled up a 3D model. And then started basically throwing a slick black poncho over the top. "That looks weird." "What are you thinking?" "Netrunner gunslinger. Like the Wild West cowboys. Clint Eastwood style." "Oh. I could even get everyone some net gogs for tactical displays. Or just the aesthetic. A group of 4 walking up in armored Netrunner suits and net gogs. We would seem like a cool Netrunner gang. And then of course, we show up in the full armor. Can mine be green?" Hiromi asked, and I shrugged, shifting the color on the poncho to more green. "No, that wasn't right. Maybe green around the edges? I could do some of that with the Netrunner suit as well." When I was done, I looked to Hiromi, and she was nodding. "Not sure the boys will want to go skin-tight Netrunner suits though. They are comfy, and have protection. Plus, you can wear them under normal clothes. Besides, it's just for when we are on the job." "Hey, I'm just saying Ichi and Malcolm will probably complain," Hiromi said, and I had to nod at that. "It's fine. This was a cool little project. I already had their measurements. I would need to see the old lady again for more Netrunner suits." Hiromi and I were hanging out in the living room just watching TV as I took a break when the boys finally showed up. "Let's get the party started." Malcolm called out from the door as I opened it, and he and Ichi came sauntering in, arms full of snacks and drinks. This was supposed to be a meeting about our stuff. I grumbled, but Hiromi was happily cheering along with the boys, so I couldn't do much but just shrug and turn this into a party. We had done a big gig after all, and we had all had some time to have a sleep and clean up. "Aw man. That was the beast." Malcolm called out, arms up in the air with a brosef in his hand. "I mean, we did it. My upgrades to the van worked out great." Ichi added in, sounding proud. "Double HMG turrets are very scary." I agreed. "Were there any issues with them hitting each other? I know you don't have a lot of space with both of them." "A little. I ended up taking over one of them manually to keep firing." I'll kludge together some firing programs for you. Make sure they fire together and don't interfere with each other. I said, and instantly Itchy looked pleased. Bleg. No more work talk. Party. Malcolm demanded, throwing a brosef into Itchy's hands, and attempting to put one on me, but flipped it back on him and picked up my soda. Motoko showed me her idea for our new stuff, including the Netrunner undersuit. Hiromi added, and I looked at her in confusion, because the way she was speaking was almost teasing. Absolutely not. Nope. Both boys instantly denied. I'm never getting in one of those skin-tight things. Malcolm added, and I looked between the two of them. No, but it'll look cool. There will be an armored poncho on top for casual wear, we'll be cyber gunslingers. It'll look preem. No, Itchy denied, shaking his head. I looked to Hiromi, who was holding in her laughter, and at the sight of my face, she failed. I'm sorry. She gasped out around giggles. I just knew it wouldn't work and wanted you to know before you set your heart on it. You guys suck. I grumbled. Fine. I'll keep the cool cyber gunslinger outfit for myself. What do we do for our less armored setup then? I was planning on it being something we could easily throw our gear on top of. I'll just wear my normal clothes. Just take off my jacket or something. Malcolm offered, and Itchy just shrugged along with it. Fine, you absolutely tasteless fools. I'll make you armored clothing or something. Ugh. I grumbled my idea of a team of matching cyber ninjas all disappearing. Maybe another time. It didn't matter. Whatever my chums wanted, as long as they would wear it and keep their butts safe, I was happy. Oh. I have stuff for everyone. I stood up and rushed to the room, grabbing the cases with the weapons and cheerfully bringing them back to the living room. So since we just got a bunch of high-end Arasaka equipment, I think it's time we do some weapon upgrades. Hiromi, Itchy, these are for you. I pushed both of the smaller cases to them, and Hiromi looked pleased as she pulled out her Yukimura, quickly gripping it and checking it out. Good, she did have a smart link. Itchy, on the other hand, just looked neutral about it. I don't have the equipment for this. I know. I said assuringly. Smart link and optics are something I figured would be a good idea to start with anyways. Is that okay? You aren't like against cyberware or something, right? No, of course not. It's just expensive. And I didn't really think I would use smart weapons much. They are perfect for you though. Easy to use, highly accurate. Perfect for spraying into a crowd of gonks causing you trouble, and then you have your HMGs for bigger stuff. Hiromi gets a Yukimura too, it's a really solid self-defense pistol. Yeah. I guess. Probably about time I spend some eddies on some chrome anyways. He offered, scratching at his head. Well, just make sure to take it slow. Smart link and optics, just get some good stuff. You have the eddies now, yeah? Yeah. He said, finally sounding confident. A reminder that we had made a lot of eddies on that last gig helped. What about me? Something a bit bigger. I said, sliding open the bigger case, and there it was. The Shingen. Huh. Shingen? Firepower and accuracy. You already got the smart link, so it can help make sure every bullet counts, and you get a bit more firepower than Hiromi and Itchy. Since you'll be my backup more often than not. My words caused a reaction. Malcolm looked up and our eyes locked, and then he smiled, looking pleased. Yeah. I've got your back. I smiled at his confidence. Oh, I finished the prototype for the helmet as well, I want your feedback. I called out as I rushed back to my room, grabbing the helmet and bringing it back out held in front of me with a big smile. Tell me what you think. Motoko, why does your helmet have kitty ears? What? No, it doesn't. I denied, that was a bold-faced lie. Those are definitely kitty ears. Hiromi confirmed, looking at the housing for the directional mic. That's not what that is. It's kitty ears. Everyone kind of just nodded along together as they looked over the helmet. It's really not. That's where the direction mic is located. I just had to make a housing structure for it to make sure. Motoko, it's fine. Hiromi said, patting my shoulder, and all I could do was pout as my chums talked about my kitty-eared helmet. I hate them all. Sure we aren't going to piss off Danger Gal with this? Malcolm asked Hiromi, and she shook her head. Kitty ears aren't trademarked, besides Danger Gal hasn't been really active as a company in years. They only pop out to do special gigs now. Preem. So when do we get the complete ones? I don't know, maybe when I stop making them look like cat ears apparently. I grumbled, but my pouting didn't help, and only made my chums laugh all the louder. Soon enough everyone was nudging me and smiling, and I finally sighed and just decided to let it go. I guess I accidentally cat ears onto my helmet. Forget it then. Now let's all party. I cheered, raising my Cola into the air, and everyone clacked their drinks to mine. We partied hard, and while everyone was relaxed, I took fresh measurements for my adjustments. The next day, after rolling my chums off my couch and out into the day, I headed out as well. As much as I wanted to keep slamming my head into the tech work, there was something I had been preparing. I headed to Vic's, stopping to see Misty and chattered at her for a while about my recent adventures before heading back down into Vic's shop. I hope you're ready, I called out as I stomped into the bottom, only to stop and smile as Vic wasn't alone. Jackie. I haven't seen you in forever, chum. Huh. It hasn't been that long, Hermanita. How you been? Good. We just got back from a huge gig. Worked with an Arasaka Corpo to recover some stolen goods. My answer seemed to shock Jackie. What? Really? Oh yeah. Hiromi's dad works in the corp, and he hired us through her to get the stuff back. Turned into a big thing, but we made some serious eddies. I saw V too. I needed to call her in because of a thing. Well, it's good she's doing well. Haven't seen her in a month or so. She's been busy. Jackie offered, seemingly shaking himself a bit to focus, but I did catch it. He was upset. Jackie? It's nothing, Hermanita. Nothing. He assured me, patting my shoulder a little awkwardly. Jackie was so funny. You know, if my team ends up picking up another big gig, we could always use more bodies. People we can trust to watch out back. The eddies are good. I offered, and he seemed to wince more than seem happy at the offer. I'll think about it, Hermanita, but let's switch topics. You're here for the old man, eh? Jackie looked to Vic, who had been gathering things up for me. That's right, Jack. I told you I had an appointment. You ready, kid? For Chrome? Always. I said, but then took back my words as I didn't want Vic to think I was being blasé about it. I'm mentally prepared, and I do need this. It's important. Alright, kid. Well, it'll be a while. So go ahead and get comfortable. Jack dash. Say no more, Vic. I'll come chat with you about that move I can't get another time. Just practice it. I think you'll surprise me if you keep at it. Alright, kid. Let's get you changed. I nodded and slipped into the medical gown. Chapter 144. I woke up instantly, blinking and feeling just fine. I sat up nearly instantly and noticed I was covered in a scratchy blanket. Well, looks like we got the time right. Vic said, noticing me wake up. You got everything done in time? Yeah, no problem on my side. How do you feel, kid? Vic rolled over and started examining me. Fine. Actually. I feel like my weight is off a bit. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you change out most of your bones for titanium. I nodded. I looked at my limbs, at my body, only for there to be nothing there. No scars or anything, but I knew there were. Vic had cut into me to replace my bony bits. It wasn't a complete conversion, of course, but last time I had only really updated my chest and back to better integrate my condor. But it had gone so well. With just what I had done, it was only one adaptation point, although I hadn't put it in. But what if I finished what I started? Legs, pelvis, ribs, toes, and things like that too. All titanium now. I would be a lot harder to break from now on, and more importantly, I would have a stronger platform to place more chrome into. Well, the wounds certainly healed up. Vic grabbed my attention though, as his face was serious. I wouldn't normally let someone walk out after a surgery like that. I want you to know the only reason I'm not holding you in an actual hospital bed for a week is because of your healing. But really, kid, take it real easy for a little bit. This sort of thing is stressful on the body. Healing or not. I'll be super careful, Vic, promise. We just finished a massive gig, so I'm mostly on tech duty right now anyways. It's why I thought it was a good time to finish this. Alright. Let's do some tests. Wiggle your toes. I laughed at the sudden random question and did as ordered. My toes moved without any issue. As I ran through the tests, I checked my system to see what it had to say about it. More titanium bones adaptation, titanium bones 0/2. Well, the adaptation went up, but otherwise I was looking good. Well, everything looks good, your little secret nanomachines do good work. Still got nothing about where they came from. Vic muttered, rubbing his face a bit. Alright. Easy does it for a few days, and let me know if anything starts feeling weird. Will do, Vic. Thanks. I chirped happily as I got up, and after getting dressed, walked right out. Stretching as the evening air hit me, I decided to do as ordered and head home. I still had a lot of stuff to build. I spent the entire night building new directional mics, then installing them into the housing I made for the other 3 helmets. It was a lot of work, and despite making something I had already completed, I was improving a lot. 100 crafting XP gained. Crafting skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Crafting 5. I had once again maxed out the skill, giving me a surge of new tricks up my sleeve. Which was good, because my next batch of work was all going to be design work. Hopefully I would get my engineering level up from it. Of course, first, I had to select my perks. I ran through the list of options, with an eye to what I would want long term. Sure, something like Salvager would give me more resources, but I made enough eddies now, that wasn't really a concern. No, the option I decided on was a much better idea for the current me. Enduring builds. You can make it stronger. Tougher. You know the tricks of the trade to make your product rough and tumble. Accepting the perk flooded me with all sorts of things that I could do to make sure my crafting didn't fall apart. Ways to make my stuff stay working even if you beat the shit out of it first. I shook it off, and refocused on what I was doing. Helmets done. Most of the extra work would be on the chest rig. I would need to modify them a bit to shrink them down, but luckily they were designed for a one-size-fits-all, so that wouldn't be too hard. No, it would be integrating an ECM system into them that would make them a pain in the ass. Hiromi had done as I had asked, and reached out through her growing list of contacts and got specs for some ECM systems that weren't just Cyberware. The Militech Personal ECM unit was a neat little pre-unification war military surplus. Honestly, it was probably about the same age as my arms. Either way, I had the scans for it, that Hiromi sent over, and she was in talks about getting enough for all of us. I just had to figure out how to integrate it. The biggest issue was how the ECM systems worked. See, there actually was a reason that the Tiger Claws integrated the ECM into tattoos. The ECM was a visual deterrent. The smart round would be scanning its target, hit the visual ECM, and when scanning it, would either be infested with a virus, or simply get so much junk data the targeting would fail. A literal memetic hazard. So this version actually needed a visual component. Unfortunately, the main way to use it was a holographic light that the smart weapon would glitch out when scanning. I didn't really want a holographic light on my chest. That sort of defeated the whole stealth thing. So my first thought was to hide the light. Could I set the ECM's light to infrared? Or use a non-visual light band? Probably not. I realized that Kuroshi and other optics kind of took that option away. So I couldn't just alter the light to be non-visual. How else could I hide it? I was spinning in my chair round and round as I considered it. I would need some sort of hardware or programming solution. As I spun, the neon lights outside my window flowing into my optics over and over. On and off. On and off. On and off? I continued spinning as I considered it. Sure, turning it on and off would solve part of the problem, But the system would have to be smart enough to turn itself on when smart rounds were targeting it. I could program that. A few extra sensors integrated into the armor, and you could easily have it turn itself on and off, and a simple switch to turn it on yourself as well. Because I know my chums were extra and would probably want to leave it on. Okay, that was doable. I had most of that. I would need an actual ECM unit to do the programming to turn it on and off though. So for now, hardware. How to integrate it. I pulled up the CAD and went to work. The easiest place to integrate the ECM system was just on the back, of course. It wasn't very large, and I could easily just place it in the armor. Powering it would just be an extra battery system. Easy peasy, and then the lights. I would need to integrate holo emitters into the armor. Those weren't super cheap, and it made me realize why Arasaka didn't have them integrated as standard. But for the safety of myself and my chums, a few eddies were fine. Placing a few emitters around, I could even have my chums make their own holo images if they wanted something unique. I would figure out my own once I had it all put together. Either way, the CAD process was going well, earning a few alerts in engineering and even another technical ability alert just through figuring out all of these different systems. I pushed away from the desk. That was the chest rig done, apart from the programming, but that would need time. I walked out to the living room to see June was gone. I sighed as I instead flopped onto the couch and reached for my guitar. The call that came in as I was lazily strumming a few chords to chip pin in surprised me. Especially since the caller ID was someone that should not have my number. Ringing. Ringing. I considered just not answering, but that was probably a bad idea. I answered. This is Motoko. Good. Come by the Afterlife. We should talk. Then the call hung up. Okay, seriously, old ladies hanging up on me must be some weird generational thing, because now I had Rogue of all people doing it. I tapped a finger on my guitar as I considered what the hell was going on. The Arasaka gig? Something about it must have caught Rogue's attention. Did she know about the listening post? Was she working with Militech to get info? I sighed as I rose up and got dressed. Holstered and armed, I left the apartment. Headed to the Afterlife. It wasn't a long trip, it never was in Night City. Sauntering down the steps to the club, I moved past the flunkies that hung around that couldn't actually get in. The sort that would hang around and wait for the rich mercs would leave to flirt with them. No one paid any attention to me. Despite having been inside a few times, I wasn't known. The door guard saw me coming and moved to stand in front of me, but to my surprise he visibly stepped aside as I walked past, giving me a nod. He was actually moving to stop someone behind me who had been walking down after. They were stopped and soon thrown out from the sounds I was hearing. The music soon muffled that as I entered Rogue's domain. It was just like how it was the last few times I entered, teams of mercs discussing gigs or hanging around, and this time I walked over to Rogue's little area. Her hustle Crispin Wayland was there as always, the big guy acting as her bodyguard, and he did stop me, a single raised hand, which I stopped at. We both could hear Rogue on a call, and I realized I was to wait. Nodding to the man which he returned, I moved across the way and rested against the wall. My vision instantly shifted to my programming. I was fiddling with some of my work on the ECM system when I got the signal to speak to Rogue. Walking into her little area, she waved me at a seat. Motoko Kusanagi. When you first walked in here with Panem, I didn't expect to ever have this conversation. At least not while you are still just a kid. Rogue started, but I didn't speak, because the way she was looking at me? She was assessing me. But kids don't go out into the Badlands and massacre a growing Wraith clan like they were a bunch of yo-gangers on their first street beat. She flipped a shard at me, sending it rolling across the table, and I picked it up without any issue, casually slotting it. Pictures. Very familiar pictures of a certain electrical substation, or at least the crowd of tens and dead bodies that surrounded it. There were a few dozen images, a few of them noting a few of the corpses if they were important or well known. I hope Dakota made some good eddies for this. I told Rogue, instantly knowing who it was that sent this information to her. Rogue just smirked and continued on like I hadn't spoken. I looked into your gig. Arasaka, hunting the thieves. The loot you pulled out. Dakota confirmed it was just the four of you pulling all of this off. That's a clean operation. Swift, concise, and professional. You're wasted as some street thug. Was that a compliment? I could tell Rogue noticed my confusion because she was smirking a bit. Don't let it go to your head, kid, but I can recognize an operation that was professionally done. You've been in the bar before, but now you are here because of your own merits. I'm formally welcoming you to the afterlife. I blinked in surprise. On the list of things I expected today, this wasn't even on the list. Oh. Cool. I muttered, thinking it over. This was. Well, it was a positive. The afterlife was a massive hub of some of the best runners in the city. I could definitely get some contacts for preem equipment here. The negatives? Reputation spreads. If I'm seen walking in and out of the afterlife, people will start wondering why. Otherwise, there wasn't much. I didn't have to do gigs for Rogue, or anything. It was just an invitation. Not the most emotional response I've ever gotten. Rogue said casually as she took a drink. I'm just surprised and processing. My chums, my team, I mean, can they get in too? As long as you vouch for them, you can bring them in. But keep in mind what is expected of everyone here. Quality. Got it. Right. Preem. You think my gig was that good? It's not the sort of thing a kid off the street can do. She said, and I caught the hidden context. This wasn't just an attempt to bring me into the fold for my performance. It was also an attempt to keep an eye on me. All right, kid. Enough playing around. Go on, enjoy the afterlife. I don't have any work for you right now. All right. Thanks, Rogue. I look forward to working with you. I said, the first thing that came to my mind as I rose out of the seat and headed into the bar proper. Huh. Major leagues, huh, Jack? I whispered to myself before frowning. Jackie wouldn't take this well, but it might just give me a chance to pull Jackie into the major leagues and fulfill his dream. But for now, I wandered around the place. I hadn't really explored the afterlife the last times I had been here, but if I was officially in, officially welcome, then no one could say anything about me walking around. Mercs. Lots of high-end mercs. Most of them carrying enough chrome to fight off a small army. I'm glad I had just chipped in more, because I was going to need some upgrades to keep up if this is my peers. No, I shook my head. I should chip in when, and what I wanted, not to keep up with some gonks that I had no reason to keep up with. In the end, I circled the whole club before coming back to the bar, and then I caught sight of a familiar group. I was planning on just walking out, but well. I turned and headed over to the section that had Maine's crew hanging out around a table. Hey. How goes? I greeted as I walked over, although I didn't sit down, just hanging out at the edge of their table so I could leave if I was intruding. Hey. Motoko, you're here? I didn't get a call from Emmy to let you in. Sasha greeted, her face instantly morphing into a cat-like smirk at the sight of me. Well, I just got finished with a big gig in the Badlands, and Rogue invited me to the afterlife. So I got my own access now, I guess. I explained, and the noise I earned in return surprised me. Maine, Dorio, Sasha, Pilar, and Rebecca were all here, all looking like they were waiting on something, probably a client? But the noise the small group made was pretty loud. Okay, mostly it was Rebecca. Yeah. The hell? You. Rogue. The queen bitch of the afterlife gave you an invite? Rebecca had stood up and was palms on the table, standing on the seat, and I was still pretty much on height with her. Rebecca Small. It was literally all my brain could process. That's impressive. Maine offered in that rumble of his as he jerked his head, sliding his glasses down just a tad on his nose to look me over. You impressed, Rogue? Wow. Toko. That's Nova. Come sit. Tell us everything you can about your gig, yeah? Sasha offered, but I was mostly keeping an eye on Becca, who looked like an angry honey badger ready to tear my throat out. Seriously. I haven't gotten my own invite yet. Rebecca growled, but it was Maine that reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Well, more all around her shoulder, considering the size difference. You'll get there, Becca. He calmed her, his voice rumbling, but a moment later he turned to me. If you can or want to, wouldn't mind hearing how you got in. Oh well, I shrugged, nothing about our gig was that sensitive other than the listening post, which I obviously wasn't going to mention. I slid in next to Sasha, who had made room for me, and was urging me on as I shrugged and started explaining. So we got this gig from an Arasaka manager. An AV was downed in the Badlands, and he wanted some of the supplies inside recovered. We were told we could have whatever we found as long as we brought back what he wanted. Damn. A direct gig from an Arasaka corp? I don't know if I would have taken that. Sasha offered, and that is when I had to blush a little. Well, the manager is actually my chum's father, she's part of my crew, so sort of got the gig straight, and we could be fairly confident it was safe. There was a round of surprised expressions on the faces of Maine's crew, but it was Rebecca that broke first. Pfft. That's so fitting. So that's how you got into the afterlife? A baby gig handed out by the corpo father of your chum? Rebecca scoffed, downing a hit of her Nicola without really looking at me. Becca. Dorio started, but I waved her off. Honestly, it was a really tough gig. We had to track down who did the attack. We hit a normal Raffin camp first and managed to figure it out from some information on a computer there, and then we hit their main camp. This group was 50+ strong. I snuck in, flatlined their leaders, then dropped some hacks on their camp and shot them up. We got most of them. My explanation earned a nodded head from Maine, but Rebecca was still seemingly irritating, and I just shrugged it off. I guess I'd be annoyed if a kid got into the afterlife when I didn't have access. Taking on a Raffin camp isn't a joke. I see why Rogue let you in. Maine replied, earning another scoff from Rebecca, but he ignored her. To the newest merc in the afterlife. He said, raising his glass, and his team, even Rebecca did the same, which had me blushing a bit. It's not that big a deal. Anyway, we found the supplies, and managed to loot practically an entire Arasaka AV worth of equipment. So I've mostly been setting up equipment for the last few days. I offered, trying to change the topic. Yeah? You tinker and program? Sasha asked with a laugh. You sure spread yourself around, don't you? They are pretty closely connected. I've had to do programming for some gadgets I've made. I just want my team to be ready in case something bad happens. Heh. A good techie is worth their weight in gold. Too bad all we have is Pilar. Dorio offered, the last bit teasing, and dragging the techie into the conversation. Fuck off. He offered both middle fingers to Dorio. I'd like to see you gonks do half the work I do. He snapped, but everyone was just laughing, and soon enough he was smirking too. I guess despite everything, Maine's crew got along well. It was cute. So you tinker with stuff too? What have you been working on? Sasha prompted me, even as Dorio and Pilar got into an arm wrestling match that was obvious to everyone who was going to win. Oh, I picked up these sets of Arasaka troop rigging. The armor is good, but it's... cheap isn't the right word, but they keep things pretty cheap. I updated the helmet with a direction mic, so we can listen in on conversations, and I'm updating the chest rigging with an ECM system. So we'll have some protection against smart weapons. Wait, what? Rebecca asked suddenly, having been focusing on Pilar's suffering at being thrown around by Dorio. I'm adding an ECM system into my chest rigging, for me and my chums. What system? Please don't tell me, it's some tiger claw thing. No. Militech, the light Aegis. 37. I said, recalling the name from memory. Huh. Rebecca suddenly was focused on me. You got the deets on that? Yeah. I shrugged and flashed a shard with what I had for the ECM system and the chest armor so far and handed it over. After a few moments, she nodded. 37 is solid, I like your integration. Customizing the emitters is preem. You could use a Contao battery bank. The new ones they've been putting out? It's flexible, used in armor and stuff, you could probably attach it to the bottom of the chest rig. Probably won't hurt as much if you fall on it. She offered, and I was instantly there, hands grabbing her own. That's so smart. I've been working on some other stuff too. We should talk shop. Ah? Rebecca squirmed as I practically bounced in my chair. Becca was tech talking with me. So preem. Sure I guess. I gave her a big smile. Chapter 145. Stealth is still the superior tactic. I argued, and once again Rebecca scoffed. Some gigs you need to be sneaky, but nothing beats overwhelming firepower. She argued. It turns out that Rebecca didn't have a lot of chrome. Besides the obvious chem skin and stuff, but she had all of her chrome plotted out. Like how people would plan out every part of their perfect car, or all the pieces to make up their perfect gun. Funnily enough, I already knew most of her desires, having seen her future self. Firepower is great, I carry my barrier around in case I run into some Borg fuck. But there is nothing better than sneaking up on somebody and just flatlining them without them noticing. I argued. And she scoffed. Optical camo is mid. You take that back. I demanded, and she just cackled as she was going to nothing of the sort. We had moved away from Maine's crew after a client had shown up, so Becca and I were hanging out at the bar, and to my delight we were getting along much better than we had at the start. Hey. Listen, I'm pissed that Rogue hasn't given me an invite yet. It has nothing to do with you specifically. The fact you were able to get an invite is preem. She admitted suddenly, swirling around her drink, and I realized she must have been a bit embarrassed at how she had acted. It's fine, Becca. I have another chum Jackie that gets the same way. I don't take it personally. It's gotta be frustrating. It is. I go on some of the gigs with Maine, but fucking Pilar makes sure I can't get involved. Maine brings me in as a distraction or some shit sometimes, but I'm never a shooter. Did you talk to Maine about it? Did he say why? Apparently I'm too fucking short and shit. She grumbled. Yeah, that was true. Rebecca was very small. You could fix that with Chrome or Bio. TCH. I don't hate that I'm short. It's fun sometimes. I just want to blow gonks fucking heads off. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 18. Ever think about branching out? I asked, and instantly got a look from her. You asking me to join your crew? Not specifically like that. See, I got my core crew, but we don't have every skill set. We got a driver, a fixer, and a secondary solo. While I cover the net and solo duties. But I have my chum Jackie that's a big fuck, he's a solo, I brought him in once, and I want to do it more, and I want to increase the size of my team, even if it's just temp mercs. How about it? Want to go on a gig with a different team sometime? I don't know. Maine is being a shit, and Pilar is a fucking scumfuck gonkfucker. But I owe Maine. Hey, I'm not saying to betray your chums. Just a job offer. Make some eddies, get more chrome, get some experience. I'll think about it. Can't say I really want to work with kids though. Hey. We made hundreds of thousands of eddies on our last gig. Mostly from selling off loot, vehicles, and weapons. Wait. How much? My answer shocked Becca, and I couldn't help but laugh as I went into some detail on how Section 9 functioned. Fuck. Maine never loots the place like that. I'll have to do that next time. She muttered to herself, hand covering her lips. It takes time, and you have to have people to haul stuff out. You can't exactly wait around. She scoffed and nodded, downing her drink. You're not bad, kitten. What kitten? Hee hee. You told me about your helmet. She pointed out, with a wicked grin and a pointed finger. It's completely accidental that it looks like cat ears. I already told my chums that it's not cat ears. Well, too late. Just like with whiskers, you're kitten now. Ugh. I denied, crossing my arms in an X. I refuse. Too late. She cackled as I pouted at her. Rebecca was fun. We continued to shoot the shit for a while until Maine's crew finally got up to leave and Rebecca followed. All of us waving a goodbye. It was time to get back to work. Are you serious? No. I demanded, arms crossed into an X in absolute denial. Hiromi just rolled her eyes at me. I already talked to the dealer. We got a trader pass to get through the checkpoint. Hiromi. I am not taking you anywhere near the combat zone. That place is full of cyber psychos. Dogtown is the best place in Night City to get gear, Motoko, and you were the one that wanted the ECM system. I found someone selling them, but they are in Dogtown and they aren't coming out. Then we do without, or find a different seller. I argued. I didn't know much about the combat zone. At least not the modern version of it. What I did know was that NCPD didn't go in there. That death was everywhere, and it was rumored that's where all the cyber psychos were put, but the core. Either as a test or some sick experiment. But Hiromi wasn't going anywhere near it. Motoko, you are being a total rust case here. Hey. Hiromi raised her hands to silence me and took a deep breath. Right. Sorry. That was mean, but you are way more dangerous than some gonks in the Dogtown. Plus we are going to the arena. Lots of trade goes on there. It's got the biggest black market in NC. It's a fucking combat zone, Hiromi. I snapped at her, pacing around the front of the quadra. She had asked me to come pick her up, but there was no way I was driving into the combat zone. I wasn't crazy. Ugh. Hiromi groaned as she followed me around as I paced around the car. Hiromi's parking garage was thankfully empty, so no one was able to hear our fight. I ran a chrome palm over my face, the cool metal soothing my temper. Seriously. Going out and fighting Raffen was one thing, but going into a damn combat zone was another. We need the ECM systems. Hiromi argued, and I instantly knew what was happening. She was trying to attack the conversation from the side. Luckily, I gave 0 fucks. Not enough to go into a combat zone. This isn't a life risk level thing, Hiromi. It's not dangerous. Well, not that dangerous. Going into Dogtown is perfectly normal, Motoko. For cyber psychos? Motoko, that is just a weird rumor, and not at all the truth. I even got information on Dogtown at the academy. As long as we stick to the main areas, we will be fine. Bargast want people to come in and out. Dogtown is a wonderful spot for some black market trading. I grit my teeth and wanted to yell at her some more. Didn't she understand? I'm normally all for jumping into danger, but I knew nothing about the combat zone. Which was called Dogtown apparently. All I knew is that it was super mega dangerous and you don't fucking go there, so why was Hiromi so eager to run right towards it? Fine. She offered, and I felt my breath come out in relief. Finally. I had gotten through to her. We'll just hire some additional protection. Problem solved. That doesn't. Damn it. I grumbled, because it was sort of the answer. Fine. Good. She offered in return, smiling as if she had won. I grumbled under my breath as her eyes went yellow as she made some phone calls. Hey Jackie. Hermanita. I hear you are heading into Dogtown and want some guards, huh? The big man offered with a hearty chuckle. We were all meeting up at Hiromi's place, including the extra guards. More for Hiromi than anything. The combat zone is dangerous, and I know very little about it. It's not so bad. The Bargast Pendejos are annoying, but as long as you aren't causing trouble, they leave you alone. What's Bargast? A gang? I asked, curious, never having heard the name before. Yes and no. Jackie offered, waving his hand. Bargast are ex-Militech. They came to attack Night City during the war, ended up being ordered to leave because of Arasaka, but they never did. Just settled into Dogtown. Took it over. They live like the kings of Dogtown. Jackie offered with a shrug of his broad shoulders. They mostly just keep the peace, and earn eddies from the black market. I scoffed and wanted to growl and snarl. Hiromi was still coming, and I still had very little knowledge of what we were heading into. I shook it off. Hiromi was driving in with Malcolm in the Caliban. I was leading in the quadra, and Jack and Itchy would be our tail. A 3-car cavalcade to ensure that anyone that noticed us would think twice before trying anything. I still wasn't comfortable bringing my chums into a combat zone, but they all had smart weapons, besides Itchy who hadn't gotten a smart link yet, but he had his truck. Relax Hermanita, you are too tense. It's just Dogtown, yeah? Never been before, and I've only heard horror stories. It's not like that. Lots of folks head in for the black market, hell maybe you'll find something you want as well. They have some real preem black market chrome there. I just grunted as finally Malcolm arrived with his Caliban, and we all synced up. I slid into the Quadra, and soon after we were all driving through the city towards Pacifica. There was a low-level chatter as my chums talked amongst themselves, but I kept quiet, too anxious to really want to talk to anyone. Especially since I didn't want to do this. But I pushed it away and focused on protecting my chums. We drove through the city reaching Pacifica, and I made sure to double my watch. The roads were quiet though. No NCPD around to cause trouble, and no voodoo boys jumping out to rob us. Instead, we drove through the streets as we came to the checkpoint to the combat zone, Dogtown. I only vaguely remembered the name being used, so I really knew nothing about this place. It hadn't existed in the game that I played. We pulled through a guard checkpoint, men in armor standing around. All of it painted and non-standard. Skulls were common as were images of snarling dogs. Bargast was it? Eventually, we pulled into an entranceway and slowly we were allowed through. The entrance was covered in defenses, HMG turrets, and weapons of all sorts. Since I went in first, I got to see it all. They stopped my Quadra, did a scan, and after checking the access token that Hiromi had set up, they waved me through. Into the combat zone which. It was run down, but not really more than Pacifica itself. And there were people just hanging around. Normal people. A scan showed they weren't the super chromed out Borgs I was expecting. Was this it? Where was the dark hellscape full of the screams of people being torn into pieces by cyber psychos? Gangs constantly fighting and dying for eddies or something? That was the image I had in my head of a combat zone. Not this. I pulled to the side until Malcolm's Caliban, and then Itchy's truck all pulled through the checkpoint, and I followed the guide path Hiromi had set up leading us through the streets towards the massive stadium, the place that dominated the skyline, apart from the massive pair of skyscrapers. The stadium was apparently where the black market was run out of. The entire place was one big black market according to Hiromi. It was quiet. The streets weren't full of gunshots, and nothing really happened. I pulled into a parking garage just off the arena, and we all parked in a corner off to the side. Itchy's truck parked in just the right way to have his turrets be usable in case of any trouble. See? I told you there was nothing to worry about. Hiromi called out as she ran over and nudged me with her shoulder. I just glowered a bit at her, but that only made her smile wider. Alright, Hermanita, little boss. You ready to go? Jackie asked, and Hiromi smiled brightly at being called boss. Yes. Itchy and Malcolm will guard the vehicles. Motoko and Mr. Wells, please follow me. Hiromi said with a big smirk on her face as she sauntered forward. I didn't grumble, instead quickly taking up position on her right. Armed and armored, although just in my Kong Tao equipment, and not the Arasaka stuff. It wasn't ready yet, even if it would be better armor. Jackie easily took her left, and the big man did a lot to make sure our path was clear as we crossed the street, and then walked up the many steps into the old stadium. Bargus checkpoints dotted around, but they ignored us. Simply standing around in armor to keep the peace, I guess. Hiromi guided us in. Her face casual as she walked through the small crowds that littered the entrance of the arena. We walked past a few food stalls that surprised me. Then into a lobby, and Hiromi took only a moment to pick a direction leading us to the left and then into a long hallway that was full of more than just food stalls. Weapons, equipment. Everything. I was thankful for my tech gogs as it hid my rapidly scanning eyes as I took in all the equipment laying around. We walked into a space that was absolutely loaded with weapons. High-end stuff too. HMGs and rifles. Militech surplus, and more. Hiromi walked right up to the woman that was behind a counter. Here for a pickup, under Mitsunashi. she offered, and the woman scanned her, before nodding. A nodded head to one of the toughs that seemed to be her guards, and he went into the back area, coming out with a crate that he dropped on the ground in front of us. Motoko, check it. I nodded without a word, and popped the latches. Inside was exactly what we expected. Multiple Militech ECM systems. I quickly checked them all, and while not in perfect condition, they were all functional and reparable. I gave Hiromi a nod, and that was that. Her eyes went blue, and some eddies were passed over, and then Jackie did the gentlemanly thing and picked up the crate. We headed back out the way we came. Honestly, my surprise only grew when we met back up with Ichi and Malcolm. Things are quiet. Not even some of the druggies over there came to bother us. Ichi told me as we were loading the crate up into his truck. That's so weird. I expected something. Bargast doesn't want people messing with the black market. That's where they make a lot of their eddies. Hiromi cut in, once more reminding me that my understanding of this entire section of the city was off. Come on, let's get out of here. Unless you want to go back in to look around. I instantly shook my head. I can't say I wasn't interested in looking around, but not with Hiromi and my chums hanging around. No, let's get out of here. And you were right. Sorry. I told Hiromi, who blew into a massive smile at my admittance. Of course. You should know by now that I'm always right. She cheered herself, bursting into full-on Oju laughter, after which it took me a moment to realize she was doing specifically to fuck with us. I just rolled my eyes and nudged her, sending her almost sprawling. Alright, get loaded up then, Ms. Always right. I want to get out of here. Hee hee. She offered as she ran to jump into Malcolm's Caliban. Thanks, Jack. For backing us up. Not a bad gig. Your little chumba boss pays good. The large man admitted, rubbing a thumb over his nose. Good. I trust you. So I hope you come join us for gigs in the future too. Heh. I just might, Hermanita. Just gotta get used to working with kids. I shrugged. I get it. Jackie was almost 30. Still stuck doing shit gigs. He never made it to the major leagues in his own words until the end. Hopefully I could drag him along, because he actually was a solid solo. Come on, let's get out of here before my nightmares of wild cyber psychos come true. Jackie was paid, the chums split off, and I had a crate of Militech ECM units to adapt to our armor. I spent an hour going over the first ECM unit. Checking first the hardware, making sure everything would work, while performing some minor maintenance, mostly just cleaning out the things, as it was obvious they had been in storage for a while. Then I pulled open the program that ran the ECM and narrowed my eyes as I looked through it. I had my suspicions that Militech would have some way to get around this. Either an outright backdoor, or more likely, a master code that would make the ECM useless against their own smart rounds. It wouldn't be easy to find though. It would be hidden deep into the code, which, well, fortunately for me, I was just getting an idea on how the program worked, and then I grabbed my laptop, plugged my personal link into it, and started writing a new program from scratch. If I couldn't trust the program, then I would just make my own. Chapter 146. I was back outside the next morning. After spending all night working on the program, I was out at the gym, pushing myself as hard as I could to try and get more body XP. There was no John bothering me today, thankfully. Just me and the weights that I was pushing myself against. And the new chrome was making a massive difference. I was pushing weight I never would have managed before. My arms were connected to my body far more intrinsically now. No more tingling feeling around my shoulders telling me I was pulling at my bones a bit too much. No, I felt strong. My chrome secured into the hole, making Motoko strong. I finally put down the weights, wiping my forehead on a towel, as I then wiped down the weights. That was a good physical workout, but I had more to grind. I cleaned up a bit and double-checked my boots were secure before I started jogging down the neon-lit stairs and to the street, and then I turned right and started moving, pushing myself to keep going, despite already being tired. I jogged all the way to where the road ended, Jig Street just below. I took the elevator, keeping myself moving as it went down by shadowboxing and keeping my heart rate up. When it opened I was out and moving, jogging quickly through the dark street of Jig Jig, ignoring the looks I was getting as I ran through and then ended up at Sakura Market. Though this time I didn't stop for ramen. Instead, I ran up the concrete stairs, ending back up on the upper levels. I ran towards home, sprinting and jogging in bursts to try and push myself even more. By the time I made it back, I had earned some alerts for athletics and body, but no level ups. I sighed, heading upstairs, ignoring the noise of rocker boy neighbor playing her music again, and headed in for a shower. As I finished that, head half covered in a towel, June was up. June was making himself breakfast and looking at me tiredly. Mornin'. Morning, Junie. Sleep well? He blinked at me, both eyelids closing at slightly different paces. Slept okay. Not enough. He grumbled, and I nodded, walking over and patting his back. Can't go back to sleep for a while? Got a gig from Fujimura-sama. Just bodyguard stuff like usual, but he wants me. Well, if you start feeling too tired, you tell him that you need a break to get some sleep. I ordered as I wandered away. I knew June wouldn't and couldn't do that, but I cared more for June's health than I did Fujimura's wants. Sure, Emuto. I laughed at his obviously insincere reply, but that was fine. I buzzed around June, making sure his XXL burrito was warmed enough but not too hot before plopping it in his hand, which he stared at in surprise for a moment before looking happy as he took a bite. My own breakfast was a mix of a few other things I liked that I could find in vending machines in the area. I choked it all down as fast as I could, ignoring the taste as most food in Night City I could only just stomach, and certainly didn't enjoy. But food was food, and while it didn't taste good, one thing NC did have was a dietary fulfilling foodstuffs. June seemed to finally wake up a bit after his breakfast, looked at me as I was sitting at the living room table tinkering with the ECM program. What about you? Doing anything today? Mostly programming this Militech ECM unit. It's gonna take a while, but everything is quiet at the moment. I told you about the eddies we made in the Badlands, so we aren't exactly hurting right now. June just snorted. That gig made more than June made in a year and then some. Don't rub it in. He told me with a huff, and I laughed, shaking my head. I wasn't. Although if you ever want to leave the Gongoon biz, Section 9 would consider your resume. Consider it. I offered, eyes narrowed like I was judging him, and he instantly grabbed a pillow off the couch and launched it at me. But I was too fast. I saw it coming, and leapt leaping backwards from where I was sitting, to land crouched on the back of the couch, having dodged his attack. Neen. Fuck off. He snapped, half serious and half laughing at me as he wandered to the bathroom for his own shower. I was actually a little disappointed that June didn't want to rough house, but he was pretty tired. I'd make sure he got a good night's sleep tonight and wake him up with a pillow to the face tomorrow for daring to attack me. I was grinning evilly as I settled back onto the couch to continue the programming. I ran the program through the ECM unit, seeing it turn on. I cobbled together a hollow emitter to get it to actually display, showing just a circle of light that activated. Everything looked good, but I would need to actually test it. Gathering up a unit, as well as grabbing a spare Yukimura from the Arasaka equipment, I loaded it up and left the apartment. Couldn't exactly do any shooting in here. In fact, I couldn't do it in most places. I loaded up and drove north, taking the long circuitous road out to Westbrook. It didn't take too long to find a side of the road that was full of trash and empty enough I could do some practice. I plopped the ECM unit on an old crate, and then walked away, hooking the Yukimura up into my smart link and then placing a target to the side of the ECM. I didn't exactly want to shoot it after all. Then I remotely activated the ECM unit and opened fire. Pretty much instantly, the rounds shot forward and then simply went wild as their targeting systems fed them nothing but false data. Bullets, instead of shooting straight, went wild, thunking and slamming into the ground. One even got so turned around it spun towards me, and I had to duck out of the way as it zipped past. Well, that was a thing, I muttered, quickly checking the ECM system and checking the programming, finding out how it handled actually being targeted. Most of that was stripped wholesale from the original programming, so it handled it just fine. A few quick tests, and a few more rounds shot towards the ECM, and I was convinced. It works. Not. It was time to install. What are you doing? June asked as he got home that night. I looked up from the chest rig I was rigging the hollow emitters through to shake it at him. Armor. Yes, I see that. But what are you doing? The little boxes right there? ECM modules. I'm outfitting the chest rigging with the hollow emitters it needs to spoof smart weapon tracking right now. The dang things are fiddly. He nodded as he picked one up that I already finished and settled in its place, looking it over as I continued to work. I was almost done. The hardest part had been peeling apart the cloth sections, to slip wires through to power the emitters. I had to do actual sewing, but sewing with Kevlar wasn't easy. The work looks good. Why do you need hollow emitters? Same reason your tattoos glow. The smart weapons tracking gets spoofed by the data in the hologram. Why not just get a ECM tattoo then? They aren't expensive. While having an ECM on me at all times could be useful. I don't like tattoos, I said, and June actually looked shocked at what I just said. What's wrong with tattoos? I just don't like them. I finally got the wire to go through. Quickly soldering it into the power system, I started sewing Kevlar closed again. Well, you should. Mine are preem. I looked over to June. His stupid vest-like jacket that didn't cover his chest or arms to show off his chrome muscles, and the dragon tattoos across his chest. If you say so. I answered, earning an honest squawk of outrage from June. My tattoos are awesome, Motoko. I'm glad you like them. I answered, and he grumbled deep in his chest and my continued disinterest. You just aren't preem enough to have tats. Reverse psychology? I wouldn't want them even if they were offered. I replied, continuing to sew up the armor. Come on, so close to being done. June's big hand suddenly reached over and fell over my head, patting me lightly, and I scoffed a bit, but leaned in and nudged him to show that I appreciated the attention. Done. I proclaimed, holding up the complete chest rig, and then just as I expected, I got the alert I needed. 100 technical ability XP gained. Technical ability leveled up. Tech 6. I giggled and clutched the rig tight as I luxuriated in a job well done. What's with you? I finished it. Well, okay, no, I still have a lot of work to do, but I finished the ECM units. These were such a pain in the ass, June. Well, that's good. I'm proud of you. He offered awkwardly, not sure what else to say, but honestly, that was perfect. I threw him a bright smile as I rose up holding the rig. I still need to color, adjust, and do some tinkering on these, so I'm not done, but this was a big step. I informed him proudly as I sauntered back to my room. Now I just needed to fix the helmets so they didn't look like kitty ears. Which they don't. My chums are just dumb. Sleeping in past noon was my duty as a teenager, and I really needed 8 hours after all the work I had done, painting, and doing adjustments to the armor to fit my chums. I had even spent a little time in CAD adjusting the directional mic housing so I would stop getting teased. But honestly, it was mostly done. It was time to bring the chums in. Motoko, Section 9. Assemble at my place for final adjustments to our new armor. This time, there could be no confusion. They had totally failed my original assembly call, but this time. Hiromi, okay. I'll be on my way after class. Ichi, okay. I'm just hanging out today. I'll come over. Malcolm, yees. I'm in. Gonna suit up. You got rid of the cat ears, right? Motoko, it wasn't cat ears. I promptly ignored all the messages in return because my chums were definitely going to mess with me. Instead, I ran around prepping some snacks and things for everyone. It might take a bit of time to adjust everything to each person after all. Ichi arrived first, knocking on the door, and I smiled as it opened to him. Ichi. Come in. I wanted to get one of you suited up first anyways. The others can be surprised at how nova you look when they get here. I'm the guinea pig. He said flatly, nodding along as I ignored his words and dragged him into my room. Okay, everything should be straightforward. You know how to wear armor, right? Go ahead and suit up and dash. Nope. He interrupted me instantly, completely monotone. And I'll show you. Easy. Nothing to worry about, chum, not everyone knows how to wear good armor after all. I redirected instantly without worry. Ichi then laughed at me, but nodded, and I grabbed the first set of armor and showed it to him. The color is... Listen. I had to think about what color scheme to use, and since all of you wanted bright colors, I used my rights as the one who is updating these things to pick a nice gray and black camouflage. At least it matches our old suits? That's the spirit. I chirped as I started throwing the base layer at him. Even though it didn't have a netrunner suit to properly armor him, I threw the pair of pants and the upper jacket. And then turned around and whistled so he could get changed. Can't I do this in the bathroom? Ugh. Fine, I'll walk out of the room, just call me when you are decent. I rushed outside my bedroom and tapped my foot impatiently. Come on, Ichi. Alright. Great. Now this. I threw the boots at him, which he juggled for a second but slipped off his old shoes and into the combat boots. As he was struggling to get them secured, as they used a weird not Velcro system, I ran around and prepped the outer layers. The chest rig wasn't just a chest rig, and actually connected to the pants with some kinda neat future folds. Although I had slimmed down the chest rig by removing most of the pouches. Pouches were good, but if they stuck out too much it made it harder to comfortably hold a gun. Silly Arasaka. This was the sort of design issue mandated by a boardroom and not by soldiers. Done? Ichi finally called, more questioning than sure. Great. Chest rig next. Slide into it, and then I'll show you how it secures on the sides. Right. He muttered as he slipped in, the armored future gorget taking a second for him to get used to. I had to adjust it down so he could actually look down without just getting stuck on it. Yep, Ichi was definitely shorter than the last person to wear this stuff. Here are the straps. Just tighten these, and it will keep your folds in place. He did so with a bit of trouble, and then I had him walk around a bit getting used to the armor. It was thick. That was the first thing I noticed he struggled with. He kept brushing his arms against the chest rig as he moved around. You'll get used to it, I assured him as he was looking a little annoyed. Is this necessary? If I pulled out my Lexington and shot you right now, you would be fine. I explained in very blunt terms, and for some reason Ichi looked nervous, like I was going to actually shoot him. Silly. I wouldn't do that. Okay, here are the gloves. They are nice and bulky, good for punching and protecting your hands. I helped him slip those on. As he adjusted to the fit, I brought out the last item. It still looks like cat ears. I am going to give you the benefit of pretending I didn't hear that, I told him as I handed off the helmet. He slipped it on, struggling a bit with the face mask part of it. The helmet had a built-in menpo, an armored face guard. As always, Arasaka made all their stuff look like future samurai, which was pretty cool. But it was always kinda hard to get situated right. Okay. You are all set. How does it feel? Not too uncomfortable? He said, sounding a little confused as he turned this way and that, feeling the range of movement he now had. You'll get used to it. Now, take your personal link and slide it into the helmet right here. That will download the command codes for the radio. I helped him plug in, and then he had access to the radio. I've messed with the settings. Channel 1 is our personal radio contact. You won't need to change from it very often. Channel 2 isn't the radio at all, but the directional mic built into the helmet. No, it's still not cat ears. I could see him smirking behind the helmet, and so since he was properly armored I punched him in the shoulder. Hard. Ow. Motoko. He yelped, rubbing his shoulder, but giving up on it pretty quickly. You barely felt it. Now switch to the mic, and I'll show you how it works. I quickly ran Ichi through the process, walking all the way across the apartment and then whispering. The fact he could still hear me throwing me a thumbs up when I asked for it was all I needed. Perfect. Now we just need to make some minor adjustments. Make sure everything is fitting exactly how it should. So what do I do then? You? stand very still. Then just to fuck with him I pulled out my knife and moved behind him. Of course I instantly put the knife away, but he didn't know that. Motoko? What's with the knife? Motoko? Help? There is no help for you, Ichi. Whoa. That actually looks pretty scary. Malcolm commented as he finally arrived over an hour later. I had even finished adjusting Ichi's armor. Malcolm. You are late. I proclaimed, finger pointed, as I stood up. Sorry, Chum. My dad needed help with something. He offered, actually sounding a little contrite, and I instantly lost my irritation. No. That's fine. Parent stuff is important. Anyway, we are still waiting on Hiromi. Come on, let me show you how to suit up. Good luck. Ichi said from the couch where he was splayed out, acting as if he was exhausted. Ignore him. Come on. I urged, pushing Malcolm into my room to get ready. Halfway through, Hiromi finally appeared, cheerfully bouncing into the apartment and calling out her arrival. Give me a sec, Hiromi. Malcolm is almost done. I called out, as I was helping Malcolm secure the armored folds. A little later, Malcolm finished suiting up and I pushed him out into the living room to show off. See? It looks great. It makes me feel like I have a corporate hit squad. I love it. Hiromi chirped, smiling brightly as she looked at the two boys. Ichi just slumped deeper into the couch, still not getting up, while Malcolm stood tall and puffed himself out. Just remember to pay your henchmen well or else. Malcolm proclaimed, and Hiromi immediately gasped. No. My henchmen are betraying me. Quick. Help. Motoko. My right hand and ever-loyal minion. Discipline this unruly henchman. Motoko should join us and get paid hey. I walked behind Malcolm and just lifted him off his feet. Malcolm might be a little taller than me, and a bit more with the boots and rig on, but I was fucking fit. My arms went around his waist and I just picked him right off the floor. As you wish, my corporate overlord. I stated in an utterly flat voice, earning a delighted giggle from Hiromi as Malcolm struggled in my grip. Hey! Let me go. Motoko. He. I eventually couldn't hold it in and started laughing at Malcolm's attempts to get back on his feet. He was new to the armor and was like a turtle stuck on its back. Eventually, I dropped him. Okay. Enough playing around, Hiromi, come on. Time to suit up. I'm the fixer, Motoko. I can't go around wearing armor like that, everyone will think I'm some eep. I ignored Hiromi, picking her up like a sack of potatoes, throwing her over my shoulder and walking into my room. Any argument about not wearing armor would immediately be ignored. Protection was God. Motoko. Chapter 147. Once my chums were all suited up, I disappeared into my room after pushing Hiromi out to get changed myself. Of course I had the actual Netrunner undersuit. So instead of pants and armored jacket, I slipped on a suit, leaving me in skin-tight flexible armor. Then I threw on the boots and chest rig. I had to make some quick adjustments for the folds since I wasn't wearing the silly pants that came with it, and instead wrapped the straps around my legs with some Velcro-like material I had. Then I adjusted the chest rig, threw on the armored gloves, and then the helmet. I stalked out of my room and stood before my mostly still armored chums. Malcolm had taken off his helmet to eat, and Hiromi was half slid out of her chest rig. And this is what it will look like when you guys stop being weird and put on the skin-tight armored Netrunner suit. I proclaimed, showing off the much tighter fit of the armor and my improved maneuverability. Pass. Hard pass. I don't mind you using it, but I like pants. Hiromi added, and I huffed at all of them. Fine. Wear your subpar armor. I then promptly walked over and flopped onto the couch and wiggled to get my helmet off too. Pass me the chips? Yeah, alright. Ichi muttered lazily, reaching over and throwing me a bag of some sort of pseudo-potato chips I pulled from a vending machine. What are we watching? The TV was on, and Ichi and Malcolm were sort of zoned out watching it. Some comedy show thing? Not sure. Apparently Ichi wants to watch Watson Whore after. I didn't say that. He snapped at Hiromi, looking a little red. Well, I don't think I really want to watch that. Sorry, Itchy. It's fine. I didn't say I wanted to. Only that it was coming on next. And then he refused to let us change the channel. Hiromi whispered into my ear, and I giggled. I quickly changed the channel through the expedited power of I had hacked all of the entertainment system forever ago. Then we just sort of vegged out in full kit. I don't want to know. I do. This looks like the weirdest start to some XBD I've ever seen. Akari called out right behind June as they both walked in and stopped looking at the pile of armored teens spread across the couch. Don't say that. I shrieked, blushing red at Akari, who instantly broke into her cackling laugh at my outrage. My chums were all flushing at the idea too. Is that your new armor? The one you clept from the Arasaka shipment? June asked, but Hiromi jumped in. We gathered all of this completely legally as per our contract with Arasaka management in recovery of the critical data that was stolen from their clept shipment. June just blinked and nodded slowly as if he understood. Well, she is a little corpo, ain't she? Akari asked, and June just nodded. Ignoring how Hiromi was pouting, I decided to show off. Standing up and resettling the helmet back on my head. So what do you think? Preem, right? High-end armor. ECM integrated, with a directional mic embedded into the helmet. We haven't messed with the ECM emitters yet, but we will be able to personalize that as well. You look like a dough girl. Akari offered instantly, with zero hesitation or empathy. So I of course attacked her. I'll show you, dough girl. I roared as I jumped at her, earning an honest squeak from Akari as she wasn't expecting my lack of chill, and then I slammed into her. Akari of course fought dirty and instantly tried to stab me in the eyes, but I had a helmet. Her probing attacks were deflected and I started grappling, which wasn't easy since she was all chrome as well, but then something lifted us bodily apart. June was holding me up by the back of my rig, and Akari back by her arm. Akari was smiling, teeth fully exposed, like she was ready to tear my throat out. I would have done the same back, but I had my helmet blocking my mouth. Alright, cut it out. Akari, calm down please, Motoko is playing. Call me a dough girl again. You'd dash, and then June just shook me up and down a few times. See, just playing. Pfft. You look like a strangled cat like that. Akari offered, cackling, and I just pouted at June, which was blocked by my helmet. Okay, the helmet was a problem. But I took a deep breath and decided to be the bigger person. I'm done. Let me go, June. I said calmly, and he looked at me with narrowed eyes as if he suspected I was lying, but eventually he let me go, although funnily enough, he didn't let go of Akari, who had noticed and was giving him a petulant look. Then I stepped back and brushed myself off. I win. I told her simply, and that set her off. What? How? June interfered. Exactly. June, as my older brother, is obviously my secret weapon. Anytime he interferes, it means I win. That's cheating. I shrugged and strutted back to my chums, who had been watching with interest. You okay? Hiromi asked, and I just laughed as I tugged off the helmet. I'm fine. Although I really need to wear my tech goggles under this helmet or something. Akari going for my eyes was a bit of a scare. Okay, so you want this? I asked Malcolm as his holo emitters activated. Yellow lights flowed around him, with some silver here and there as well. You look like your car. Itchy called out, teasing, and Malcolm just flipped him off. The Caliban yellow and silver is an excellent color combination. They tested it. Boo. Hiromi called out, earning a glare from Malcolm, but I just moved on. If this is what he wanted, it was good enough for me. Alright, Hiromi, dash. Green. Maybe flames? Can you do flames? I can do flames. It's a slightly up-jumped holo emitter after all. Green flames it is. I offered as I started designing the hologram that would flow over her, to activate the ECM system. Within a few minutes, Hiromi looked like she had green fire flowing out of her hands and around her hips, up her back. More than enough coverage to make sure the ECM protection would kick in. Wahahaha. She cackled evilly, suddenly startling everyone before she looked at all of us. How was that? Did I get it right? Boo. Malcolm called in turn and tossed some of his chips at her. Ignoring Malcolm and Hiromi getting into a fight, neither could really hurt each other with all the armor. I moved on to Ichi. His was simpler. Just make it not look stupid like their choices. He called out, just loud enough that Hiromi and Malcolm could hear him. Which of course changed the target as Malcolm attacked Ichi from behind and Hiromi joined in. I ignored the wrestling match happening right next to me, and focused on the hologram design. Well, Ichi could get a copy of what I was doing then. Lines of light flowing up through the body. Of course I wasn't just going to keep it as a stable source. The activation would have the light flow upwards from the feet and hands until it reached the head in just a moment, increasing the light and keeping it stable. Okay, so I was basically just pulling a Tron, but Tron was pretty cyberpunk. And it looked so cool. Ichi would get an orangish red color, while I went pure white. Then I activated both of our colors. Malcolm and Hiromi jerking back as Ichi's hologram started, the light flowing up his arms and into his chest. My own white lines arcing up my legs and forming a cool outline. There. All done. I chirped happily, rocking back and forth a little to see the holo emitters do an okay job keeping up with the movement. I bet this would look awesome on a motorcycle. It's Nova. Ichi said, playing with moving around and seeing the light arc off him as well. I like my fire more. But it does look preem. Although Ichi, you need to change, you can't just match with Motoko. Hiromi argued, but Ichi and I both just ignored her. We all had a good time after everything was done, playing around and ignoring Jun and Akari, as Akari kept interfering, but eventually everyone had gone home with their armor and equipment, and my room was suddenly much emptier. That, and I finally had time for other grinding again. That morning I was back at the gun range. Thanks to the Raffen gig, I was actually pretty close to leveling reflex. Shooting all the Raffen running around blindly in their camp had taken some effort, and had given me a lot of alerts. Now I just needed to grind out the last bit. Settling into the gun range I had been going to, I quickly loaded up the magazines I had for my copperhead. But that wasn't all that I had brought. The Arasaka Masamune was a gun I had wanted to play with for a while. Sure, it was overly engineered, but I wasn't really planning on using it in the field. I liked guns that could get half blown up and still fire for that. But for a gun range? It was a nice treat. I pulled it out of the case and grabbed a few of the stupid Arasaka logo marked magazines, and started loading those up as well. I set the copperhead to the side for a minute. Instead, I slipped the mag into the Masamune and took aim. The holo sight was already perfectly on point. No need for any zeroing. I fired. And in a 3-round burst that I barely felt, it punched holes through the hologram targets. Then I fired again, and again. I don't really like 3-round bursts. I switched it to single shot and started plinking away as well. It was irritating. It actually was possible to mod the rifle to be full auto, but I hadn't done it with this one yet. Probably a project I would do once I went home, cause 3-round burst was blag. Either way, I burned through the expensive Arasaka branded ammo I had brought with me, and then put the Masamune away. Pulling out the copperhead, I was actually smiling, as I flipped off the safety, took aim and held the trigger down. Full auto silenced fire burst from the gun and I easily held her in control, putting rounds right through the holograms without any effort as my arms kept the recoil completely controlled. Then as soon as I was about to run out of ammo, I dropped the magazine, quick loading in another, and just started firing again. I had made sure there was a round still in the chamber, so it only took half a second to put in a new mag and I was off again. I almost felt like cackling as I kept firing full auto. This is what a rifle should be. Firepower. Then finally I got it. 100 assault XP gained. Assault skill level up. Yay! I nearly cheered at the level up. Assault 8. Wait. I wasn't here to grind assault. I was trying to grind reflex. I took a second for that thought to flow through my head before I did actually break out into giggles. I shifted my grip on the rifle a little, slightly more secure, a tiny synergy with rifle ace to be able to line up a shot that tiny millisecond faster. My poor copperhead was a bit overheated, so since I had just maxed out what I could do with it, I unloaded it and set it back to the side. I still had handguns to level. Smiling, I pulled out my Lexington and whistled as I fitted the silencer. I didn't quite manage the reflex level, or the handgun one, before I decided to take a break. Heading home, I took the scenic route. Driving through the heavy city traffic and just enjoying the feel of my quadra rumbling along. Honestly, everything was kind of quiet right now. Section 9 was flush with cash. We had lots of new equipment. My armor build for the team was done, and Hiromi was the only one still doing any real work as she was setting up deals to sell off some of the stuff we didn't need. So it was just kind of quiet. I had considered picking up a new gig from Wakako or another fixer, but I was kind of enjoying the grind time. A bit of me time, just for myself between gigs. It felt nice. In fact, I didn't want to go home. Bit weird, as I was a bit of a homebody. I wanted to go out and do something. Hiromi was in class. Ichi and Malcolm could be fun, but you know what? I was a cool Afterlife merc. I shifted heading towards Watson. Traffic got pretty bad on the way, enough that I was tempted to just park and maybe call my Kusanagi so I could just swerve around, but I was feeling pretty chill after all that reflex training, so I just relaxed into the comfy quadra seating and inched my way to the club. When I finally arrived, there was plenty of open parking and I grabbed a spot and sauntered down the steps into the Afterlife. Heh. As if this place was going to be my afterlife. No, mine would probably be a digital landscape, full of demons to fight or something. Hell. I'm saying I'm probably going to hell, but that just means more demons to fight. The bouncer gave me a nod, not even needing to scan me, as he stepped aside letting me in. He must have a good memory, it's not like I had been around much. Either way, I walked into the heavy music of the club, and felt the atmosphere. Like always, there were mercs all over the place, although this time there was no one dying on a table, so that was nice. No, I guess being midday the place was more quiet and preparing for the night raids than anything else. I walked up to the bar. It wasn't Claire behind the bar, but another guy that I didn't recognize, but I just ordered a soda and settled in. I was honestly just planning on staring into the bottom of my drink for a while. Not because I was in a depressed mood, but just to enjoy the ambience. There was nothing quite like a cyberpunk bar after all. I was just chilling out enjoying the music and vibes when the queen herself walked in. Rogue sauntered in, and I could feel the ripple of attention she brought with her. Mercs all over the club glanced up as she walked in and towards her little booth area. It was interesting, but more than that. I noticed a few of the mercs around the bar stand up, they sort of got in line? Well, they talked to Rogue's guard to set up a meeting, I guess. Huh. You need anything else, honey? I blinked at the question from the bartender before shaking my head. Not really, just noticed everyone got up to go talk to Rogue as soon as she came in. You'd think they would just send her a text if they needed something from her. Huh. Send the boss a text, that's a good one. Nah honey, if you are looking for an Afterlife gig, you come to Rogue in person. Same if you need something from her. She doesn't do biz over the line, never know who's watching, and with someone like Rogue? A lot of people are probably watching. Yeah, makes sense. I muttered. Before looking at the bartender again. So Rogue hands out gigs if you come talk to her? Yeah, sometimes. Not always, and not to every crew. You have to have the skills she needs, yeah? But if you talk to her, you can find out if you got what she needs for a gig. Weird. I uttered before shrugging. Not interested anyways, and honestly, if I want a gig that bad, I'll just go make one. Sure, there could be more blowback without a fixer, but the pay was real preem. Hey! Anyone in here a techie? We need one. A voice called out and I was doubly surprised as heads popped up all over. Now what's going on? Heh, that honey is someone told by Rogue they need a skill set they don't got. They might be able to tap in a free merc, or steal someone from another team. It's all part of the game. She offered and I nodded. That made sense. I watched as an obvious techie with a set of body armor that was covered in tools wandered over to the guy that had called out, and a few moments later they shook hands and wandered back to Rogue, who was rolling her eyes and tossed the man a shard. Gig acquired, I guess. Neat. Chapter 148. I left the club after hanging out for a while. Afterlife was neat, but I had spent my social batteries. Instead, I decided to focus on what I wanted to do next, having used the time at the bar to figure it out. Getting home, I wandered over to my workbench inside my room and plopped down into the chair. I wanted to level my tech ability more. Between my work on the armor for Section 9 and the tools I had made, I made a big advancement, but I still wanted more. So I plopped down the bag of supplies I had bought on my way home and went to work. CAD first. Connecting my personal link into the laptop, I was able to do a lot of work without even touching the keyboard or mouse now, just letting my mental net running work on what I needed, as my hands parted out parts for what I was going to do. I had a lot of money, so I was going to basically burn a lot of it for experience. The parts one had bought were everything I would need to make rudimentary drones. Design Wizard, AI Whisperer, and Robotics Wizard all synergized extremely well with what I was doing. On the laptop screen, a very simple drone was coming together. I still wanted Tachikoma. I couldn't really cosplay the Major without them, so I was going to start. Even if a lot of the work would be wasted when I leveled up my tech, I could still start iterating on the design, start working on the AI. Of course, at first, it wouldn't be an AI. I couldn't possibly make something with AGI levels of awareness on what little processing power I had. No, first it would all just be algorithms. A few learning scripts, to develop walking patterns, and things that my good little boys and girls would need. But like all children, they would use the first steps of these algorithms to iterate from themselves. But first, I needed a drone to start the process. I basically was going to make something as similar to a full-size Tachikoma that I could, just much smaller. 2 feet or so across, maybe a foot tall at the head bulb. I likely wouldn't add the back compartment in yet. That would simplify it for the first iteration. I just needed to make the drone, and then start filling in the details with programming. The CAD program took up my attention. Once I parsed out the parts one needed, I focused fully on that. My 3D printer would be getting a lot of work tonight. I kept tinkering away at it. The legs were a lot of work on their own. They had to be capable of the range of motion needed, plus needed enough power to actually actuate. Power sources thankfully weren't too bad, although with the battery systems I could buy off the shelf, I would have some battery life concerns, especially once I started running smarter and smarter systems to control the drone. But for now, it was a night of slowly building the internals of the drone, through the CAD program one piece at a time. 100 Engineering XP gained. Engineering skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I blinked at the alert that came as I was working on the internal musculature of the drone. Multiple limbs meant I either needed the electric motors to spread their strength, or have one for each limb. I stepped back from the design to stretch, even, and let my brain cool down. Working for hours on this design was definitely a lot of work, and I was only getting through because of my perks. My actual engineering skill was only just capable of keeping up with the exacting details of what I was working on. Sure, most people could kludge together a drone out of parts with a bit of effort, but I needed something capable of some pretty extreme performance. It had 4 articulating legs, which had wheels, so I had to draw power for the drones to drive. They had to be able to jump. I wanted to work on a wall climbing function for their legs. Something to let them stick or grab onto walls and climb vertically. I still wanted to do a stealth function, but I was leaving that out for a later design. I simply didn't know enough about optical camo to get it to work. Anyways, it was hard, so to get another perk? Well, that was something truly useful. I once again skipped the grenade-focused perks, because I still had no idea why engineering was so focused on explosives. Instead, I scrolled through the perk list to where I went into the design-focused perks. Last time I had picked Design Wizard, vastly improving the quality of my designs. I ran down the list, skipping more than a few before I found the one that caught my eye. Robotics Engineering. The robotic form is as familiar to you as your own. Since my main desire was to make Tachikoma, it seemed to be the best choice. The moment I picked it, I knew I had made the right choice. I already had Robotics Wizard from crafting, which was all about putting a robot together. Now I had the opposite. A synergy immediately began, and I gasped as I realized how many tiny things could be done to enhance a robotic form. I went from someone that could put a robot together, to someone who could design something that was more than just a robot. It honestly made me think of BattleBots. That show on TV that was so popular in my last life. Before I would have been one of the Gen 1 bots. The ones that half the time caused their own downfall or something. Now I was fully aware I could make a bot that would have crushed the entire competition. It was that much of a difference. Understanding the nuances of physics on the robotic form. How easy it would be for their body to exert the forces I would need. I looked at my own chrome arm for a moment and realized how inadequate it was. How badly they had restrained the power the arm could exert, to make it easier to quickly replace in a desperate situation. I shook it off, although it did create that burning desire to make myself better again. The desire for more chrome. To grow stronger. I shook it off. Tachikoma first. I went back to the CAD design I had made so far, and started reworking large sections of it. I didn't need for each limb to have their own motor. I could use a muscle structure instead to make a single much more powerful motor supply the power. Instead of each limb being fully robotic, I would just add synthetic muscles instead. It took up less room, which meant I could make the battery bigger. Fixing one of the supply issues. Wahahaha. As much as I wanted to really focus down and get the Tachikoma done, I still had other distractions in my life, but that was okay. It was a good thing. Staying cooped up all day wasn't good for you. That is why I was waiting on the corner around Arasaka Tower for Hiromi to meet me for lunch. She had called and wanted to vent about her classes. So I was hanging out besides a 25/7 with food already waiting in the passenger seat for Hiromi to get out of class. I was only pecking at my own meal while I waited so we could eat together. Which is of course when I jerked up at the sight of someone I had only seen from afar. David Martinez. The boy was walking over to the grassy section across the street and looked like he was both eating his lunch, and to my amusement set up a backpack next to him and started selling XBDs. The first boy that walked up to him to buy was handed a compact tablet, and after a few moments the boy poked away and then handed it back. David nodded, seemed to confirm payment, and handed out one of the condom wrappers to the kid. I grabbed the food and stepped out of the quadra, heading across the street when I got a chance. I really wanted to see this for myself. Selling BDs? I asked as I sauntered over, catching David's attention. The poor kid was half a second into biting into an XXL burrito, and he gave it a look of yearning before turning to me. That's right. Best BDs in the city. None of that scoff. Mock's work, and some really preem work that you can't get anywhere else. He offered as he once more reached into the bag and pulled out the tablet and handed it to me. I was practically snickering at the situation, and there was no way I could end it here. I set the food down on the bench beside him and grabbed the tablet. First tab is all normal BD's good stuff still. Inner Universe is one of our top sellers, it'll make you think you can fly. He said, and I nearly ruptured something as I kept myself from laughing at such a corpo-sounding sales pitch. David was a riot. I've seen it. The parkour is a little kludged at times, but the music is amazing. What? No way. Inner Universe was perfect. The parkour, the death-defying jumps. He nearly jumped off the bench as he spoke. The Ghost is preem stuff. Nothing else compares really. He offered, and I felt myself smile happily. See? They got my name right. Well, it's preem that you like them. How's working with Hiromi? She isn't too bad, is she? I asked, changing the subject as I handed the tablet back. You know Hiromi? He shot back surprised, and maybe a little suspicious. Yeah, she's one of my best chums. I'm actually here waiting for her. Saw you selling BDs and wanted to come see. Oh well, she's great. Sure. He said in a way that left me with the opposite feeling. Ah, she's a bit too much? He just gave me a look and didn't say anything. That's fair. I hope she wasn't too mean to you. She can get a little hyper-focused. I'll talk to her, make sure she is nicer to you and Nox. You know Nox too? Yeah? We are. Sorta chums? I'm Motoko. David's eyes instantly widened and I realized if he knew Nox, it was likely that he knew who I was. You're the Ghost. He said breathlessly. That's my Netrunner name, and I guess Hiromi used it for the marketing of the BDs too. Holy shit. You're Nova. I've watched The Only Thing They Fear like a million times. He blurted out, and I just winced. Probably shouldn't watch that one too much. I was totally aggro in it. I just wanted to test out the song and stuff. No way. It was the best. Especially the end, with the cut-o-matic. Heh. Chain's words do hold a special place in my heart. Yeah. You were like Raph. And the scavs were like ee. I burst into laughter at the noises David was making. They had kinda sounded like that when I had the chains word. Of course my laughter was interrupted a moment later by a Hiromi missile as I was slammed into. Motoko. Hiromi called out suddenly as she instantly wrapped her arm around mine. Did you wait for me long? She asked, emphasizing her sentence weirdly as she looked at David. Not super long, and I got distracted by David here. He did a good job trying to sell me the BDs. Which he doesn't need to do, because Motoko gets any of the BDs she wants for free. Obviously. Hiromi said, continuing to look at David, who was looking more and more nervous. Don't worry, David. I'll talk you up to Hiromi. Make you look good to your boss. It's okay, Hiromi, he didn't know at first, but he did a great job. I was actually tempted to buy some of the BDs even if they aren't my thing. He's a good salesman. I offered, throwing a wink to David over Hiromi's head, although for some reason he just kept looking even more nervous. Hiromi, you are holding on pretty tight there. I reached over and patted her head, distracting her, enough to get free, and then settling onto the bench. Don't forget your lunch, Hiromi. I said, lifting the bag and shaking it. Why don't we hang out with David while we eat? I interrupted his lunch as well. I said as I settled onto the bench next to him and then pulled open the bag of food on my other side, so Hiromi could get access to it as well, although she didn't seem to want to sit down for a moment before eventually settling in. We should go eat somewhere else, let David get back to work. She almost hissed out the last bit, but I just laughed at her. It's lunchtime, Hiromi, let him eat. Besides, I want to hear about how he's found working under you. I mean, since he is working for you, he is basically part of Section 9. Obliquely. No. No, he isn't. Hiromi said, but she was finally starting to eat. Poor Hiromi must be hangry. So David. Have you been making good eddies? Any problems? Anyone bothering you or anything? I asked, and the boy once more stopped burrito halfway to his mouth. Which? On one hand, I'm sorry for interrupting his meal, but it was an XXL. Realizing this, I reached over and grabbed one of the cartons of noodles I had planned on eating myself and handed it over. Here, have this instead. I offered, smiling, and he looked surprised for a moment before flashing me a boyish smile and taking the food. Hey, thanks. No problem. I offered, and he quickly started eating, which gave me time to look to Hiromi. So classes have been rough today? Ugh. It's those brats in class. No one believes that I've managed a major op for my father. They just scoffed at me. Well, you did, and it's probably on your record, right? So no need to worry about what they think. They are your peers, not your bosses, right? Hiromi just grumbled a bit but nodded, accepting my words as she stuffed some lo mein in her mouth. Wait, you did an op? David asked, and Hiromi actually smirked, looking oh so superior for a moment as she sat up straight. That's right. My father hired our group Section 9, and we not only recovered the data that he wanted, but we brought home so much loot. I'm still super excited to play with the Minotaur. I whispered with a sigh. It was so fun. You just put on the headset, click in the control shard, and suddenly you were a massive walker ready to stomp on anyone in your way. It was like all my dreams come true. Of course it wasn't my real body, so it was only a fun diversion. Someday I'd end up in a Dione, or something, and then I would be the stompy bot. Really, Motoko, what are we even going to do with that thing? It's almost too heavy to move even in Ichi's truck. I don't know, but I'm sure it will come in handy someday. Ugh. I'll have to figure out something. She mumbled something after that I didn't catch as David interrupted. Whoa. That's so preem. You guys are like total edge runners. Nah, I instantly denied, scrunching my nose at the thought. Edge runners are idiots who just want to die. Trust me, David, you might someday decide to do merc work, but remember something super important, okay? Going home to the ones you love after a gig is the only way to plan things out. If your end goal ends with you dead, then you failed step 1. He didn't look like he quite understood, but I shrugged. I would do my best to guide the gonk away from leaping off the edge, but some people were just dedicated to killing themselves. Did you make a BD of this gig? The one that you did for Arasaka? No, I shook my head. I thought about it, but some gigs you were dealing with things that are too dangerous. The less people that know about that gig, the better. So no BD. Ah. I wanted to see it from your perspective. Hiromi muttered, and I just laughed at her. I didn't say I didn't scroll the BD. Just that I don't plan on handing it to Judy. But maybe we can get it properly adjusted sometime. Hiromi flashed me a smile, and I went back to eating. In the end, I hung out with Hiromi and David until they had to go back to class, but I think my task to raise Hiromi's estimation of David had worked. At least she had gotten real close to him on the way back to Arasaka Tower. So they must have talked about something. I had a complete blueprint of the first draft of the Tachikoma. It definitely wasn't perfect, but after realizing the supply and price of some parts would be difficult, I downgraded a lot. This was a test bed, but the CAD design was done. Tachikoma MK.0.1. My system liked it when I completed a design, and I had gotten a nice engineering and technical ability alert as I finished. Now it was time to put one together. The 3D printer went to work. Piece by piece, but that takes time, so I didn't want to just sit in front of the desk staring at it. Instead, I switched to another grind. What are you doing? Practice. I chirped to June. He was sitting on the couch watching some TV show he liked, while I was practicing my athletics. Mostly I was just tumbling back handsprings across the living room until I stopped at a wall, and then turning and doing it again. Grinding. Alright. Just don't break anything. He rumbled, but went back to his show after a bit. I won't, I said, as I completed a circuit. It was kinda intense flipping around so much, but since it was a newish exercise. I had done something like this before after all, but I hadn't really grinded it like this much, but the alerts were coming in. Mostly athletics, although I did get a body alert on my 10th circuit, so that was nice. I finally took a break, flopping down onto the ground to catch my breath as I felt my chest heave. Finally done? For now. I offered, waving my wrist at June weakly. What are you practicing anyways? Acrobatics. It's useful. I suppose with those ankles of yours it would be. It's just useful in general. Never know when you might need to leap into cover or something. Plus it's good exercise in general, I said, looking over to June and boring my eyes into him as I finished. He of course swiftly turned away and continued snacking as he watched TV. You really need to exercise more, June. I'm already strong. Only some of you. Chrome doesn't count. You will get all flabby if you keep relying on it. I'll just chrome out the flab. We got plenty of eddies, between Fujimura-sama giving me more for gigs, the cheaper apartment, you no longer needing an allowance. I grumbled at the last one. I had only needed a little money from June. Then I made my own. He was probably talking about old Motoko for the most part. You really shouldn't joke about that, June. You need a lot more time before you can chrome up anymore, I said quietly, more seriously. This time he just grumbled at me. I snorted at him, finally standing up and walking over to sit on the couch beside him. Without hesitation, I reached into the bag of snacks he was munching. So what are we watching, NEACK? I choked as I threw the food into my mouth. Instantly the taste registered and I spit it right back out. Motoko. June yelped, but I was too busy rushing to the bathroom. June was snacking on Schwab. It was ants. I had put ants in my mouth, hacking and spitting to remove as much as possible. Why? Why do they taste like ketchup? I moaned as I rushed back out to get something to drink to wash the taste out with. I like the ketchup-flavored ones. Motoko. You are cleaning this up. June yelled, pointing at the spray of spit and red-colored ketchup-flavored ants sprayed across the living room table. I'm dying. I moaned desperately, popping one of June's Cola just to wash the taste out, which didn't really help as I was just replacing it with the horrid taste of cough medicine. Die after you clean it up, he demanded, grumbling at me. Chapter 149. Hiromi Mitsunashi. So treat Motoko as if she was me, Hiromi added with a glare. To find her Motoko sitting on a bench besides Martinez of all people. Martinez, who even Hiromi could admit was good-looking and had a tendency to attract attention even from the other corpo girls. Not that any of them allowed themselves time with a boy with no future. Martinez was smart. Too smart. Martinez was also poor. Too poor. Yeah, I got it. She's the ghost. I can't believe I actually met the ghost, and she's a teenager too. Martinez still looked a little bewildered, and awed at the sudden meeting, something Hiromi could only accept. Motoko had that effect on her people. Motoko had that effect on people. Especially when she was being all cuddly and leaned in close with a smile, and she was sure that Motoko was going to press her lip-beau, she nearly squealed, shaking her head and pressing her cool fingers against her cheeks to try and cool off. Motoko was too strong. Hiromi? It's still boss, Martinez. She didn't quite snap, but reminded him. It was important to make sure underlings understood their positions in any company. Sure. Boss. He responded full of sarcasm. Martinez was a difficult underling. Some days he was completely out of sync, almost depressed, some days he was snarky, and those were the days that got him in trouble with the rest of the class. Hiromi didn't care though, because Martinez was a good salesman once she had gotten him to stop trying to sell BDs out of dark corners, and constantly looking around like the NCPD were coming to collect his stock. Fucking gonk. This was Arasaka Academy. There were no teachers or staff here that would disrupt a small business. We were the future of Arasaka NC. Of course we had to understand how businesses functioned, including success and failure. Everyone had thought he was doing something creepy while selling his BDs, so despite having pretty good stock through his old source, he had barely managed any sales. 'Cause Martinez was the dumbest smart person Hiromi had ever met. He had 0 street smarts. Which was really shocking for a kid that was so poor. Hiromi had only had to see Mrs. Martinez once, to understand though. David was fucking spoiled. If Hiromi's mother acted even half as affectionate as Gloria Martinez, Hiromi was sure she would have died in embarrassment. Remember the Eddies Martinez. Now. I have work to do. Excuse me. She added, and the mention of money jerked the boy's spine right up. Sure, Martinez was a moody kid, but well, Eddie's got him nice and compliant. It was chump change honestly. Even without Section 9's cash flow, the money for the BDs and XBDs was literally pocket change, but for Martinez? It meant he had pocket change for a change, and Hiromi was very free with employee percentages. Right now, her goal wasn't to pull every Eddie to profit, but to expand. Martinez was a part of it. Covering Arasaka Academy from the inside. Knox was another, as both supplier of the Mox collection, as well as a pseudo-partner, although she had long ago taken over the leadership position. He still griped about it, but only until the weekly profits came in. That always shut him up. Straight lane shooters acting as a third connection to her burgeoning XBD empire. The gang was still working on their income streams, but Hiromi had cut them in, letting them sell her stock for a majority of the profit in exchange for another benefit. Hustle. Hired muscle. Knox often had 2 of the bigger SLS boys guarding his ass, and it had worked extremely well. The SLS were expanding in their area, not through hostile acts, but through being a supplier of easy entertainment. Hiromi had even set up a local net site, where customers could order over the Citynet, and a SLS boy would drop off their desired BDs right to their door. Considering how many BD junkies there were in NC? Oh yeah. Every new customer was a nice bundle of eddies on the weekly. And all of the revenue streams zipped up the tree right into her hands. Heh. Hee 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 hee. She burst in laughter at how well everything was going. Hiromi had used to think corpo shit like this had been boring, but that was before she had created a company underneath her. Well, her and Motoko, and even Malcolm and Ichi. In her mind, the two boys were sub-leaders more than anything. Motoko, of course, was co-leader. Hiromi might be proud of her work building income streams, but Motoko is the one that made it all happen. That and the real income was from Section 9 duty, and Motoko was undoubtedly in charge there. Ah. The sight of Motoko being all serious, and deadly serious, and utterly lethal. Hiromi cooled her cheeks once again. Hiromi had once been interested in Jun a little. Enough at least to use him to tease Motoko. Enjoying how the girl had always become outraged that Hiromi flirted with her older brother. Well, before the coma anyways. Afterwards, she hadn't cared at all that Hiromi tried to flirt with Jun. But Hiromi hadn't needed to feign interest in the dangerous gangster boy. Not when Motoko had turned herself into such a deadly woman. Hiromi still checked every Motoko BD, and was still thrilled every time at the casual lethal grace Motoko now moved with. You wouldn't notice it at first, or at least she hadn't, but feeling every muscle shift and move as Motoko scaled a wall, or battered scavs to death was an intimate experience. Miss Tanashi. A voice interrupted her daydream and she scowled. Oh, it's you, Tanaka. She confirmed. The boy wasn't someone Hiromi usually would have needed to interact with. Being a year ahead of her, same as Martinez, but she had to for her employee. That was how Hiromi had first interacted with Katsuo Tanaka. She almost wished she hadn't had to. You've done an acceptable job handling Martinez. He hasn't caused nearly as many issues since you took him under your wing. My congratulations. The boy offered snootily, that ugly smirk on his face only making Hiromi want to punch him. What do you want, Tanaka? She demanded, not at all interested in dealing with this. Idly she reached up and adjusted her tie. The Arasaka Academy uniform wasn't the most comfortable thing. She almost envied Martinez and his casual disdain for dress code. Simply to request a meeting. Tonight? Dinner, my treat of course. Dark matter? My father has an open pass of course. I figured we can discuss business. Hiromi was flabbergasted, caught completely flat-footed. What? She asked and then instantly shook her head. Stupid question. What are you talking about, Tanaka? We don't have any business together. Not so. Not so. Father mentioned how impressed he was with your handling of the downed AV cargo. The fact you were already leading a mercenary strike team? When he heard that, it was one of my peers. Well, father wanted us to have a closer relationship. You mean, your father realized how much of a disappointment you are for not being on my level? Was what Hiromi really wanted to say. To watch Tanaka crumble into the petulant child he really was. The funny thing was, despite all the problems he gave David, Katsuo was one of the least respected members of the academy. He just couldn't do anything without his father holding his hand. Listen. Tanaka. I'm busy with work, and I don't have any interest in cutting you in, or joining up with you. You just don't bring any value in my eyes for a merger. Hiromi said, eyes looking down on the taller boy with every ounce of apathy she could bring. Tanaka took it as well as he did any critique. You wanna be street rat bitch? You think I actually want to be around you? You stink like Martinez. My father was wrong. You have no value, and I'll make sure you remember that. Sure, Tanaka. We done? Yes. We are. She decided to not even give him the power to argue the point. She walked away. She was surrounded by kids playing at being corpos. The thought made her scoff as she was practically one of them. No way could Hiromi have done this without Motoko handling the difficult bits. But having valued personnel was a skill all on its own, something she had learned that had changed her world. She might never rise as high as Tanaka in the company, because he would be pulled up by his father, but that was fine. Because Tanaka would never be more than just a company boy. Hiromi? Hiromi would have her own assets, her own company, and her own projects. She would stay with Arasaka, but she wouldn't be just another drone like Tanaka. We were hanging out on the couch together watching some TV, but it wasn't a relaxing experience. Jun was purposefully ruffling the bag of ants. They were ants. Ants are ants. Not food. He was doing it just to watch me jerk away from them. I didn't even want to look at the damned things. They had been in my mouth. I now knew the texture of ants. Heh. June chuckled as he grabbed a handful and tossed them into his mouth. He was doing it on purpose. I hate you. Heh. I considered punching him, but June still had a nuclear weapon in his lap. What if? What if he chucked them at me or something? I could get them in my hair. I don't think I could mentally handle that. So I just casually moved away from him, yep, super casual. Not squirming and flinching at all. Nope. I'm gonna go do something. In my room. I decided that a tactical retreat was in order, and June just kept smirking at me as I flipped over the back of the couch, sliding into a tumble to let me land on my feet at my door. Yep. Just going to avoid that whole thing. Inside my room, the Tachikoma piece was nearly finished, but I didn't want to sit there and just look at it, so I grabbed my guitar and hooked it into my amp. To get back at June just a little, I belted into the opening strings to chip pin in. Singing it at the top of my lungs, just utterly belting it out made me feel better and probably annoyed June, so there you go. Then on my third repeat of the song, my 3D printer finally finished, and I hurried over, quickly pulling out the piece of casing and putting in the feeder material for the next section, loading it up and then starting it up again. Then, because I wanted to be a little shit, I walked back to where I was, grabbed my guitar and started the song back exactly where I had left off. That finally got me a reaction. Motoko! Cut it out! June yelled from the living room, loud enough I could actually hear it over the song. That finally earned him some relief as I stopped playing and toned down the volume before jumping back into it, at a much more reasonable level. I was trolling June, not trying to be an asshole. But then as I was starting up, there was a knock on the door. None of my chums were supposed to be coming over. I put the guitar down and grabbed my Lexington from the holster and met June, who just rolled his eyes as he saw me come out of my room armed as he walked to the door. At least grab the door gun, June. The tactician was for this exact thing, but he ignored it and opened the door. Hey. June offered, looking surprised, and I concealed my Lexington in the back of my pants as I wandered over to see. Hey neighbor. I was Oh. She remarked upon seeing me. It was Rockerboy neighbor. She was standing at the door, hand idly twirling a bit of her tech hair that was flashing slowly to her heartbeat. Flirting. Red alert. I glared as I hurried over, grabbing June's arm and narrowing my eyes a bit at her. Can we help you? I asked, making my point clear. She just looked a little awkward for a second before seeming to cool down and then flashed a smile. Hey, I just heard you playing and stuff. Samurai? That's Nova, old school, but Nova, we should jam sometime. She started speaking, and the moment I realized what she was going for, I instantly started laughing. Practically busting a gut because she hadn't been looking at me while saying that. Worse? June looked like someone had fed him something sour. The look of confusion on the girls was great, and I just laughed and laughed in delight at the natural one she just rolled. I don't play guitar. June offered after a moment, saving the girl a bit of confusion. Motoko is Nova though. She can play anything. I could see the flush go up the girl's pale cheeks at June's statement, and even worse, her cool confidence was a bit broken. She had definitely come here for a chance to flirt with June about music. Motoko, it's rude to laugh at people. June pointed out to me, because I was absolutely busting a gut. I brought myself under control, as much as I wanted to just point at June and tell him the look on his face was forever my favorite thing. But instead I calmed down to just softer chuckles. Sorry. Yeah, June. I said, getting myself under control. I looked at the girl, who looked a little lost and felt a bit bad. She had been rude on our first meeting, but I could be the better person. Besides, that look of disgust on June's face was never going to be forgotten. Mostly because I took a picture. That was you? She finally asked, and I nodded. Yet June hates samurai, so I was messing with him by playing it. Wanna jam together? I asked, surprising the girl with my sudden offer. Oh? That would be nice. Motoko's never played with anyone else before. June said, dropping one of his stupid big hands over the top of my head. It took only half a second for the girl to realize that June was a good big brother, and that would be her way in. Preem. Sure, I have some time to jam a bit. Let me get my guitar. She said, walking away quickly, and I was pretty sure she needed a moment to reset her plan. She had definitely come for June. I had no doubt she was going to want to play in front of June. I rolled my eyes, silly rocker boys. Heading back to my room, I grabbed my amp and equipment and hauled it out to the living room. No way was I letting some random rocker boy gonk in my room. A minute later, there was another knock at the door, and June answered it as I was setting up my stuff. Rocker boy neighbor was there with a flirty smile for June. Huh. That's not the Orphean you had at your gig. I mentioned, cutting in a bit. She was carrying an old beat-up Washburn guitar. She looked to me, and shook her head. Course not. That's not a guitar you use while playing around. Gotcha. Well, come on in, feel free to plug into the amp. June, come sit. Yeah. He muttered, laughing as he walked over and flopped onto the couch, although since it was a big circle he had to sit sideways to see. Rocker boy neighbor instantly hurried over and plugged in, and the moment she did, I could see she was actually plugged into the guitar as well. Her hair instantly shifted, and as she strummed a few chords to check the sound, her hair shifted with her. That was kinda nova. Should I get tech hair like that? Lucy had something like that too, and I always thought it was cool. I shook it off as she strummed a few chords, and from the sound I knew she was all set. So I instantly started into the intro to her own song. The one Violent Hemorrhage had opened their gig with, although I didn't know the name of it. The look on her face as she jerked up at the sound as I played it perfectly made me smirk. I had to repeat the refrain twice, before she shook herself loose and finally joined in. Then we just jammed. I played the songs Violent Hemorrhage had played the night of their gig. Playing along from memory, and every time I kept up, rocker boy neighbor looked more and more surprised. June looked sort of meh about the song choices, but I could tell that she didn't really notice that. Only that his attention was on her, and she strutted under my brother's eyes. We took a break after a few songs, and June was a good boy bringing both of us drinks. Thanks, June. I said as I drank my soda, while rocker boy neighbor flirted, leaning in a bit as she took the drink. Yeah. Thanks. She offered, and I think even June wasn't dense enough not to notice that level of flirtation. Sure, anytime. He offered back, and that only made the girl smirk even more wicked. So what's? Okay, seriously, how do you know every song my band plays? You a super fan or something? No? I saw you play a gig once. The songs were alright, not really my thing. I admitted with a shrug. I tend to like older rock more. Or more electronic stuff. I guess. She trailed off, glancing at June, probably wondering how to call me a liar or something. It was pretty crazy. Motoko is a genius. June said with a smile, reaching out and ruffling my hair. The girl looked like she wanted to argue. Which? Yeah, I could feel that. I mean, I had just perfectly played her own songs, having only heard them once. Well, I had heard them a few times vaguely, I supposed. She did practice in her apartment, but that was rarely clear enough to do more than vaguely recall the song she was playing. But that brought me up to another issue. So what's your name anyways? I asked, and the girl nearly spewed her drink out as she was taking a drink as I asked. What, you don't know? You never introduced yourself, and I only know you from the one time I heard you play. Yeah, but, she shook her head. Alice. Fujimura Alice. My eyes narrowed, but June made an noise as if it just dawned on him. Fujimura-sama's niece. I remember now. He mentioned you lived on this floor too. Yeah. Aji-san let me stay here while I get my band together. Since it's closer to all the clubs, she offered with a shrug. My narrow-eyed look eventually relented and I shrugged. The fact she was related to that jerk-face Fujimura didn't matter much. She was more like me than anything. TC connections, but not actually a member. Couldn't really get annoyed with it, considering that was very similar to me and June. Alice then, Nova. I'm Motoko, since I didn't actually say that, but you already heard June call me that. Yeah. The Kusanagi siblings. I remember Aji-san told me about you when you first moved in. Said the Oni was a good underling, but his sister was difficult. That sounds about right. I agreed without hesitation. Earning an actual amused look from the girl. So know anything besides your own songs? I know a couple songs. She offered and started up something I had never heard before. Thankfully, with perfect musical memory, I caught on, and on the second playthrough, I was matching her tempo. To my surprise, she seemed actually pretty happy to jam out with me. Chapter 150. After a few songs, Alice called for a break, and then casually flopped onto the couch next to June. Flirting. I rolled my eyes, but she had been surprisingly nice this time, so I decided to give her a bit of space. I wasn't exactly thrilled that Fujimura's niece was into June, but I would just rely on my brother's denseness to romance. Instead, I headed into my room. The Tachikoma part was completed, so I prepped the next piece, messing with the printer making sure it was good to go, and started it up. Considering I was giving Alice some space with June, I decided to be semi-productive and look at my stat sheet. Level 17. Body 8, 16, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 8. Athletics 7. Street Brawler 8. Annihilation 5. Reflex 8. Blade 7. Handgun 7. Assault 8. Driving 7. Intelligence 11, 14, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Breach Protocol 9. Quick Hacks 8. Programming 11. Cool 9. Ninjutsu 9. Cold Blood 8. Rocker Boy 8. Technical Ability 6, 10, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Crafting 5. Engineering 5. 1 stat point. 6 skill point. Perks. Ambidextrous Blades 2. Quick Draw Handguns 2. Gun Nut Assault 2. Parkour Athletics 2. Grappling Street Brawler 2. Drive-by Driving 2. Cat-like Athletics 5. Cool Nerves Cold Blood 2. Danger Sense Ninjutsu 2. Wall Breaking Breach Protocol 2. Cyber Security Quick Hack 2. Recoil Reduction. Annihilation 2. Cyber Ninja Ninjutsu 5. Fearless Chill. Cold Blood 5. Improvised Weapons Street Brawler 5. Parry Blades 5. Robotics Wizard Crafting 2. Drifting Driving 5. Rapid Reload Handguns 5. Design Wizard Engineering 2. Rifle Ace Assault 5. Ghost Touch Breach 5. Perfect Musical Memory Rocker Boy 2. Debug Programming 2. Siren Song Rocker Boy 5. Hacking Wizard Quick Hacks 5. Inspired Programmer Programming 5. AI Whisperer Programming 10. Slam Fire Annihilation 5. Enduring Builds Crafting 5. That was where I currently was. I looked through my stat block to try and figure out what I wanted to grind next. Weapons popped to mind. I was a bit behind on gun skills still. But I wasn't sure I wanted to go to the range again. Actually, I did have Annihilation. I could grab a shotgun, or a machine gun. Actually no machine guns. Shotguns were good though. Also, engineering and crafting still stood out. Okay. Grenade time. I gathered some parts one had. I would stop at a shop and head to the Straight Lane Apartments to make some grenades since June still refused to let me make them in the apartment. I was low on grenades after that one kid stole them from my quadra. I walked out to see June looking pretty uncomfortable. As Alice flirted with him, her hair was throbbing pretty quickly to the beat of her heart. Oh. June was in trouble. Be strong, June NII. It's only a rock star going for your innocence. I'm sure no rock star has ever defiled an innocent maiden before. Heh. I snickered as I walked through the apartment. I'm heading out. Gonna go build some grenades. You want any? What, you're leaving? Are you sir? Wait. What was that about grenades? June called trying to rise up, but I was already out the door. I guess that means he doesn't want any. Slipping into the garage from the elevator, I walked over to my quadra and slipped in. uncaring about the TC toughs that still hung out down here. I guess it was safe? Being down here kept the kids from being targeted by other gangs, I guess. I roared out of the garage, enjoying the way the quadra got a little air at the exit every time. I hooped as I slid into the street and then slowed down to the speed limit and drove to the gun store. Buying a metric ton of supplies, I carried the heavy box out of the shop and into the passenger seat of the quadra before heading to the straight lane apartments. Time to get to work. Tinkering with grenades was a surprisingly soothing experience. Future tech meant they were actually pretty safe, like handling C4. You pretty much knew exactly what it would take to cause an explosion, and as long as you didn't do that one thing, you were good. I made a dozen of them using old parts, before I ran into the problem of lack of supplies for the casings. Sure, I had all the internals, and the triggers, but I had run out of the casings to hold everything. I frowned. Normally, I would head back to the apartment to run the 3D printer, but that was already in use. Did I want to buy a new one? I was making a lot more stuff. I could probably get a way higher quality printer as well. I considered it as I spun around in the chair and took in the sight of the net-running basement. I shrugged. It wasn't like I could get any more work done here without either going out and buying casings wholesale or making them myself. I packed up the grenades, noted that I had earned a crafting and tech alert from the dozen completed grenades, and grabbed the box of completed explosives to take with me. My quadra was running low on Big Boom after all. Heading up, I was stopped as the elevator opened by a pair of girls that I recognized. "Ah, it's you too." "And it's you." The smaller one hissed, glaring, but the taller girl rested a hand on her shoulder to calm her. "We were waiting for you, hoping you might be willing to discuss something," she asked, and I felt my eyes narrow. Last time I had met these two, they had threatened Hiromi, and hadn't been happy to have us around. It had been a while since then though. So I guess something had changed. "I don't really have a lot of time," I lied, "but if you make it quick, I'll hear you out." "Perfect. We are having an issue with a rival gang, causing some problems. While we can certainly defend our territory, we are a bit outgunned this time and wanted to hire you. Call Hiromi then, and run the gig through her. She's my fixer." I replied and made to move, but the girl moved in. "Wait. We told Hiromi we had everything under control. If she realizes we are struggling with our end of the deal, we might lose the deal entirely. Please. It's just one group. We don't even need them flatlined or anything. They have higher-end weapons is all. They made some deal with 6th Street, so they have rifles and things. We just need them to lose the weapons. If they do, everything goes back to normal." I sighed. This was dumb. Like literally dumb. Okay, listen. Hiromi is my best chum, so let's be real, hiring me is still going to alert her. So let's cut all the shit. You guys are street kids. You aren't meant to handle something like 6th Street. Hiromi knows that. Just call her, tell her what's up. I'll send her a text right now to look into it, and that will help out." The taller girl looked nervous before sighing. "Please." "Great. Call her. If she is being a bitch, I'll talk to her, but I doubt she's gonna drop you guys like that." Hiromi had mentioned from time to time that the SLS was acting as her low-level muscle. No way Hiromi would drop them just because. Wait, did these kids think Hiromi was some super fixer like Wakako or something? Heh. I turned and walked away to hide my smirk and my desire to giggle. I was gonna tease Hiromi so bad about how everyone thought she was some elite fixer. Best model you can find on the market. The Militech marketplace also offers a wide variety of printable options for the discerning customer, the man said, patting a 3D printer with one hand. This was now the third Militech branded printer he had shown me. "That's great, but I don't need a Militech marketplace. I'm looking for something I can run on my own. Which this one won't. As I have to upload my blueprints to be able to print them." I argued for the third time. It was actually a good marketing ploy. The printer was cheaper, and pretty good quality. So by tying it into a local net marketplace, Militech got free product to sell, and a constant income. And I'm pretty sure I could jailbreak it, but I didn't want to deal with this. I just wanted it to work. The Militech marketplace is the greatest concentration of dash. Choom. I'm not interested. The man shut his mouth and then breathed out. Yeah, alright kid. You want something a bit more flexible, we got that too. Come on. His tone had completely changed from the corpo tagline he had been hawking at me. He led me over to the side of the shop that was sort of tucked away, and there I finally found what I wanted. These don't have any corp support for production, but you know that. I do. I said, checking out the varieties he had. These printers would only work if I could input the model myself without any of the libraries that some of the other printers offered. This one. I said, pointing at Advanced T-Form. I had never heard of Vance before, but just checking out the printing details, this is the one I wanted. Figured you'd grab that. The T are good, but be careful about buildup. They have a really shit cleaning system, so you'll want to do it yourself. But if you do, they are solid. He offered, hefting up the box that was pretty large, definitely some do-it-yourself building involved, but I paid and hauled it out to the Quadra to take home. I would flip the printers around. This one could keep working on the Tachikoma. I would need tighter tolerances there anyways, while the old printer could be sent over to the Netrunner lair for Grenade parts. June wasn't home when I got back, which made me wonder if Alice had actually gotten her claws into him. But I ignored it, heading into my room, taking out the Tachikoma part that was done, and unplugging and moving the old printer, to make room for the much larger new one. I started cackling as I put it together. So much power. So much building. Tachikoma. Once I had it all settled and ran a quick test part to see. It came out smooth and within my actual tolerances. Usually the printer made things a bit wonky, but not this time. It was nearly exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Satisfied, I started on another part, and the timer for completion was certainly better than before. Well, I still had my old one. I popped the second printer onto the floor and started printing out Grenade casings. Slowly working through the process as the new printer buzzed quietly, working much faster than this old one. An hour later, I swapped out the part being constructed for another build and took all the Tachikoma parts so far and started fitting them together. I had enough of the outer casing done now that I could start putting together the brain and start fitting it together. I had the parts already, especially since it wasn't like I was building an AI here. A SCSM would have about the same level of intelligence as my Tachikoma, at least to start. Then again, Brendan was a SCSM. Yet he was smart enough to make people think he was alive. It would all come down to the iterative design, and my skill as a programmer. The brain came together, just some hardware capable of running an OS. It was honestly basic, but it didn't need to be complex. I just needed the start. With the brain put together, even with the body still only half completed, I grabbed my laptop and started programming. I dumped the box of Grenade casings onto the table down in the Netrunner cave. I had a few hours before the piece of Tachikoma was done, so I had some time to grind more crafting points. I had made a lot of casings, enough that I wouldn't need more for a long time. But really it was just a grinding method. I probably wouldn't even keep all the grenades live. My hands grabbed the basic tools I need and I went to work. Explosive fitted into the casing, electronic trigger connected to the mechanical one, and then a final twist of a screwdriver sealing it all together. I gave it a little scan with my Karoshi, confirming it was live, and then put it to the side. Then moved on to the next one. And the next. All the while XP came in small bursts. 100 technical ability XP gained. 100 crafting XP gained. 100 crafting XP gained. Crafting skill level up. Crafting 6? Nice. I had stilled as the alert came in, slowly putting down the grenade I had been working on. I had dozens of the things now. Each one lined up to the side ready to be used. I stretched, raising my arms high above my head, and groaned as I felt my muscles and my back stretch. That had been a good grinding session. Now what was I going to do with all of these grenades? The idea struck me, and I laughed, instantly pulling up my agent to make a call. Ringing, I hummed a bit as the call went through, already gathering up the grenades into a box for transport. Ringing. Asterisk hello? Motoko, asterisk. Asterisk itchy. Glad you picked up. You doing anything right now, asterisk? Nothing I can't put down, what's up? Asterisk I have a ton of grenades, and I figured having some stored in your truck would be a good idea. Just in case you need something with a bit more boom than the HMG asterisk. Asterisk grenades? Motoko, I don't think I'm comfortable with that asterisk. Asterisk what? Why? They're just grenades itchy asterisk. Asterisk I've never handled grenades before Motoko. I don't exactly want to blow my hand off or something asterisk. I looked at my box of grenades, ones I had just been planning on storing and using sparingly. Then I started grabbing all of them and throwing them into the box. Asterisk itchy meet me at the Straight Lane Apartments. I'm calling Hiromi and Malcolm as well. We are running a grenade course asterisk. Asterisk fuck. Can I opt out, asterisk? Asterisk nope. This is an important skill. Plus it gives me an excuse to actually have so many grenades. So June can't yell at me anymore asterisk. Asterisk where did you even get all these grenades from? Did you do a gig without telling us, asterisk? Asterisk what? No. I just made them asterisk. Asterisk you. Made them? Motoko dash asterisk. Asterisk yep. It's easy. Like super easy. Don't worry, they are safe. Hell, they are safer than the ones you can buy bulk from gun stores and stuff. Don't worry. I made the whole thing myself, asterisk. Oh god, he whispered quietly, but this was happening itchy. Your boss at Section 9 demanded it. Asterisk okay. Hurry up. I'm calling everyone in asterisk. I don't like this idea. Hiromi muttered, but I ignored her whining as well. Only Malcolm had been all for the idea of practicing with grenades. But I had gotten them all here now, so it was too late. Welcome to the Section 9 grenade testing range. I called out waving behind me at the bare desert. This is just the Badlands. Section 9 grenade testing range. I repeated, ignoring Itchy's remarks. Yeah. Malcolm called out, the only one of my chums that was actually here to have fun. I kicked the box I was standing over, knocking off the lid, and all of my chums, even Malcolm, jerked back. Scaredy cats. Just because it was a crate of grenades. Alright. So everyone come up and grab a grenade, just don't twist the top and we won't have any issues. If you do accidentally twist it, just throw it far away, but let's not do that. First off, get a feel for the heft of the grenades. They aren't that heavy. Malcolm instantly walked up to grab a grenade, while Hiromi and Malcolm both stayed far back. Come on. Both of you. They aren't going to hurt you unless you don't know what you're doing, and that's why we are here. As a fixer, I don't think grenade usage falls under my job description. Hiromi tried to argue. I just drive. I don't do combat much. So I don't think I need to know this. Itchy added a moment later. Don't be silly. Hiromi. Combat skills are very important even to a fixer. What are you going to do against some corporate hatchetman squad coming to kill you if you don't know how to toss high explosives at the bad guys until they are just chunky burrito mix? I said while pointing at Hiromi, then I switched to Itchy, making him flinch. And you? Throwing grenades out of your car's window at gunks chasing you is a very useful skill. You both are learning this. I demanded, stomping my foot, causing the crate to shift, and Itchy and Hiromi both flinched back. Well, this is pretty nova, Motoko. You made this? Malcolm asked, looking over the grenade he had picked up. Yep. The cap on the top is a timer. The more you twist it, the shorter the fuse, while the large pin is the safety. As long as you are holding that, no explosion. The timer can't go under 1.5 seconds. So you should be able to throw it far enough to be safe as well. At the max, it has a 10-second timer. Why so long? Traps? Pop 2 or 3, set the timer, and run. 10 seconds is a long time, more than enough for most gonks to think wherever you were is safe to run to now. Malcolm nodded, taking in my wisdom. Hiromi and Ichi were still too far away. Get over here and grab a grenade or I'm throwing them at you. I called out, and that finally got my chums moving. Hiromi first, with Ichi following behind as both of them walked up to the crate and gently pulled a grenade out. Okay, so like I said, get a feel for it. First thing we are doing is some test throws. Without popping the timer, we are going to see how far you can throw it. Preem. Malcolm said, walking over to where I was on a little hill, and then chucked it over to the other side. Malcolm had a good arm. Nice distance. You'll be able to really freak people out with surprise grenades. I said while throwing him a thumbs up. Malcolm smiled happily at my words. Hiromi and Ichi's turn. They both tossed the grenade and I winced as Hiromi's didn't quite go right, instead throwing almost too far up, as it landed on the hill and then rolled back towards her. It's okay. I called out, walking over and grabbed the rolling grenade. I checked just to be safe, but the primer wasn't started. We'll work on your throw first. I mentioned without saying that Hiromi would have blown herself up with that throw. Chapter 151. The explosion of the grenade going off sent dust and debris flying everywhere, but we were all safe. Woo. Yeah. Nova. Malcolm called out as he bounced on his feet. He had already thrown a half-dozen grenades, but still cheered every time. The others had even started to get into it too. Hiromi actually had a really good throw once she got a little practice. Turned out her chrome hands had been to blame as it messed with her throw. Something she hadn't even known until now. Ichi had finally gotten comfortable, and the two boys were seeing who could throw the farthest. It was nice that everything was coming together. Motoko. We got company. Ichi called out, and I looked over and frowned. We were pretty far out in the middle of nowhere. Specifically because we were throwing grenades around. We had even driven off the main highway into the desert to do our training. And now a few cars spewing dust up behind them were driving towards us. Ichi. Get in your van and hide out. Malcolm. You have your weapons? Yeah. Load up. Hiromi, get in the quadra. I ordered as I hurried to the quadra's trunk. I wasn't exactly armored up at the moment, but I grabbed my copperhead and a spare magazine in one hand, and my own Shingen in the other, which I quickly passed over to Hiromi. She nodded, holstering her own pistol and grabbing the smart SMG as she hunkered down in the armored vehicle. I noticed with a bit of amusement she was still gripping a grenade in her offhand. Then I turned to the approaching cars, which as they approached I noticed were in fact wraith markings covering them. Well, this just got more interesting, and a lot more dangerous. I walked a bit away from the quadra and let myself go casual. Hiromi was hidden in the quadra. Ichi had his HMGs ready to go, and Malcolm? Malcolm was being smart. He was hiding. I was actually really impressed for a moment, as he had hunkered down under the truck. Using brush to break up his outline. Shingen poking out and just waiting. The two wraith vehicles pulled up in a sliding skid, sending dirt and gravel flying, and then a moment later out stepped 4 gonks. 2 from each vehicle. I quickly scanned all 4 as the dust cleared. Each of them was armed, and swaggered out, only hesitating a tiny amount when they saw my copperhead. One of them nudged the other and pointed me out, pointing out that I was armed. Drop the gun, kid. The apparent leader called out, waving around an Ajax. Something I noticed he had experience handling. Like most of the wraiths, these guys were a small step above the normal Night City gangs. Better weapons, usually some military training. So I dropped the copperhead. I didn't need it, and it would make them let down their guard a bit. Satisfied? Now what do you want? Yeah, I am. You're out here using up our turf, fucking around on wraith territory. I know you Night City kids don't think much of us nomads, but out here? Well, this isn't Night City. This is our home, and now you owe us a nice juicy tax. The man said, but to my surprise he wasn't talking about Eddie's preem ride. Where'd you get her? My eyes narrowed and my hackles rose up. Because he was looking squarely at my quadra. It's a bit of a long story, and if I tell you, I'll have to kill you. I answered back, sounding like I was joking. I wasn't joking. Huh. Nice one, kid, but those are nomad wheels, and you don't look like any nomad I know of. You clan? No. Night City brat through and through. I admitted with a laugh. Even more interesting, but I think that'll do. Just hand over the wheels, and you lot can go home and tell everyone about the big scary wraiths. It'll be a fun story to tell your chums. He demanded, his focus on me shifting as he looked away. His 3 other buddies were split, looking at me, or at Itchy in the cab of the truck who had been faux hiding, making enough noise and moving around that they knew he was there. I wonder if Malcolm had asked him to do that, since everyone was in position and these gonks thought they had won. It was time to act. The leader had his back turned, and none of them had visible speedwear. So I quick drew the barrier and punched a hole through the leader. 750 XP gained. I must have hit something serious, because I got the XP alert instantly. Fuck dash, I was already moving, leaping up and over the quadra, drawing the idiot's attention to me, and away from the truck. The truck that, even as I started taking some fire, suddenly opened up. The idiots didn't even hear it, too focused on me, and then the noise of their rifles was drowned out. The roar of the HMGs firing in unison echoed out. Despite the fact they weren't super accurate, rate of fire had a charm of its own. The 3 gonks, despite moving a bit into cover to surround the quadra, were soon mulched without me even needing to do more than take cover. Malcolm was firing as well, so even as they tried to slip into new cover, the smart rounds pelted down onto them. Then everything went quiet. Kill check. I called out as I stepped out from around the quadra to quickly look over the 4 bodies. I popped bullets into the 3 extras just to be sure, but they were dead. Everyone all right? I called out, and Malcolm and Itchy both confirmed they were okay. Malcolm took a moment longer to slide out from under the truck, but as I walked over to the quadra, Hiromi still hadn't spoken up. I hurried to the car and popped it open only to relax. Hiromi was shaking a bit and looking. She wiped at her eyes, but she was okay. I leaned in and pulled her into a hug. It's okay. I'm just glad you're okay. Everything's fine. It's stupid. They weren't even shooting at me. She whispered back and I just hugged her tighter. For a while, until she eventually calmed down and nodded quietly, pushing me away and stepping out. You okay? Itchy asked Hiromi gently, and she nodded. I'll be fine. Ugh. Look at this mess. She said instead, staring at the corpses. Well. I mean, I trailed off looking at the wraith vehicles. Considering how many of them we had already sold off, these probably wouldn't net us much. Who wants to throw grenades at the cars until they explode? Oh. Me. Malcolm called out, jumping up and down like a little kid, and even Itchy snuffed out a laugh before raising his own hand. Oh fine. Hiromi added herself, stomping over to grab some grenades. Okay, first let's check them for loot, then let's turn this into good practice. Try to aim into the cabin. I called out as my chums all grabbed high explosives. This was such a good day. I flopped onto the couch beside June when I got home that evening. We had used up all the grenades I had crafted, turning the wraith vehicles into hunks of scrap. Fuck the wraiths. Welcome home. You've been out in the Badlands? June asked. I looked up and he was looking me over. Huh. Did he scan me? Gonk. You don't have to scan me, you can just ask where I've been. I didn't. I just noticed all the dust on you. He answered back, trying to sound cool, but I was barely dusty anymore. So I just kept staring at him until he got awkward. Okay, I did a small scan. Gunk. But yeah, Section 9 didn't know how to use grenades, so I made a whole bunch of them, and we went out into the desert and blew shit up. It was kinda nova. You could have invited me. June, I love you, but inviting my brother along with my chums is weird. Then, because I really didn't care about being weird. Well, mostly. Sometimes. I shook my head. You can come next time. June smiled at my offer and reached over, dropping a hand into my hair. Next time then. What are your plans for the rest of the night? he asked, and in return I smiled and adjusted myself so I was laying sideways on the couch. Well, first, I'm going to veg out on the couch with my gonk brother and watch his crappy TV shows. Then I'll probably do some more work on my drone. Heh. Well, this gonk brother knows there is going to be a new show starting tonight. Yeah? Yeah, it's about a drug dealer in Dash. Bleg. I answered instantly. That sounds like total scop. I don't want to watch that. I grumbled, but June was by now well used to ignoring my complaints about any and all TV shows in the future. He just continued to ramble on about what he had heard about this new show. I ended up watching the first episode. I wanted to kill the director. The Tachikoma chassis was done. I had finished every piece, and put it all together, even uploaded the very basic program into its little brain. The moment it was finished, I got a burst of alerts. Programming. Engineering. Technical ability. The system liked when I finished a big project. Then I set the tiny drone onto its 4 limbs and flipped it on. It ran through its check process. Its eye rolling around as it checked the rotation. Limbs one at a time, stretching and moving, gathering range of motion data. Then it was off. Taking a wavering slow step forward, then another leg moved, and another, and soon, despite how unsteady it was, the program I had created was learning, and it walked, and walked. And touched the wall. Then it just kept trying to walk forward. I waited a minute, hopeful the program would figure out something was in the way. But no. Okay. That needs to be fixed. I reached down and picked it up, and despite being lifted, it still just tried to walk forward. I grabbed my personal link and plugged it in. Yep, it had gotten stuck on the basic walking program I had made. It hadn't actually switched over to the learning process. Oh. It wasn't a programming fault. It was hardware. Fucker sold me an off-brand CPU. I grumbled. It literally wasn't strong enough to run both sides of the program, which meant I needed to buy a new one, and/or get creative. I sighed as I grabbed a personal link cord and my laptop. Time to offload some of that thinking little Tachikoma. While I watched the Tachikoma slowly walk in circles, hampered by a length of cord, I at least was happy enough. It was definitely learning now. The laptop was basically running the learning part of the program, and the chassis was running the actual movement. It was a bit of a gonk setup, but at least it was improving. Slowly becoming more and more capable of taking the steps with Shorty. The learning program was just something I had nabbed out of a SCSM. Basically the same thing that would have likely evolved into the program Brendan used to learn about people. Well, with a few years of advancement. It wasn't anywhere near an actual AI, of course. We were talking low-level iterative learning. Half the time I had to plug into the laptop and make the adjustment manually before the Tachikoma would actually learn it. But that's okay. It wasn't about what it could do now. It was just the first step. Tachikoma V0.000001. Okay, while you keep figuring out walking, I'm going to go make more grenades. I reached down and patted the Tachikoma on its head. Ganbat Tachikoma-chan. Satisfied I had cheered on my little bot, I headed out. I would need to stop at the store for more parts though. Thankfully the new printer was hammering out the grenade casings I would need. The sun came up long before I took another break. The Netrunner lair was now stocked up on a good amount of grenades. I pushed the second box full of them under the table and out of the way. But I was all smiles despite the long session. 100 technical ability XP gained. Technical ability leveled up. That was Tech 7. And since it had upgraded, I was finding myself excited to do even more builds. Mostly because despite getting one crafting alert after leveling, the grenade grind was nearing its limits. I needed to make something new. Well, my first idea was to go sideways more than anything. Right now all I was doing was making frag grenades, but grenades in Night City were crazy. Laser grenades. Poison grenades. All sorts of different stuff. And EMP grenades could be super useful against Borgs. Unfortunately, I didn't actually have the blueprints for them, and I wasn't going to try and make explosives, especially an EMP in my Netrunner cave. So that meant it was time to go on the net. I stretched and wandered over to my net chair. I needed some data, so of course I was going to steal it. Plugging in, I shivered a bit as the coolant started flowing through my leotard, but then I paused. I should be smart about this. Yeah. Smart. I could do that. Ringing. Ringing. Motoko? Hey Malcolm, you doing anything right now? No? Asterisk preem. Hiromi is at school, so I had to call someone. Want to help me with some net running? I can't promise it'll be exciting, but I'm going to steal some weapon blueprints, so I dash. Stop talking. You had me at stealing. Your net running lair? Asterisk. Asterisk, yeah. I'm already here, asterisk. Alright, on my way. Okay, so what do I do? Malcolm asked as he arrived, and I just pointed him at the laptop station that my chums had used to monitor the videos while we hunted people down. Really simple. Mostly just take data that I sent to the server. Make sure it has what we need, and if I start flatlining, save my butt. Right. Sure, how do I do that? Well, mostly unplug me and call for Vic. Preem. That I can do. Alright, I'm diving. Thanks Malcolm, I know this might be kinda boring, but I appreciate having someone to watch my back. Hey, that's what Section 9 is all about. He said, and I flashed him a massive smile. They were calling themselves Section 9 now. Eee. I quickly flopped back, shivered as the coolant once more started up, and then blinked. I was no longer in the basement. No, I was in my private lobby. A classy Tron-like meeting room. I love this place. It's kinda cool, I guess, Malcolm replied, and I laughed, having not expected him to hear me. You going to watch over my shoulder? Asterisk, I figure I might as well. That okay? Asterisk. Sure, enjoy the sights of the net. Asterisk, it doesn't look all that. Whoa, asterisk. I had opened the wall of my lobby, revealing the actual net space. The digital city of moving lights and data streams, and Malcolm was basically seeing what I was seeing. If not in great quality, I'll probably not keep the camera going once things get started, Malcolm. I'll need the bandwidth. Asterisk, oh sure. Don't let me hold you back, asterisk. Nah, chum. You are definitely pushing me forward. Alright, let's go. I jumped, disappearing into a search engine as I went looking for what I needed. Thankfully, it wasn't exactly like I was trying to steal military secrets. So I slipped into the search engine and found exactly what I wanted. A weapon store that sold the grenades that I wanted. It was a gun-o-rama. I came up to their website and entered. The digital interface skizzed out and I rolled my eyes at the terrible web maintenance as I walked into basically a white room with a menu screen. Whoever ran this place definitely didn't have a netrunner on tap. I bypassed the shitty website and walked right behind it to the sealed door. 10 seconds of breaching, and the door opened, and I was into their system. The back end of the shop made me still instantly. It was an actual net space. I was wrong. This place did have a netrunner on retainer, they just didn't actually jazz up the front end. There were defenses all over, demons awake and active. The room reminded me of some level out of Doom. Gray concrete stone, and a single door to continue on the other end of the room. Worse? Most of the demons were off-the-shelf defenses, but not all of them. I looked across and grimaced at the two turrets that were already unfolding from their defenses. Some kind of protected demon? They didn't have my stealth demons attached to them. They had seen me. I'd have to examine those to figure out how they had bypassed my own hack after this. I instantly raised a barrier as the system came to life. The two turrets alerting the horde to my presence. A few random bits of code slammed into the barrier and slowed to a crawl. The attacks from the blinded demons weren't entirely focused. Shooting in my general area thankfully, but that would go away once they got a lock. I would have to act fast. Hellfire was activated and I lashed it out, focusing on the most dangerous demons. A set of guards that looked like men in trench coats. Their guns raised and lashing out with purple beams of coded death. The fire hit the first one, and instantly it started melting, its code turning into spaghetti. 250 XP gained. Of course my own assault had broken the stealth effect of my demons. The facehuggers basically stopped working as I attacked. Something else I should probably have learned before this. But my own lack of netrunning experience was biting me. All the demons focused on me, and the wriggling blinding demons all turned into particles. Their ability to hamper my enemies gone. Dropping connection for a minute, Malcolm, I called as I cut his video monitor. I needed all the bandwidth I could get. Instantly I got a small boost in speed, and used it. I activated my ICE shield to create a wall of scrap data that the demons were forced to chew through, giving me some protection from the purple beams of death, small imp demons throwing digital fireballs, and the 2 automated turrets. I've never seen turret demons like that before, but I realized just how dangerous they were when they started firing. They shot the same weapons as the guard demons, but in rapid fire. I did a quick scan, and realized the hack they were sending out was a really nasty short circuit, trying to fry me right out of their system. I threw up more ICE shield and moved, hiding behind the wall of ice that was quickly disintegrating despite my new additions, and fired another, Hellfire, at the guards. 250 XP gained. Then another, turning the main guards into puddles of dead code. But this system seriously had a lot of defense demons. Whoever set this up was a fucking maniac about their private information. Imp fireballs started getting closer and closer, but the turrets were the biggest threat. I threw up another barrier and winced, hearing the warning from my system about my body heating up as I was burning through programs, but I didn't have any other choice, unless I wanted to just run away. Hellfire was activated again, and this time I was able to aim towards one of the turrets, watching it melt down. 250 XP gained. With only one more turret, despite the imps moving in, I had more breathing room, and was able to rebuild my defenses for a few moments, throwing out more ICE walls and barriers to fortify up, despite the turret still chewing through with its constant attacks. Wincing at the way even through cyberspace I could feel my body heating up. Once I was more secure, I took a bit of time to try and cool off, before sending out another Hellfire was activated again and again, as soon as I could without frying myself, as I burned first the turret, and then through the horde of imps. 250 XP gained. 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 Finally the room was quiet, and I took a deep breath, despite being a digital avatar at the moment. That was a lot. Chapter 152. I reconnected my audio and visual link with Malcolm once I was sure it was over. Malcolm, you there? Motoko. You okay? I'm fine, Malcolm, just some unexpected defenses. I guess I should have known a gun shop wouldn't ignore their net defenses as well. I'm moving in now. Then I did just that, first stopping at the turrets to examine what was left of their code. I couldn't find anything that would give them a defense against my stealth demons. Until I looked up and noticed there was actually a defensive system around their cubby. A few minutes of examining it and it made sense. The turrets had their own barriers around them that turned off once they started attacking. It was actually brilliant, as they were protected right until they noticed someone. Sure, with this knowledge I could probably make some adjustments and double check for such a thing in the future, but to see something new like this? Fascinating. Motoko? It's nothing, Malcolm, just some cool netrunner stuff. I'm heading in now. I took a long moment to examine the door that led further inside and even sent a breach access into the door, just to make sure it wasn't trapped. After confirming it was clean, I opened the door and stepped through. It was a room. Just a server room, really. Files stored in digital file drawers that would be folders on normal computers. I accessed the room's functions after making sure there were no defenses in here, and did a search for grenade information. A few minutes later I found the file I wanted. Blueprints to create an EMP grenade that the shop sold. At least it would be better than the junk I had messed around with so long ago. Better than just a battery overloading. I looked around and did a few more quick searches, gathering up more details on other grenade types, and some data on silencers, just in case I could learn something new. Then I pulled out, making sure to cover my tracks, and running the hell away before whoever owned the shop figured out they had a digital break-in. Bleg. I groaned as I pulled free. I was mostly okay at this point, but my brain still felt hot from all the hacks I had pushed through my deck. You okay? Yeah. Just a headache. I grumbled, as I pulled out a Macstock and huffed it down. Instantly the pain faded, and I unplugged from the Netrunner chair and stretched as I wandered over to the small sink in the basement. A few seconds of washing my face, and pouring cold water over my neck, I felt much better. So that was kinda scary. Malcolm offered and I nodded. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that sort of defense. I mean, most shops I breach into don't have much security. Then again, I don't think I've tried to hack a gun shop before. It was usually food stands or hotels. You handled it though? Yeah. I could have just disconnected from the server as well. The system couldn't lock me in. I threw him a thumbs up. But more importantly, you got the data upload right? Yep. Right here. He ran back to the laptop and flipped it around, showing the blueprint of an EMP grenade. Looks complicated. Mostly, I just need to know how they make it. Once I know the parts they are using, I can either copy it, or make adjustments to make it cheaper. Or stronger. I answered. But really? Malcolm. Thanks. I appreciate the backup. Hey, no worries. Honestly. I'm glad I was here to help, especially if you are in the net doing stuff that crazy. Yeah, the net is certainly a world of its own. I treated Malcolm to lunch, and he ended up actually following me around to all the shops I had to hit to gather the parts for all the different grenades I was going to make. Slamming all the bags onto the workbench in the basement, Malcolm was carrying bags as well, helping me save a trip all the way to the car park. He grunted as he dropped the bags, sighing and rubbing his arms. You really need all this? Not really, but I want to make a few laser grenades because that's just cool. I answered, and Malcolm did sort of shrug and nod together at that. True. And those things are kinda complicated. EMP stuff is pretty cheap, and that's what I have here. Preem. So are you going to make them now? Yeah, I can do that. Want to watch? Yeah. He offered, and I smiled as I ran over to the CAD program. First, I needed to make my own design, since I wasn't using the weapon shop's exact design for the grenades. I pulled up the design of my frag grenade that I used to print the casings in the printer, and started making adjustments. 100 engineering XP gained. I smiled at that as I almost instantly got the alert and slammed through it. The changes were only minor really, a few additional holes cut into the casing to fit the battery that would be the source of the EMP. Finished with the file, I uploaded it and sent it to the printer, then grabbing an old casing, I plopped it into the 3D printer and in 10 minutes cut out the sections I would need. Here Malcolm, something you can do to help. See all these casings? When one is finished, just put it into the machine to keep making more. I'm aiming for at least a dozen of these. The boy looked over the printer and nodded instantly. That I can do. With that I set to work. Malcolm was a big help in running around to grab things for me, as I took the blueprints I had learned from the weapon shop, and made a few minor adjustments for my own style, and then slowly put together an EMP grenade. I was extremely careful when I finally placed the battery into the casing. Almost nervous as I purposefully rolled my chair to the far side of the basement as far from the server and net running stuff as I could before finally sealing it all together. 100 crafting XP gained. Done? Yeah. First one anyways. Want to go test it? Hell yes. We left the rest of the stuff there as we hurried out of the basement. I couldn't exactly throw it around in the middle of the street, and while I was confident in the range of the EMP effect only being a couple of feet, I didn't exactly want to be wrong, so we once more drove mostly out of the city until we started seeing dirt lots and open spaces. Then I just pulled into a dirt lot ignoring whoever owned it as Malcolm and I stepped out of the quadra. Okay Malcolm? Want to do the honors? Hell yeah. Just pop and throw? Just like the frags yeah. Same timer and everything. He popped the clip holding the timer locked, twisted the timer and chucked the grenade, sending it arcing away. We waited for a few seconds once it bounced and then a few seconds more. Then suddenly it burst into a visible wave of light and a spark of electricity, and I even got a second of fuzz in my karoshi, although we were far enough it didn't do anything more. Whoa. Malcolm offered, and I nodded smiling. That is Nova. I screamed into the air, arms upraised. Totally Nova. Malcolm and I high-fived, and then we hurried back to the quadra. I still think it was a good show. Malcolm offered. He had decided to hang out with me despite the fact I was just working on making more and more grenades, and the distraction was actually kind of appreciated. Except his taste in TV shows was as bad as my brother's. Watson Horror was literally one of the worst things I've ever seen. And I saw Bushido 5. Bushido 5 is the best one. I looked away from the grenade I was fitting together to give him a look of disgust. They had a train-top Kusanagi sword battle before the whole train exploded for no reason. The minion's Kusanagi landed under the train and it exploded. Nothing explodes like that. It blew up the entire train. I know it was so preem. Then, if that wasn't stupid enough, the explosion launched the hero into the air and he landed his Kusanagi into the bad guy's AV. It was such a preem scene. They didn't use stunt doubles or anything for that. It was all practical effects. Malcolm, I literally saw some of those minions get stuck under the train. Yeah, the stunt guys all have Gemini and super hardened brain cases. They get torn apart all the time. God, that sounds horrible. I shook my head as I went back to finishing the grenade. How many of those you going to make? I honestly was just thinking of making as many as I can until I ran out of parts. I bought 30 batteries? Malcolm nodded wisely and then threw up a thumbs up, which I instantly returned. Malcolm got it. 100 engineering XP gained. Engineering skill level up. I looked up from the CAD software. I had been working on designing the laser grenade and it was honestly a lot more complicated, since I needed to have the laser emitters cut through the grenade casing. Well, that and it was a much chunkier grenade, since the power source and all the emitters took up space. But I was making great progress and now I had a level up from it. Engineering 6. I leaned back away from the computer and stretched. Malcolm and I had hung out all day making grenades and talking about movies or other stuff. He had even asked me about Chrome, what I had planned, and what he should get. It was fun. But eventually, he had decided to head home to check in with his folks, leaving me time to design more grenades. But maybe it was time for a break. I got up and headed to the elevator, and then out of the SLS apartments. Just as I was walking out though, I ran into a familiar face. Knox? Motoko. Hey. The Mox boy had some changes since I last saw him. For one, he had gotten a set of tech hair, which now was split in half, with Mox colors. Nice chrome. Just the tech hair? I asked and his face burst into a smile. No, I got a few other things as well. Some preem optics for one. Helps me keep track of customers and stuff. He said, flashing his eyes through a few different settings. Mostly just making them brighter. Preem chum. How's business? Not a lot of new content. He said, teasing me lightly, and I just shrugged. Yeah, most of the recent stuff is no good. Too much chance of pissing off core or big groups. I'll try to get something that's workable to Judy soon. Hey, whatever you can bring in will be good, I'm sure. He offered and I shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it in a while. The BD stuff was still mostly just something for fun. I'll have to reach out to Wakako and see if she has any gigs. I did a short one of me clepping a car, but nothing really happened, so I never bothered to give it to Judy. Hey, there is one thing we could use some help with. He suddenly asked, and I blinked. What's up? So Hiromi's got the SLS working guard duty, right? Well, there's been some trouble recently. One of the sellers and his guards were beaten and everything was taken. Didn't think much of it at first, but then it happened again. Wait. The girls already brought this up. I told them to bug Hiromi. Yeah, same situation, but this just happened. She hasn't done anything yet, but the guys I have selling are getting antsy, and SLS aren't doing much better. When was the last attack? Yesterday, he said, and I frowned at that. I'll talk to Hiromi about it, let me know if anything new happens as well. That's not okay. Thanks Motoko, I knew you'd want to get involved as soon as you heard. He said, and I realized he had purposefully been out here waiting for me. You wanted to go around Hiromi with this. Why? I asked suddenly, and he jumped at my words before relaxing. Honestly? She doesn't care enough about my chums that are getting beaten. You're a street kid though. You'd understand. I really didn't understand, but I sighed regardless. I'll talk to Hiromi again, talk to you later Nox. See you around Motoko. This was not the problem I wanted to deal with right now. It's not like that at all. Nox you fucking shit. I'm gonna fine you so hard for this shit. Hiromi ranted a bit after I called her, wanting to meet up. I was at her apartment after school, and she wasn't happy. This is the same problem as before. If it was still going on, why not have me help? I asked, more curious than anything. I was trying to get more info. I have some feelers out to try and find out what is going on. I'm not even sure they are being honest. The 3 that have been stolen from were all the lowest sellers. I had already spoken to Nox about how we might cut them loose if they couldn't sell anymore, just before this happened. Hiromi. I groaned, rubbing my face. Just assume this actually happened. What would you do? Hiromi looked a little uncomfortable for a moment. Probably call you and Section 9 for a gig to hunt down whoever is attacking my workers. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Call in everyone. Malcolm and I were hanging out most of the day, so he should be just home with his parents. But this is a gig. Wait, you and Malcolm were hanging out all day? Yeah. I needed someone to help watch my back while I did a net dive. Then when I was making more grenades, we just hung out and talked. It was fun. Hiromi's face went through a wild array of emotions before she went blank. I'm glad you had a fun day. Thanks Hiromi. Sorry you were stuck in class all day. Will your parents let you leave to do Section 9 stuff right now? I know you can't always get away on school days. Oh, it's fine. After the Badlands gig, my parents gave me a blanket exemption from most of the rules as long as it's work-related. I just really can't abuse it, or else. Nova. I cheered, smiling. That's really cool. They must really trust you now. Ugh. Mom is acting super proud and stuff. She even told her coworkers about me, to sort of make fun of their kids who were all idiots. I just snorted and nudged Hiromi. Well, let's get to work then. She nodded and her eyes went yellow as she started making calls. An hour later, everyone arrived at my Netrunner lair. So that's the situation. We are going to find out who is attacking Hiromi's business and kick some teeth in. I explained. But Malcolm shook his head right away. Motoko. If the sellers are the ones being jumped like this, they are probably moving in on someone else's turf. Hiromi isn't the only one selling BDs after all. I know that. Hiromi snapped, but I put a hand on her shoulder. Hiromi, Malcolm wasn't being mean, just explaining something he noticed. Right? I turned to him and he nodded. Yeah. It's preem that you put together a BD business, Hiromi. You're our corpo, I wouldn't shit talk you. He added, and Hiromi perked up a bit. Right. Sorry. I feel stupid for ignoring this. It's fine. We are here to handle it now. Malcolm, Ichi, you both have a better feel for the city than us. Do you know of any groups that sell BDs in the area that might be causing us problems? Charter Hill? Difficult to say. No one technically owns the territory. So it could be any minor gang. Or one of the big ones, but honestly? If it was 6th Street, they would have told the kids to fuck off. Then they would have beaten them. Malcolm said, and Ichi nodded. And if it was the TC, we wouldn't be talking, because the poor gonk'd be dead. Ichi added. Most TC bosses don't appreciate someone moving in on their income. Okay, so in that case, we do it the old-fashioned way. I muttered, looking at the net-running chair. Yes. Awesome. I'll go on a snack run. Just the usual stuff, Malcolm, Hiromi? Ichi asked as he rose up, and I was left as the only one in the room annoyed at the situation. This is what I get for being skilled at things, huh? I sighed and headed over to the chair to get plugged in. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. The last attack on the SLS had happened in an alleyway just off Lele Street. This was Charter Hill, one of the rich places in Night City. Which is why I was struggling to find a good camera to peep through. Most of the camera systems in the area were controlled by whatever corp owned the building, or were heavily protected by building security. I quickly slipped out of another server as I could see a netrunner beginning to look around at the increased server load of me wandering around on it. Another bust. Dang it. We'll try to find another business, Hiromi added, and I nodded as I hid myself in a corner of the digital city. This area was cleaner than most other sections of the net. The net felt clearer and faster, but it was also much more dangerous. City center hadn't even been this bad, although that was because there were lots of little private shops all through the area. Not so much here. Most of the stuff was all kept controlled by the corporations in charge. I was watching the data move around, trying to find new access points, when I noticed it. Heya. I called out casually, as I rested against the side of a digital skyscraper. Never seen you around here before. A response came as a netrunner stepped out of the shadows. On a gig. Not looking for any trouble. Well, that all depends. She offered. I looked into the rainbow-colored blazing eyes, and fiery burning hair. I readied myself. I didn't like threats. Especially not on the net. I don't like threats. Get processing, chum. I said, even using a fun bit of net-running jargon. Pfft. You entered into a server I got under contract. You slipped inside without me even noticing, and then you were out. Not long enough to grab anything. So what's the deal? You scoping out? Am I gonna have to worry about an attack? I want some answers, and I dash. Nah. I'm trying to get eyes on an alley on this street. One of my clients was attacked a few days ago. I'm tracking the attacker. Nothing to do with you. I answered back much more calmly. This wasn't going to turn into a battle after all. The woman looked confused at my words, like I was talking nonsense. What? So you try to slip into protected servers to what? Peek through the cameras? Basically. That's crazy. She answered instantly. You'll run into ICE and get brain fried. No one is stupid enough to do that. I kinda do it all the time. I answered honestly, mostly because the look on her face as I said it made me grin. You slip into servers all the time just to check their cameras. It's really useful for tracking gonks down. I don't suppose you'd let me peek at your outdoor cameras on the server you protect? Not a chance. Figured. Hey, you must know the area pretty well. I don't like where this is going. She interrupted, sighing. Know of any small businesses in the area that have cameras peeking at the alley on Lele, between dash? I know the alley. There is one. And? Well, it's not my hide either way. Sure, there is an access point to a transport business down there. They have an external camera. If you were trying to keep an eye on the alley, that's the way to do it. But it's not like they don't have ICE and stuff. You can't seriously just jump in. Sure I can. Thanks, Jim. I'm Ghost, by the way. I introduced myself since we weren't going to fight. Awesome, that saved me so much time hunting down the access point. Blazed. She answers, and then to my surprise she follows me as I head down the steps she had pointed out. As I walked down into the steps, I instead came out into an open space, stepping out of the darkness of the transfer. The web was really silly sometimes. Ah, there it is. I confirmed finding the access point without any fuss as I could see the data traveling through it. Yeah. You following me for a reason? I kinda want to see you get stuck in the ICE and brain fried. She answered, and I scoffed out a laugh as I decided to just ignore her then. I walked to the point, and after a few moments I breached the defenses, opening it up, and sending my demon into the system. A few moments later I waved at Blazed and slipped inside. I nodded pleased. The security in this server was way lighter than the others in the area. I slipped past a blinded security demon. And then to a password-secured connection to the camera system. Less than a second later, I was breached into the door, the password accepting an admin password for this particular model of camera and letting me bypass the 10 seconds it would take to breach it normally. Then I was into the camera security logs, and I pulled up the date and general time. I copied an hour chunk and sent that on to my chums to begin examining. Then I just walked right back out. If we needed a different time period, I could always slip back on, but the longer I was on the server, the more likely the increased load of my presence would be noticed. I stepped back out into the small open space, and to my surprise, Blazed was still there. Bullshit. What? No way you just slipped the data that fast. That was what? 30 seconds? I mean, I just needed to copy an hour chunk of the camera logs, it wasn't really hard. Bullshit, that's bullshit. Okay? Anyway, thanks for the help, Dash. Fuck no. Hold on. I have to see this. She demanded, and then she walked over to the access point and started poking at it. The seconds tore on, and I waited and winced as I could see her breach attempt. It was working, sure, but it was kinda slow. How the fuck? Did you fix their security or something? How'd you breach so fast? There's a bypass in that version of ICE they are using. I answered, and she looked to me, before scoffing and just stepping away. Ending her breach attempt. Ghost? Yeah? Never heard of you. At least, I don't think so. I mean, you aren't the only gonk calling themselves Ghost or a ghost. Yeah, I don't really hang out much on the net. I mostly hang out with Yoko at the roundabout. I do programming work. Shit. You program too? You any good? I'm pretty good. I do a lot of commission debugging work. Yoko bugs me all the time to fix her code. Yoko? Nova. Alright, I'll take it back. You aren't some 2-bit. I'm Blazed. Mostly contract security. Here. I blinked as she sent me contact info. Thanks? I responded a little confused. Was I supposed to send my info back? Was this some sort of netrunner thing? It seemed so, as a moment later of me waffling trying to figure out what to do, her face shifted from a smile into a frown. Not in your league, huh? She responded, and I just shook my head. I just don't know what's going on. I really don't interact with people on the net much. I kinda just hop on to get whatever gig I'm doing done, and then jump off. Wait, seriously? I mean, how many hours on the net you got? I'm hitting about 21K. Mostly server security. They got me doing 12s every day. Yeah, I have no idea. I never kept track. I said instead of admitting it was less than 100 hours or something. The long camera hopping days had taken up most of that. Right. Yeah, makes sense. It's pretty common if you run into a runner and you make contact. A lot of time we share contact info. Increase our contacts, you know? Someday I might call you up and offer a favor for work, or you can call me, and do the same. Usually we give each other heads up if we might need to aggro their server or something. Oh. Sure, here. I passed over the same contact info that Yoko used for my netrunner work. Mostly an email to send programming work to, but Blazed seemed pleased at that. Nova. Alright. I gotta get back to work then. Nice meeting you, Ghost. You too. I offered, smiling as she disappeared back into the depths of the stairs. I don't like her. I jumped at the sudden words in my ear. Motoko trying to get a new output while on the job? For shame, Malcolm spoke up next, his tone absolutely teasing. What? I asked, wondering what these gonks were talking about. Motoko, watching you flirt up a girl is entertaining, but maybe we should focus on the gig, Ichi added in next, and I heard Hiromi then choking for a minute. I wasn't flirting. Suyer, Ichi responded back, really rolling with the sarcasm. I wasn't. Then I remembered they were fucking with me. I rolled my eyes at the boys teasing, as I focused instead on the gig. Okay, tell me you found our suspect. Asterisk found. The time was about right. Showing you what we got. You, probably aren't going to like this, asterisk Malcolm offered, and I watched as a video was sent to me. It popped up on a screen in front of me and I watched in interest. As a van pulled up at the end of the alley, our seller was sitting on a loading dock in the alley with his bag open. I have to give Hiromi credit. It actually did look like he was slacking off more than trying to sell stuff, but I wasn't a BD seller, so who knows how that worked. The van let out 2 men from the side door and I frowned. It wouldn't have been noticed in person. But the same function in my karoshi that blurred my face was in use on these men. I felt my hands tightening and I was glad we were in the net because otherwise my chrome hands would be creaking with how hard I was gripping. The 2 men walked over and one instantly punched the seller, throwing him around, as the other grabbed the bag, and then once they roughed up the kid they turned and left. The fact the seller didn't have a SLS guard was the reason this happened. The 2 men got back in their van and then took off. Not even in a hurry, just casually driving away. Motoko? I know what's going on. I answered back, furious. The video ended thankfully. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply, the virtual air not satisfying me in the way I wanted. The 2 men had the same glowing masks that all scavs tended to use. Fucking scavs. I didn't have time to jump out of the net and deal with my fury of once more facing scavs. No, instead I needed to track that van. It wasn't easy. But since I wasn't trying to look down a specific alley, I had a lot more options for systems to slip into. A cafe down the street, a clothing shop that had melted IC for security, a food stand on the street that had a security camera pointed at the street that could see the 4-way intersection. We tracked them right down. As usual, scavs never expected retribution. Especially not for something this low level. Who would care about a single teenager selling XBDs in an alley? I would. Especially when they worked for my friend. I would. When they were attacked by scavs. And so unfortunately for these fucks, they had someone actively hunting them and they never even knew it. They took a right onto Party, not far from the assault, and then headed over the bridge to Arroyo. I lost them right after, because North Arroyo was all industrial parks, and there was no street-level cameras to peer through. I searched for hours, trying to find something on the other side of the bridge that would give me eyes on which way the van went. The only thing I could guarantee was that the van didn't take Republic Way into city center. They traveled through Arroyo. We even tried Malcolm's back tracing idea, following them from the other direction, but they actually just came from the same direction, and we lost them at the same place. What do we do now? Hiromi asked, and I hummed as I sat on the steps of a digital building to think. Watching the traffic slip by. Digital information traffic was kinda soothing to watch. Scavs. What were they doing? BD stuff? They didn't kill the kid, which was interesting. Why not? Northern Arroyo? What was in Northern Arroyo that would interest scavs? Industrial parks. Mostly abandoned, and 6th Street claimed most of them. I felt like something was there. Just on the edge of my tongue. I just couldn't solidify it. Any smart ideas, Malcolm? I asked, and he laughed, but I could hear the denial. Asterisk, I got nothing here, Motoko. Nothing fast anyways. You made those spy cameras, right? Maybe we go out and put a few of them in the area. See if we can't get eyes on the same van later, asterisk. The license plate was blocked. We would be tracking every van that travels through the area. That's a bit more work than I'm willing to do. Asterisk, yeah. Then a trap? We send out another seller, and bait them into attacking, asterisk he offered, and I hummed. Could work. Asterisk, not really. No way my sellers would let themselves be bait. I might not have accepted this actually was the truth before, but the sellers have. I've been getting requests for more security, and I think I'll have to do that now, Hiromi added with a sigh. Duh, then we just have one of us do it. Absolutely not. The scavs were gentle before. But there is no telling what they will do in the future. If this is their way of saying stay off their territory, then, I trailed off letting my chums fill in the blanks. Right. You're right. We can't do that, Alright. I'm done here. I'm coming out. I called out, as I stood up and leapt into the data stream, sending me back to my lobby in a flash of data. Oh, that feels good. I moaned as I shoveled warm food into my mouth. Itchy, you get a promotion. Nice. Hey. Malcolm said as he pouted. I got the food too. But Itchy got me this food, so he gets the promotion. I ignored Malcolm's faux outraged mumbling before I laughed and just stuffed more food into my face. So let's put together what we learned. Scavs attacked the XBD sellers. We know they come and go from Northern Arroyo. I added and left off looking around. We know that they have something to do with BDs. These aren't scav targets they are after. They were only interested in the BDs. Hiromi added in. The van they were driving was set up to look as common as possible. Nothing defining on it. I couldn't even see any scratches or something we could use for verification. Itchy added in. Okay, so we have a bunch of scavs hiding in Arroyo. Can we call in any contacts? Anyone that could give us more information? Malcolm asked. I can reach out. Hiromi said, looking fierce. She obviously wasn't happy about the entire situation happening under her nose. Alright. I need a break. Let's call it here tonight. We'll meet up in a few days if we get more info. I offered with a groan as I stretched out my legs a bit. I think I'm done for the day. I called out as I headed out, to the calls of goodbyes from everyone. They were all packing up as I entered the elevator and headed out. The drive home was quick and it left me feeling refreshed. I got home and threw my jacket over the couch as I headed for the fridge, pushing aside all the XXL burritos to get a soda that I had hidden in the back. No June, huh? I shrugged, it wasn't that late yet. Instead I headed into my room and had to stop and giggle. The Tachikoma drone had somehow ended up on its back. Its legs wiggling in the air weakly. Silly thing. I cooed as I picked it up and carried it over to the laptop. I would go over what it had learned so far today and make some improvements. Motoko? June. Welcome home. I called out. The Tachikoma code had evolved a lot, although not that much, with it getting stuck on its back and then sending the entire thing into a loop. But that was okay. It had a few hours of growth for me to trim and improve. What's that you're working on? He asked as he poked his head into my room. I spun my chair away from the laptop I had been working on and instead lifted the Tachikoma drone from my lap. Lifting it over my head, I spun the chair and sang. Do. It's a Tachikoma. A drone prototype. I answered after I stopped spinning. Huh. He uttered a little confused, but as always, June liked to be supportive, so he walked into my room to get a closer look. That's preem. What can it do? Right now? Walk and get stuck on its back when it hits a wall. But the goal is to have it running as SCSM. Mostly sneaking into places, maybe some assassination work. I'm going to install a gun into the chassis, once I got the kinks worked out. Why not just buy a drone? Those floaty ones are everywhere. The Bombus? Those are garbage. It was originally a caretaker drone that people realized was cheap enough to duct tape a bomb onto. Tachikoma are meant to be fully autonomous recon assistants. Right. Why blue? It's cuter this way. I chirped, showing off the blue paint scheme. June just snorted and patted me on the head. Well, as long as it's keeping you busy and out of trouble. Only partially. I stole blueprints for a bunch of grenades from a really protected gun store server, and then found out that Hiromi's BD peddlers have been attacked by scavs. So we went on a hunt for Motoko. Just call me if you need help. June interrupted, sounding tired, and I laughed at him. Sure, June. We are hunting down the scavs right now. But they are sneaky, hiding in Arroyo. Or maybe Northern Arroyo, it's hard to tell. Once we find them, want to come slaughter some scavs with me? He blinked, and I was honestly a little surprised as well. I hadn't really invited June to come on a raid before, and the words had left my mouth without me thinking about it. Sure. I smiled brightly. June might be a kill stealer, but this could be fun. Now I just had to find some damn scavs, with a connection to be decent Arroyo. I mean, the only connection I remember from the game would be the fuck I uttered as the lightning bolt of awareness hit me. I knew. I knew exactly where these scavs would be hiding, and more importantly, I would happily murder all of them for the horrible shit they did. Motoko? I know where the scavs are. I think. Pretty sure. 90%. June, hold on a second. I demanded, putting my Tachikoma back on the floor as I started pacing. The same location that the scavs had holed up in, the place that V would someday in the future break into, murder blending everyone to find Evelyn. The place scavs were setting up XBDs with captured people. I had forgotten about it. I shouldn't have. I had done that quest in the game enough times. I should have remembered. Motoko. June said, but I ignored him because the fucking scavs had been there this whole time. I stomped as I paced around. How could I have forgotten something so obvious? Those fuckers had been allowed to work completely unopposed. That should have been my first tar. Motoko. June demanded, arms wrapped around me and lifting me entirely off the ground. I went still in his grip as he grabbed me. Are you okay? I breathed in, which was hard with June's arms pinning my back to his chest, but then I exhaled. Cool. Feel cold. Control the emotions, don't let them control you. Yeah. I'm better. Sorry, June. I had the clues I needed to know where a big scoff setup is at, and I totally spaced it. Slowly I was lowered down to my feet and was released. June looked worried. I exhaled again. Don't give me that look, I'm okay. Not cyber psycho or anything, just angry. And mad at myself. I know where a group of scavs are taking people and using them to make XBDs. And funnily enough, it's the same group that was attacking Hiromi's BD sellers. I literally spent hours searching for them on the net. But I knew where they were the whole time. I grumbled. June nodded then slowly, and pulled me in for a more normal hug. We'll get them. Hell yeah, we will. I whispered back. Chapter 154. So my night was a bit off from there. I ended up camping out on the couch with June, as he watched TV. We didn't talk much more about the scavs. I just tried to relax, but that was only that night. After a good night's rest, I headed out. First things first, I needed verification. Driving over to Arroyo on my Kusanagi, I parked far down the street, and instead of walking down the street, which would leave me far too open, I leapt into the industrial parks and used my ankles and parkour to leap through the abandoned factories until I was on the roof overlooking the electric corp power plant. There I leaned down, hiding in the shadows of old brickwork, to watch. The factory, as I expected, was active. Tires tracks ran through an old gate in the destroyed asphalt and dirt loading area. I waited for a while, simply looking down into it. For now, the rolling door was closed, and no sound escaped from within. The camera to the side of the door told me this wasn't as abandoned as it appeared. I began breaching, carefully, utterly slow and quiet. Slipping in, I accessed the camera, seeing the loading area through its eye. I then moved to the other cameras in the system. Smiling as just inside the plant there was a very familiar-looking van. I couldn't be 100% sure it was the same one, but hell, I was willing to bet. I took pictures of everything, going through every camera and gathering everything they could see. Then, since I was fairly confident I was right, I pulled free of the cameras. There were men and women inside, and it hadn't taken but a single NCPD database check to verify they were wanted for SCAV-related activities. This was it. I had found the assholes that hadn't liked Hiromi moving in on the XBD market. I slipped away without a sound. As I jumped through old rusted metal, landing on the concrete far down the street, I brushed myself clean. Taking a moment, I sent a single picture to my chums. The van parked in the dark plant, and a message. Found them. Motoko. You did it. Hiromi cheered as she slammed into me, laughing in delight. I did. June gave me a reminder of some other info I had and I put it together, and then I went and checked it out. I said as I spun Hiromi around. We were all meeting up at my place, and Hiromi was last as she had school today, so she had to finish that up first. This place is Nova. An old power plant? Kinda pissed the scavs claimed it. Malcolm added from the couch. Motoko says it goes down pretty deep. Yeah, definitely some sublevels. I'm going to need backup just to secure the whole place. Which is where you guys come in. I then looked to June, who I had invited to join us, since I had offered him a friendly sibling murder session. And June agreed to help out too. Perfect. June. Thank you for helping. Hiromi added, throwing him a smile, but he just waved her off. Don't worry about Hiromi. I'm just glad to keep Motoko out of trouble. Which is an absolute lie. I'm never in trouble. I lied confidently as I jumped back onto the couch. Now we have some external images, and we'll need to figure out how we are going to hit this. Go and kill everyone? June asked, and everyone looked at him like he was crazy, but I was nodding along. The most straightforward method. I confirmed. I mean, do we really need to do anything more than that? Ichi asked, looking between June and I. Motoko clears out places like this before breakfast, and June is the Oni. Of course not. June answered while I cut him off. Of course we do. I roared louder than June and even slammed my fist into the table lightly, the metal on metal sound echoing. Wha? June asked, but I ignored him, pointing at my chums. We can't ever get complacent. It's one of my own weaknesses. So I need my chums to keep reminding me. We plan, we prepare, it's an advantage we might not need, but it's not something we should throw away through overconfidence. Thankfully, Malcolm responded. She's right. Just because we don't need it every time doesn't mean we shouldn't prepare as much as we can. We are still talking about a gunfight. What if they have a bomb or something and it blows up? If we just sit back and expect Motoko to handle it, how can we move in to help if she gets hurt or something? Exactly. We prepare and gather every advantage we can before we move in. I called out. And also, it's totally your guys' job to remind me to do that when I get too excited. I added offhandedly. Oh, so it's our job, is it? Ichi asked sarcastically, and I just threw him a thumbs up. Yep. That's fine. We can all remind Motoko to be careful and prepare before rushing in. We all want Section 9 to keep going for years and years after all. Hiromi added, and I nodded along with Malcolm's eager nod. Right. That's true. Okay, so what can we do to prepare? Ichi asked. Well, I do have more gadgets now, but none of them are directly going to help this time. Not yet, at least. The Tachikoma are still in alpha testing. The what? Hiromi asked, looking confused, and I smiled brightly because it was the perfect excuse. I leapt off the couch, jumping over Hiromi's head as I did so, and ran over to my room and then came out holding my little walkie-bot. The Tachikoma drone system. I called out and placed it on the table in front of everyone, where it immediately started walking much smoother than it had before, until it hit the edge of the table and just fell right off. It's an alpha product. I haven't done edges yet. I said happily as I picked it back up and placed it on the table again. Where it walked off. Motoko? Hold on. It's got this. Then I placed it on the table again, and this time, as it walked forward, it stopped at the edge, one of its legs reaching out to check the edge. Then it walked off again. Right. Hiromi said flatly. It's learning. Give it some time. Motoko. Is that an AI? June asked, utterly serious, and I started laughing at such a foolish question. June, the Tachikoma is running a small CPU, and the extra processing power of my laptop in my room. Your XXL Burrito SCSM has more processing power. That didn't really answer the question. It's a learning system, but not an AI. I would need like 4 of the servers I have down in my Netrunner cave to even process a small AI. I answered truthfully. Well, not exactly that much. I could do it with a lot less if I used some different processing choices. But this? Tachikoma wasn't an AI. No ghost. Not yet anyways. Anyway. The Tachikoma are cute but aren't ready for the battlefield yet, but give me a bit and we'll have our own battlefield reconnaissance drones. I cheered, just as my agent lit up with a call. A call with a very familiar name, but not one I expected. Hold on, chums. I'm getting a call. I turned away from everyone to answer. Hello? Yo, kitten. Becca, I told you I wasn't accepting that as my nickname. Too late, she said, but she wasn't the rambunctious girl she normally was. Something was wrong. Asterisk, I'm not calling for fun though. Since you're chums with Sasha, I think. Well, I figure you should know, asterisk. Rebecca started quietly, there was honest dread in her voice. No. Please don't be. Please don't be that. I took a breath and then asked the question I had to know, but wasn't sure I was ready for. Please don't tell me she's dead. Had the Biotechnica job happened? I hurried over to the TV and turned it on to the N54 news channel, only for a segment on the weather to be playing. Right, this wasn't a movie where the big topic of conversation is the most important thing in the world. Asterisk, not dead. But she did get worked over pretty bad on a gig. She's in and out at the moment, so I figured I'd call to let you know. 'Cause you guys were close, right? Asterisk. I took a moment to just process, staring at the news report before shutting it off as my brain turned back on. She's alive, I asked in shock, exhaling loudly as I almost fell back onto my butt from where I had been pacing the moment the topic came up. Was it the gig? Or just something else? I still didn't know. I rushed to my room to grab my laptop, flipping open to the N54 news site. Nothing on the front page, but a moment later I typed it in. Securicin. The medicine that started it all. That had killed Sasha's mother. The fact Biotechnica had hidden the side effect, and when Sasha discovered it while infiltrating Biotechnica's system, she hadn't just let it go. Sacrificing her life to send it to the news. There. A brand new news article. Securicin and its hidden side effects. Posted this morning. It had happened. Motoko? Asterisk, sorry. I'm just a little out of it. Sasha's okay, asterisk. Asterisk, she's hurt, but alive. Getting taken care of. Maine is making sure she's being treated real nice, asterisk. Can I see her? I asked before I could think about it. Asterisk, listen. Sasha was on a big gig, like massive, and she pissed off a big corp. We aren't sure what they are going to do, so Maine and them have gone to ground. I don't even know where she is, just in case. My bro told me what's up, and I remember you two were close. So. Yeah, asterisk. Asterisk, Rebecca. Thank you. Really, I'm really glad you told me she's okay. I would have absolutely freaked otherwise, asterisk, not true. I would have continued to worry about what would happen to her. Whether she would live, but I had done. What little I had done had enough knock-on effects. That night. Let me down, wouldn't happen. I had changed it. Hey, yeah sure chum, the line kind of went silent for a moment as we both awkwardly didn't talk about anything. I was about to thank her again and say goodbye, when I realized what Rebecca had actually said. Maine and the group were in hiding. Rebecca wasn't. Asterisk, hey Becca? You ever thought about that offer I made last time? To do a gig, asterisk. Asterisk, yeah, I've thought about it, asterisk. Asterisk, well me and my chums were literally prepping for a raid. You want to come over? Take a look. No pressure if you don't want to take part, but I mean. I wouldn't mind an extra shooter asterisk. The line went quiet and I looked to my chums who had thankfully stopped focusing on me, and were instead being led by Malcolm into prepping a plan of attack. Good job, Malcolm. What's the pay? We split everything equally. Asterisk what? Seriously? No 10% share and all that shit, asterisk. Asterisk I don't even know what that is. No, everything gets split, we only make so much on our gigs, because we all work together, and then try to get everything out. If someone isn't going to get more for working harder, why would they, asterisk? Asterisk fuck it. I'm in chum asterisk. Alright, I'll send you the address, I cheered. We hung up just after and I turned to my chums. I got us another solo. Rebecca is going to join us and see if she likes working with Section 9. I'm trying to recruit her, so please be nice. I begged my friends. Sure. Malcolm offered, shrugging, and Itchy just nodded, but Hiromi was giving me a puffy-cheeked glare. Who's Rebecca? Hiromi demanded, eyes narrowed. She's a member of this Edge Runner crew I met at the Afterlife. She's very small, but pretty fierce, and she's cool. I looked over at the pictures that Malcolm had been pointing to. So what did you come up with? Well, first we all realized we were being stupid. So we are going to bring the Minotaur. Absolutely not. We don't even know how to use that thing. I interrupted instantly, besides the Minotaur was mine. My cute little stompy bot. Well, that isn't exactly the truth. Itchy answered back a little awkwardly. I stilled and then I felt myself glaring at the boy. What did you do? I demanded, my own eyes narrowed as I glared into the increasingly nervous boy. I might have been practicing with it. Malcolm too. He said, throwing his friend under the rampaging bus, without hesitation or shame. I glared at Malcolm, who just coughed fakely. We might have pulled it out of storage and been learning how to use it. For Section 9, of course. It's an important skill to have. Hiromi knew. Malcolm continued the process, throwing Hiromi under the bus now. What? Don't tell her that. Hiromi snapped and then looked shy as I turned my glare on her. They asked me for fuel money. To be on Section 9's Eddy, since it was practice for the future. I accepted. You were too busy to learn how to use it, and having a Minotaur isn't something we could just ignore. Huh. Can I get a turn with it? I immediately whipped over to glare at June, who had just said something absolutely ridiculous. If anyone else got a turn, it was going to be me. Of course, June. Hiromi chirped, and that was when I could take no more. This isn't fair. It's supposed to be mine. We were mostly prepped with a new idea for our tactical assault when the doorbell rang. That must be Becca. I hooped happily, leaping over the couch. For a second I was tempted to open the door with the barrel of my Beria in her face, but while it had been funny she had done that to David, it had also been a bit mean. I did check the camera before opening the door. Seeing her outside, I quickly pulled it open. Becca. Hey. Sup, chum. She greeted, and I smiled at her awkwardness as I reached out and tugged on her hand, pulling her in. Everyone. This is Rebecca, she's going to join us on our raid today. I called out, and I noticed all of my chums' heads looking over the back of the couch to see. Rebecca was very small, so everyone had to sort of tilt their head downward. June especially. Rebecca, this is my team, Malcolm, Itchy, Hiromi, and my brother June. I introduced all of them as I pointed out all of them, each of them greeting her back with a wave or something, until June, who smiled at her from how he was looking over the back of the couch. Any chum of my sister is welcome. Feel free to come and take a seat. He offered, and I looked down towards Rebecca only to see her disappearing as she sauntered over to the couch and took a seat rather close to June. Hey Tats. Call me Becca, okay? She trailed off with a teasing trill to her voice. Oh no. You Sure. Nova. She offered back with a smirk on her face that I recognized. I screamed internally. No. June. Not another one. Not Becca. This couldn't be happening. Chapter 155. This couldn't stand. I couldn't allow this. I had to distract. Okay. So the gig we are doing, we already scouted the place, and we are putting together the attack plan, Rebecca, so let me fill you in. I said, hurrying back to the living room table and popping a shard out of my neck and handing it to her. She took it after a moment of smiling up at June and then slotted it. Then she blinked. So, the first thing you'll notice is the target information. Not sure if it's in there, but we are hunting a group of scavs that attacked Hiromi's XBD pushers. I explained, waving at Hiromi, who smiled proudly at the acknowledgement. Scavs? Doesn't seem. Whoa. She muttered as she continued to look through the pics of where this was taking place. Scavs aren't really a threat, but we still treat everything seriously. My voice was completely serious as I said this. Well, no shit, you guys have a Minotaur. How? Oh, she had skipped ahead, bypassing the pics of the location. Not very edge runner of you. Or maybe very edge runner of her. Hard to say with that group. I wanted to sigh, but instead I stayed focused. We captured it during a gig we did. Ichi is currently the pilot as he has some hours in its use. I explained, then glared at Ichi again for good measure. Unfortunately, his smugness at me acknowledging him being the pilot ruined the effect of my glare. Shit. Can I use it? I've always wanted to pilot a Minotaur. Rebecca asked and I sighed, shoulder slumped. Yes, but after. I agreed, then shook myself. Okay, so here's what we are going to do. The outside and ground floor of the plant will probably be staffed by a few scavs. I pulled up the images myself. Image 4 is a good one to see the whole grounds. I waited until everyone was nodding along before continuing. June and I will clean up as quietly as possible and then everyone will move in. The people who built the plant weren't expecting it to need to be defensible. The top floor of the elevator is actually the floor below. So Ichi and everyone will move in afterwards and basically secure the place. No scav will be able to leave without getting past a heavily armed walker. Motoko, I don't like this plan. I want to test out the Minotaur in combat. This is basically me just walking in after to secure the exits. Ichi argued, and I turned to my chum only for another voice to call out. What about me? I want to kill some scavs as well. Malcolm added, and as I turned to him another voice added. I'm not really interested in just being on guard duty. Rebecca added, and I slumped as everyone went against me. Yeah, we should have them come with. June added, and I was outvoted by everyone. Except Hiromi, who was just watching. Guys, I dash. No. Motoko. You've always been in front of us so far, but. Section 9 can't help you if we don't get some experience. Malcolm added. You set us up with armor and weapons. Let us use them. I slumped, realizing I was defeated. Okay, Ichi will need someone to watch his back while using the Minotaur. Hiromi? Yep. I'll be suited up, of course. Alright. In that case, we'll use Plan B. We attack loud. We'll split into 2 groups and hit each side of the compound at the same time. We can set it up so the gates will be open beforehand. June, Rebecca and I will take the north side, Hiromi, Ichi, and Malcolm will take the other. We hit at the same time. I'll overwatch with net running and should be able to disable all the weapons at once. Then we move in. Ichi on Minotaur and Malcolm will join up with us as we clear the inside of the plant. Could work. Rebecca said, sounding interested, but not really impressed. It'll be the 4 of us that head down into the basement. I told her calmly. I don't have a complete map of the place, but we should have little problems mowing through what's down there. June will be the frontman. Then Malcolm and I. Then Rebecca. Unless you have some armor already, Becca? I asked, looking at her current outfit, which was the opposite of protective. Just my skin weave. She offered and I nodded. Then you are backline until we can get you some gear. If you want to keep coming out with us, I mean. I added, not wanting to assume. She just nodded, not agreeing, and I moved on. In that case, weapons. I was planning on going silent, but if we are going loud, well, that changes things. I added. And June looked pleased. He wasn't much of a stealth guy. Well, I guess. Go wild, bring whatever you want? Rebecca, if you want to borrow something, feel free. I offered as well with a thumbs up. Suit up. I told my chums, who all sighed and nodded. Suit up? Rebecca asked, and I nodded. I made some custom adjustments to some armor for everyone. So everyone needs to go put it on, and then we can go. I said, pointing to the bathroom in my room, which Hiromi had disappeared into, while Malcolm and Ichi were taking turns. Rebecca nodded, before doing the one thing I didn't want. She turned her eyes on June. So Tats, helping out your little sister? That's pretty Nova. She offered, and June just smiled a little. I always worry about her, but Motoko has most things under control. I'm really just coming for fun. She doesn't need my help. He explained the last part, looking at me proudly, making me flush. Stupid June. Don't say nice things about me while I'm right here. Or do. But not around other people. That's. How well, kitten, I look forward to seeing what kind of claws you've got. Rebecca said, looking to me. I scoffed at the nickname, but then June chuckled at it, and I glared at both of them. That nickname isn't a thing. I denied firmly. I already had a cool nickname. Kitten. June said, then laughed, and I glared, but he just turned to Rebecca. You call her Kitten? Heh, well, I met her through a chum of mine, Sasha, who I call Whiskers, and Sasha was acting all proud about having a kohai, and there is Motoko. I mean. Look at her. Total cat energy. Heh. June chuckled, shoulders shaking as he kept looking at me, his eye practically twinkling in amusement. I was gonna kick him. Bringing you both along was a mistake. I grumbled, and then Hiromi came walking out of my room, suited up. Helmet under one arm. Room is clear, Motoko. She said, even as she rested against the doorway. Whoa. Rebecca called out as she took in Hiromi's appearance. That's. What is that? Formerly a set of Arasaka guard armor, but I made some modifications. I said happily as I rushed over and grabbed Hiromi, who yelped as I manhandled her closer. See? I added in an ECM system and modified the armor to fit my chums. Although they keep wanting to wear pants instead of a netrunner suit. I don't wear skin-tight outfits, Motoko. Not all of us walk around with a six-pack. Hiromi grumbled, and I scoffed. It's just a little workout. Do you want to try to exercise more? I could be your personal trainer. I offered, and Hiromi made a keening noise as she shook her head. Oh. Never mind then? I guess Hiromi really was a couch potato. That's alright, she was the desk jockey anyways. Geez chum, you got it bad f-omble. Hiromi leaped away from me to press her gloved hand against Rebecca's mouth. Shh. She demanded, and I just quirked an eyebrow at the weirdness. Guys? It's nothing, Motoko. Why don't you get suited up and you can show Rebecca your armor? Hiromi added, even as Rebecca was glaring at her, but. Okay, sure. I wasn't going to interfere with whatever Hiromi was up to. June. You too. I demanded, and he looked up and blinked. Motoko, I don't have any, hey. Don't throw stuff. He snapped, but I ignored him. The original set of armor I had pulled off the Kong Tao way back was more than capable of stretching to fit June. Wear that. I demanded, and he looked at it like I just handed him something foul. Motoko, this ruins my style. You don't have a style. Moron. Idiot. Gonk. Put on the armor, or stay home. I ordered as I turned around to get suited up myself. Rebecca. So don't tell her that. Hiromi? Pretty sure that was her name. Becca was tempted just to call her crush and see how that worked out. The girl was a little high-strung, but the way Kitten had her own little follower was cute. Really though, Becca wished the girl would chill so she could get back to eyeing up the candy machine that was sitting next to her. He had a real cute smile, despite being a tiger gonk. But the fact he was good with his little sister, something she could attest told a lot about an older brother, meant he was probably safe enough to flirt with. And she didn't mind the way his fiery hair swept down over his eyes. Yummy. The fact he was easily twice her size wasn't a bad little addition. Eth, are you even listening? Hiromi interrupted Rebecca's fuck me eyes at the ganger. Not really, but relax, chum. I'm not gonna blow your crush into the open, she offered. The girl reacted in an interesting way, because where before she was dealing with a frantic teenager, the next moment she was dealing with someone that had a rather cold look in her eye. Motoko vouched for you to come in. That's good. I trust Motoko's instincts. Most of the time. But if you cause us any trouble, it won't be up to her. I'll just have you disappeared. Don't forget that. Hiromi said with all the sinister casualness as any of the corpos Becca had met. Scary. She mocked, but acknowledged the risk as well. Seems this entire group was at least semi-more interesting than expected. Alright, all done. One of the boys called out, and Becca turned in. If he was a little older, she might consider it. The whole armor set was sleek. Sleeker than anything she had seen the corpse use. But it turned the casual, almost rumpled teenager into someone that looks dangerous. Damn her attraction to dangerous cuties. Nice armor, chum. She offered, and he smiled bashfully. Thanks. He offered and then walked over and opened a case that had been pushed into the corner and started loading up on a small armory. Becca blinked as the boy grabbed a smart SMG that she knew were pricey for any merc to casually pull out, and then grenades as well. Loading up his armor with only a bit of hesitation. Idly Becca noticed that Hiromi also had an expensive smart pistol on her hip. Okay, back. Kitten herself reappeared, and Becca was a little taken aback. That was a lot of guns. Got enough weapons there, Motoko? June called out and Motoko stuck her tongue out at him as she took a second to pose, helmet under her arm and showing off. We aren't going quiet this time. So I can finally go all out, she said, and Hiromi wondered what she was going all out against, an entire corp hit squad? On each thigh was a unity pistol, slotted into holsters tied into the armor, along with a few reloads for each stuck in the webbing. On her left hip was a katana, not something you usually see with groups wearing armor like that unless you were in Arasaka. Then there was the right hip where a barrier was holstered. Against her chest was a copperhead. Despite the fact this was supposed to be a loud and proud gig, it had a silencer on it. Then on her back was a carnage. You can never have enough guns, she chirped happily, practically bouncing on her toes, a habit Rebecca had noticed the girl tended to do a lot. Motoko, put the shotgun away. June tried to argue, but Motoko just ignored him with a roll of her eyes. Having a backup shotgun is very useful, June. Then her hands blurred, and she wasn't holding the copperhead which had just fallen to her chest, its straps keeping it close. But in her hands was the carnage which had a moment before been over her shoulder. That had been fast. See? She offered a chilling smile. That was fast. What chipset you got for that? Rebecca asked, and Motoko just sort of blinked guilelessly at her. I don't use skill chips, she answered in response, and Rebecca barely kept herself from scoffing. That sort of move wasn't something a teenager just pulled off. Bullshit. Rebecca decided to say instead seriously, she kinda wanted whatever skill chip had given her hands that fast. Motoko just continued to look at her without really saying anything. Prove it. Let me see, she demanded. At Motoko's shrug, Rebecca climbed over the back of the couch, and then made grabby hands at the girl. Motoko relented surprisingly easily. She kneeled down, letting Rebecca see her neck. Rebecca looked over the neural link, and the chip slots. There were a few shards in there, and car keys, but nothing. Definitely not a skill chip. You couldn't really confuse the two. How did you do that then? She asked, half outraged and more just shocked. Practice. You have to train really hard to be a solo, you know? I practiced quick drawing weapons a whole bunch until I got the hang of it, Motoko said with a bright smile, even making a little motion with her hands as if quick drawing a pistol. Even that was kinda stupidly fast. Fuck. Rebecca cursed and stomped a few steps away. She had agreed to this because she thought it would be just a bunch of kids fucking around. Even if Motoko had been surprisingly skilled, she hadn't. Rebecca hadn't expected to be this outclassed. Her shoulders slumped. No wonder Maine always hesitated to bring her into an actual gunfight. If Motoko was what she should be. She felt her spine straighten. No, if that was her real skill, then Motoko was scary good. Not the norm at all. Her chums didn't have her chops, even if they had better equipment than any teenage Gongoon squad should have. No wonder you got Rogue's attention. You aren't just some Gongoon. She called out to the girl who smiled happily at the compliment. Thanks. She chirped out as happy-seeming as always, although Rebecca noticed her chums perked up at the mention of Rogue. Show me what you got then. I want to see this. Rebecca offered, staring at the taller girl seriously, the girl whose eyes widened at her words before smiling brightly and nodding. Well, I'll be right in front of you, so look all you like. She replied, only for her chum to instantly react. Hiromi jumped off the couch where she had settled in, looking outraged at her chum's words. Crush was certainly crushing hard. But not too close. You have to shoot and stuff first. Yeah. Keep an eye on the gig and not on Motoko. Far away from Motoko. Hiromi? I mean, she's going to be watching my six though? Motoko said guilelessly, the kid was. Fuck, the kid was a natural heartbreaker, wasn't she? That look on her face, of open honesty, would be pretty attractive to any gonk that made friends with her. Not too many people in Night City that were just completely open books. But there was no way Rebecca would leave such an opening. Yeah, Hiromi. Don't worry. I'll be watching her six alright. Rebecca threw Hiromi a wink that made her choke and sputter. Motoko just looked confused as her head went from one to the other. Anyway. Malcolm called out, seemingly heading off a disaster as Hiromi had been growing redder and redder. Looks like Ichi is done. So let's head out. He interrupted and Rebecca turned to see Ichi also coming out of the bathroom wearing a suit and looking all fearsome. Damn. These kids cleaned up nice. We can't leave yet. Everyone huddle in. Motoko called out earnestly and Rebecca just wondered what was going on, but her chums seemed to know. Oh come on Motoko. Ichi whinged, but she ignored him instead, waving for June to join too. Rebecca watched on, confused as Motoko helped arrange everyone into a circle, even grabbing her hand and pulling her in two so she was part of it. The others besides June seemed to know what to do. Even if they all sighed and looked embarrassed about it, they did it anyway. Motoko stretched her hand into the middle, and then her chums did the same. Then the girl made eager little motions with her head, and Rebecca decided to hell with it, and threw her hand on top. June's warm hand landing on top of her own caused Rebecca a moment's distraction. Section 9. Motoko cried out and threw her hand into the air. Her chums joined in, and Rebecca was just left wondering what the hell she had gotten into. Chapter 156. Rebecca. That was pretty much it. Right after the weird hand thing, which the gonk was smiling like crazy over, they all left the apartment and slipped into an array of vehicles down in the garage. Motoko even invited Rebecca to ride with her, which was nice, as she didn't have a car. Just taking Ann cart to get there. It was actually kind of surprising the array of vehicles the teenagers all had. Malcolm rode around in a Badlands Thornton Colby. The truck was rough and tumble and armored to hell. And Motoko drove around in a Quadra-Type 66. Also a Nomad variant. The thing was a beast, and Rebecca was more than a little interested in getting a ride. The big truck Ichi drove was interesting, but sort of normal. Hiromi joined Ichi, while Motoko yelled at June to get into Malcolm's car instead of taking his Kusanagi. She looked it over and nodded. Preem ride. She wouldn't mind letting him drive her around on it sometime. Oh, before we jump in. Motoko said as she turned from the driver's door to the trunk and then opened it up. Whoa. Do you want something with a bit more kick? The girl asked, and Rebecca had a moment where she wondered what the fuck Maine had been doing all this time. Maine didn't have a rocket launcher. Was that a rocket launcher? My Urigan? Yep. I picked it up off some nomads. You'd be surprised how often shooting something with heavy ordnance makes things on a gig go smoother. She offered, and no, Rebecca would not be surprised, because she now knew what she wanted in her life. A rocket launcher. It was the only thing that would make her complete. She reached for it, and Motoko's chrome hands wrapped around her wrist. Sorry. Not this gig. Phuck. She cursed because it was right there. Hey, if you want one, I can put you in touch with my contact. Get some eddies together and buy one. She offered as if getting a rocket launcher was just that easy. Well, Rebecca realized that it kinda was. So want something else? I got an Ajax over there. Or a Carnage around here somewhere, if you want one. I think I got some dash. I'll take the Ajax. Sure. She agreed. She had shot one before, the recoil wouldn't send her flying. Good enough. Rebecca cursed herself a bit. She really needed the arm upgrades she had been planning. But Eddie's had been tight, and Pilar had been a tightwad. Needing all the Eddies for his projects and shit. Even if Becca knew he was blowing most of it on frivolous shit. The dumbass. She grabbed the Ajax out of the panel it had been inserted into, hefted it and checked it. Yep, already loaded. Here, a few extra mags. Motoko offered, and Rebecca nodded, stuffing them clumsily into her pockets on her jacket. We'll need to get you some rigging or something for next time. Motoko said suddenly, before nodding and heading back to the car. Rebecca though was a little surprised. For next time? Rebecca wasn't even sure if she wanted to work with the kids. But at the same time, it was kind of flattering to have Motoko already assume Rebecca wouldn't embarrass herself today and want them all to kick her out. And now she was feeling underqualified while hanging around a bunch of teenagers. Phuck. She took a deep breath and headed to the passenger door. With Maine, it always felt like she was just an add-on from Pilar. Her brother's tech skills made him useful. Rebecca, though, was the exact opposite of what Maine liked. Big, strong, brutal power. Even Sasha represented what Maine liked in a netrunner. Massive, powerful hacks. It was just how the big guy thought. Rebecca was usually only given shit jobs. Overwatch, distraction, shit like that. But Motoko had invited her right into the strike squad. Before she had walked into the apartment, she had thought the kids wanted another solo a bit older than them to help out. To handle the dangerous bits, but seeing everything now? No, it was Rebecca that was the amateur here. She took a breath and accepted that. Even as it pissed her off and embarrassed her, but that was just the truth. She slipped into the quadra's passenger seat, and they all started driving out of the garage towards Arroyo. Towards a massive SCAV den. She could feel herself getting excited. She was ready for this. You want any grenades? The question interrupted her thoughts, and she looked over. Was the kid wearing her seatbelt? Why? That's so weird. Yeah, chum? What kind of gonk said no to grenades? Preem. Got a box under your seat. Take whatever you like. Red caps are frags, blue are EMP, probably don't take any of those. Not sure how much of the equipment in the power plant is still active. Rebecca very carefully moved her feet and bent down. There under her seat was a box, and inside, slotted into little indents to hold them, was a bunch of grenades. Okay, sure. She reached down and carefully grabbed 2 of the red caps, and after a moment stuffed them into a still empty pocket on her jacket. She was going to need to get some actual rig if this is how Motoko rolled. It was kind of embarrassing to pass on her style, but well, having spots to hold grenades did sound pretty nova. 'Cause grenades. This is going to be so fun. The girl chirped, happily smiling while her eyes were locked on the road. For someone with such a high-end car, she kinda drove like some ancient old lady. Weird. The ride over was pretty quiet. Motoko chattered a bit here and there, mostly about odd topics. What kind of weapons she liked, did she mod her own stuff? What sort of chrome she wanted to get. Rebecca spent most of the ride mentally preparing herself for the battle to come and didn't really give good answers. Then they were there. Everyone was already there except for Itchy in the truck. He had split off from the group to go get his toy Minotaur, which Rebecca was still jealous that they had. She wouldn't mind piloting a Minotaur. They parked on the side of the road a block down from their target, and the kid sat back, eyes closed. What's up? Rebecca asked, and the kid smiled. I set up some cameras last time I was here. I'm accessing them and slipping into the SCAS network again. Just to make sure nothing has changed or they found us out. Did they? No, she said while smiling. A smile that was much more bloodthirsty than the girl had shown up until now. I'll be pinging their system once we move in. Watch the golden lines, it'll tell you where they are hiding. I'll send some hacks through as well right after. Preem. Gonna nuke them or something? Huh? Oh, you work with Sasha, right? I forgot. Motoko said, starting amused and then going quiet. I hope she's okay. But no. I don't really use offensive hacks much. I prefer CC wipe their eyes. Disarm their guns. Make shooting them a lot easier. Well shit, that's what I like to hear. Rebecca agreed, not having Sasha steal everything would be kinda nice. Not that Rebecca had really gotten a chance to do much killing with Maine's team. They still treated her like a kid. She was 18. Sure, she looked more like she was 14, but that's just how she was. Scop shit. It's fine. She'll get some chrome and then Maine will stop babying her. The man always was quick to accept chrome as a solution to any problem. They waited for a while. Motoko mentioned a few things offhand from time to time. 3 are outside, but they move around. 2 of them are moving boxes outside to a truck. Don't worry, they aren't moving very fast. The truck won't be ready to leave before we hit them. And Rebecca just listened. And used to the chatter, but used to a netrunner overwatching. In fact, the constant updates was kinda nice. Sasha was usually more quiet, or just teasing as she worked. Finally, a familiar big truck pulled up behind them all. Ichi had arrived. Motoko nodded, having noticed them, despite focusing on the cameras. Okay, the gates are both unlocked. Let's get the channel started. Then a moment later, Rebecca got a call. Here, Rebecca said as soon as the call connected, and Motoko nodded. I'm in, Hiromi responded. Me too, June was in. Locked and loaded, Malcolm. Just say the word, I want to give this thing a test drive, Ichi. Alright everyone. Gates are unlocked. June, Malcolm follow me. Ichi, once the shooting starts, that's your cue. And then the car rumbled, pulling away from the curb and driving down the street past the power plant, and around so they could get into the alley behind it leading around to the second gate. Rebecca was ready. Ajax held in her lap. When you pull in, just give me an angle, I'll drive by. She told the kid verbally so as not to disturb everyone. Preem. The car is armored, so that's actually a great idea. Motoko said happily, and Rebecca sort of huffed. She wasn't complete Ganik. She could take a round from some Scav 9. Mostly. Okay. I'm going And then the quadra roared, shifting from a quiet driver to someone that happily pushed the pedal to the metal. The quadra roared, and the gate ahead of them was already opening. Netrunners were preem like that. The quadra suddenly shifted and Rebecca yelped, kicking out with her legs to hold her against the dashboard and grabbing the center console to hold her steady as it started drifting sideways. A moment later, the car stopped and she realized the kid had actually set her up perfectly with the passenger door facing the insides of the power plant entry lot. Rebecca righted herself and pushed the Ajax out the now open door. They weren't ready. Already lines filled her vision, showing where all the scavs were at. That was useful. Sasha didn't usually ping for the team like that. Then all hell broke loose as Rebecca opened fire. Above them, some scav hiding in a burned-out building across from the plant itself started firing. Across the way, Ichi's truck finished backing in, and suddenly, the rear door opened, revealing a minotaur that stepped out and slammed into the dirt lot. The noise was already attracting attention. The front of the plant opened up, and scavs popped out, hiding behind whatever cover they could find and firing. And Rebecca could see the lines of light shifting as more scavs were coming. Then they started screaming, not because of the minotaur, but because suddenly they were stumbling around, dropping behind whatever cover they could find. I plucked their eyes. Go! And the rest arrived. June was suddenly leaping over the quadra, barely wearing the armored plate vest that Motoko had given him, but indeed wearing it even if she was pretty sure he hadn't bothered to actually zip it up. He reached the first scav hiding behind some concrete and just ripped the fucker apart. Grabbing an arm and a leg and just pulling. Fuck. She had seen Maine do something like that, the big fuck, but he had been bitched out by Dorio for it. A little too cyber psycho. Rebecca thought it was pretty Nova though. Then a scream echoed out and a scav slammed into the ground, twitched and went still. Rebecca peeked up and out and nearly flinched. She looked behind her and noticed that Motoko was gone. She hadn't heard the girl even leave the car. Now she was 2 floors above her, having just thrown a scav off a building and was overwatching with that copperhead, silent rounds firing constantly as she started shooting at scavs from behind their cover. That was Nova. Rebecca focused up and started firing as well. Popping a scav inside the plant, and then focusing on another firing into his cover as he trembled and couldn't move to save himself. Malcolm ended up taking that kill, a smart round shot close to her, and then sped around the cover slamming into the body. She looked and Malcolm was using the front of the quadra as cover and firing his very prime shingen. Damn, that was a quality piece. The sudden loud roar of HMGs filled the lot as the Minotaur stepped into play. Simply moving slowly, step by step towards the entrance of the plant, and firing at anything that moved. A surge above her and she gasped. Motoko had just leapt off the building, traveling all the way across the lot, to land behind the Minotaur, and then she popped up from a roll and landed on its back. Her copperhead aimed past it, as she held on to its ass and started firing. Motoko. You are unbalancing me, Ichi's voice called out with some staring through the channel. Be a good weapons platform and just stay still, she retorted back without a hint of stress in her mental voice as she just fired into the dark power plant. Rebecca decided that she had the right idea. She leapt out of the quadra, rushing up to the side of the power plant and posting up on the outside, quickly seeing some gonk on the second floor catwalk and shooting him full of holes. This was it. This was what Rebecca fucking lived for. Ha 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 ha. Get fucked. She roared out in delight as she opened up with her assault rifle. I felt my own smile stretch across my face in time with Rebecca finally losing her shit and going full berserk. This assault was going incredibly well. The scavs that were checking the cameras right now wondering what the fuck was happening must be shitting their pants. I almost wondered what they were thinking was happening. Did anyone expect a response like Section 9? I dropped a mag and reloaded, which was difficult while staying on the back of the Minotaur. June. Up front, we are moving in. Malcolm, move it, I demanded over the line, as I jumped off the Minotaur and landed behind June. To his surprise, I posted up behind him. Hand on his back, letting him know where I was, as I basically used him as cover. The gonk wanted to be the big target, then that's what he would be. Here Malcolm confirmed, posting up behind me, and I nodded. Rebecca. We are moving in. Ichi, hold the lot down. Hiromi, keep an eye on Ichi and run if you have to. No risks. Let's move, I said as I pushed June forward, which he audibly grumbled at, but then we moved. June leading the way into the power plant, and the 3 solos backing him up. The fact I had disabled the scav's weapons was doing a lot to ensure our charge was uninterrupted, while June slammed into a guy on the ground floor. The 3 of us twisted around, firing into the scaffolding, or in Malcolm's case firing and then having the smart rounds twist around and land on top of the hiding scavs. We slaughtered them. Moving constantly, in a barrage of bullets. Ping, meaning even amateurs like us could act like a unified team. Rebecca quickly matched our pace despite having to move a bit more with her shorter legs, but she was keeping up perfectly, twisting and firing, as she followed the flashes of light from a fresh ping. Of course, as easy as it was to slaughter these fucks, there were problems. Teething issues. Malcolm tripped, nearly knocking me off my feet, and forcing me to struggle and lift him back up. Rebecca got a little trigger happy and nearly shot June, who was rushing around. June was running off on his own, and not staying together so we could support him, ending up with him getting stabbed by a very very brave but stupid scav that managed to surprise him. Yet we kept moving. Malcolm slowed his twisting pace, and kept his feet better after his fuck-up. Rebecca stopped to aim before firing, ensuring no friendly fire. And June grumbled and mostly ignored the fact he got stabbed and just kept doing what he was doing. The after-action report would be filled with me kicking him in the head to get it through his denseness. But that's fine. We moved on. Having cleared the entrance to the plant, we ended up not immediately hitting the downstairs. Instead, we broke through a door in the rear of the factory where a clump of scavs had been hiding behind to enter into a sort of warehouse and main plant. I actually almost stopped as I entered, because this whole section of the power plant didn't exist in the game. It was just one of those doors that was door-shaped, but was actually a wall. But inside was a storage area. Obviously the stuff too heavy to take down into the underground. Boxes of what I instantly registered as loot, but that wasn't all. Tables next to chemical equipment. A drug lab? I shrugged it off and opened fire along with everyone besides June, who was going full Oni mode and either cutting people down with his katana that he had drawn, or just battering scavs into paste. Both were pretty effective honestly. Motoko? Malcolm called out, but I shook my head immediately. Ignore it. This side is clear, we move down now. I called out even if Malcolm was looking shocked at everything we had found. Scav business, XBD business, and a drug lab? These scavs sure liked to dip their toes into everything. Whatever was going on here was something for later. We turned after clearing out the area that the scavs were using and instead rushed towards the underground stairs. This time June was slower and I was in the lead. I noticed two lines shifting as I got close to the stairs, two gonks, very close, probably hiding in a corner. So I popped a grenade off my rig. *hold. Frag out *, I called out over the line, and June actually stopped for once. I popped the pin and chucked it down the stairs hard enough it would bounce down and into the bottom of the steps. A few seconds later, the noise buffeted us, and I almost giggled as the lights leading to the two winked out. Let's go, I called out, and June raced ahead, which I realized was him being protective again. I rolled my eyes and moved, sticking together with Malcolm, with Rebecca following us. Good job, Malcolm, Rebecca. Course. Easy shit, Rebecca agreed, sounding almost calm, but when I turned to look, her face was locked into a full-on rictus grin. Heh. We moved on, June rushing again like a dummy. We walked through a no-entry door and then past the hallway that led to the elevator, but while I could hack the thing, it would take time, and it wasn't like they were going anywhere. Not with the Minotaur already moving into the plant to watch the stairs. Then we moved through a trash area, covered in old clothes and garbage. Every piece of clothing told the story of another death at the hands of these scavs. But June didn't care, he moved right through opening doors and rushing through, and so we followed. The next area was a ripper room. The plastic sheeting scavs were so proud of, along with 3 beams of light leading to scavs. June of course followed straight towards them, but instantly they opened fire. My hack didn't work. I slammed another optic reboot at them, but felt the hands of another runner. Someone was plugged into the network, fighting me off. June hadn't stopped at the gunfire, just charging through it and slamming into a ripper chair, knocking it over and onto a scav firing at him. He screamed as it pinned him to the ground, and then the screaming stopped as June slammed a boot down onto him. Malcolm and I focused on the others. Far more accurate fire than the scavs were putting out thanks to the ping meant they were scattering for cover, but that didn't save them from Malcolm. They have a net runner. My hacks won't be as effective. Destroy any cameras as soon as you see them, I called out, doing just that as I swung around and fired a round into a camera that was watching the ripper room. Got it, Rebecca confirmed, while Malcolm just nodded. June? You alright? Just some scratches, he actually said, standing up and showing it was a bit more than that. He was definitely bleeding a bit. You are on the back line now, pick up a gun. No more rushing forward or I'll leave you blind and go on without you, I said, completely calm, cool, keeping me from absolutely ranting at him for being an idiot. He looked like he was going to argue, but I didn't give him a chance. I popped my carnage off my back and tossed it at him. There, see? It was totally worth bringing it along. I reloaded again and nodded as Malcolm did the same, and then we moved on to the next room. Chapter 157. This room was one I definitely remembered from the game. This was the Scavs' rec room, the place they hung out. It also had crates of weapons and other supplies, so they were ready for us here. The lights from ping gave us numbers, and locations so I didn't have to call it out. 6 guys. Asterisk going to frag again. Rebecca, you too. Asterisk I called as I found a position to post up before running into the room. Rebecca and I both stood next to one of the metal security blinds, and once she was ready with June and Malcolm both holding the entrance. I hacked the blinds and forced them open. We both tossed. I made sure to toss my grenade in a different direction from Rebecca towards a different group of people. Our synergy wasn't great. I hadn't thought to have us call out which group to target. Despite my skill, this was a new experience for me, just like it was for most of Section 9. We would have to do some team training soon. The side thoughts were blown away with the explosions of 2 grenades, and the screams of agony from dying gonks. June and Malcolm both charged. Malcolm, I noticed as I turned to follow, was hugging directly behind June, using him as cover and rapid firing into groups that June wasn't focused on. Good work. Rebecca and I came around a second later, and her smile was already stretching across her face as she let loose. The Ajax roared and she caught 2 in a spray of bullets that weren't fast enough to hide behind some crates in the middle of the room they were using as cover. It wouldn't work against me either. I leapt straight up, my head nearly touching the ceiling as I raised my copperhead and just fired into them from above. More scavs were killed, and I think our assault finally started breaking any hope the scavs had of winning. They started running, not many of them got far. Not with everyone shooting into their fleeing backs. Rebecca had climbed up on top of a crate and was laughing hysterically as she went full auto down the tunnel the scavs were trying to flee down. I just chased after them while firing the copperhead tight to my shoulder as I raced forward, firing at the fleeing gonks. One dropped. I took a second to lower the barrel and confirm the kill by blowing out the back of his head. Then moved on. I could hear Rebecca struggling down from the crate behind me as June continued to beat a poor scav into a pulp. Even without looking, I knew he was already dead. June, focus up. But that was all the attention I was willing to give. I turned the corner down the hall, and some of the scavs had been smart enough to turn to try and shoot me. I juked and my copperhead jerked in my grip as the silent round started tearing out of the barrel. I felt a round wing me, and then another got me in the chest, but I was wearing armor. They weren't. A second later, the hallway was clear. None of them had escaped. Motoko. June, calms you, gonk. I yelled at him over the call and he slowed to a stop and seemed to regain some of his humanity as he saw me perfectly fine and glaring at him. Oh wait, I was wearing the tech goggles with my helmet. He couldn't see me glaring. Asterisk right. Right. You okay? Asterisk. Asterisk I'm fine. Check. Any injuries? Asterisk. Nope, I'm fine. Didn't get touched, Malcolm and Rebecca both confirmed, and then I looked at my gonk brother. Do I need to pull you out? It's just some scratches, he denied. Yeah, the bullet hole in his arm was not a scratch. But I noticed the old Kong Tao armor had actually caught a few rounds for him. Even if he had done everything he could to show off his plastic abs. I rolled my eyes and tossed him a roll of bandages. Cover those. I'm fine, he tried to argue, and I just cut him off. Do it or leave. He grumbled and after a minute did as he was told. Asterisk everyone gather back up. Let's finish clearing this place. We aren't done, asterisk. Awesome, Rebecca cheered out as she ran down the hall. I quirked an eyebrow. She now had a Saratoga strapped to her back. What? Nothing, I said, chuckling quietly as I focused up. We weren't done. Echinos. The stairs had not been easy to maneuver down, but he had done it. The Minotaur was staring into the doors of the elevator just waiting for someone to be stupid enough to come up. Anything up there, Hiromi? Nope, still clear, she said, and he relaxed a little. Controlling the Minotaur was an interesting experience. Despite the fact he was still just sitting in the driver's seat of his van, it felt like he was actually far away. Hiromi watching over him at least made this doable. He didn't want to imagine what it would be like to get killed because he was focused on the Minotaur, but then again, what kind of idiot would lose complete track of his surroundings without someone watching over them in a dangerous area? The elevator shifted. He could hear it through the Minotaur's pickups. Someone is using the elevator, he called out, both in the channel between Hiromi and him, and to Motoko's squad. God, thinking about it in terms like that still caught him off guard. This whole thing. This wasn't some group of gonk kids fucking around. This was a corp level op. They were badasses. Asterisk not one of us. If anyone is in there, take them out. Asterisk Motoko answered back coolly, not a hint of the strain of being in combat in her voice. Once again Ichi just had to shake his head. Motoko Kusanagi was an enigma. She had come back so different from the coma, and that had only grown with the time since. It was almost hard to remember what she used to be like. But it was her almost clinical detachment when dealing with violence that still made him nervous. Motoko, the gonk that didn't like alcohol, and would happily get into arguments about the best character in a movie with Malcolm, would in a second transform into a killer. He had never understood the idea of a cold-blooded killer before. Every murder he had ever seen had been passionate acting out, or just gang stuff, which was usually full of shouting and yelling. Although he knew Jotaro had been the same, but seeing that look on Motoko's face as she talked about murdering her enemies always made Ichi not nervous. He wasn't afraid of her, but he was wary of her. He watched the elevator doors open, and 5 scavs stepped out. These were the leaders. The netrunner among them told Ichi that. The fact they were escaping was rather telling as well. He felt his HMGs activate. The targeting software easily pinging all 5. Fuck. The netrunner managed to scream as the group realized what it was that was standing in the shadows in front of them. Then Ichi fired. Yeah. This was the fun part. They tried. One scav must have some training. He raised a metal the clunky Tektronica revolver fired twice before he had so many holes in him that the pistol fell from his grip. Asterisk 5 scavs took the elevator. They're dead, asterisk he called out, and he could hear Hiromi cheer. He could imagine her pumping her fist at that. Confirmed, Motoko offered back, once more calm and controlled, despite the fact he could vaguely hear gunfire still coming from down below. He settled in again. Motoko had this under control. I felt like I had no control over what was happening. June was once more racing off. Malcolm was doing his best to stay with him, using him as cover. Rebecca had gone completely gun crazy and was just firing full auto at everything that moved. I was forced to run multiple positions and tasks. That scav aiming at June's back? Quick draw the barrier fire twice. Rebecca running out of ammo and struggling to reload with how many weapons she now had strapped to her? Jump up and tackle her off the table she had found to give her some height. Cover her with my body so the return fire from the scavs hit me and not her. Land, and fire through the cover at the fucker that just shot me. Reload barrier, ensure Rebecca was okay visually. Rise. Fire into fucking dirty scavs until they die. Sorry. I heard quietly as I looked back and saw Rebecca. The fury was quenched and I was cool once more. It's fine. We work as a team to watch out for each other. We all have things to learn. Then, because I was just holding my barrier, I reached out a hand for her. She had landed on her ass after everything. We aren't done yet. She looked up at me and smiled evilly. Right. And then I was hauling her back to her feet, and we went to town. This last section of the scav base was a fucking maze. Broken walls. Scaffolding. Large machines to hide around. There weren't that many scavs down here, but they were all hiding in nooks and crannies to ambush us. Thankfully ping still worked, and between June and I we hunted them all down, pulling them out and murdering them mercilessly. Especially after we checked the side rooms and found all the killing rooms. Or rather the scavs BD rooms. The horrific locals were something I expected, but it made June go real quiet and I could see him tighten his hands over and over. The view had Rebecca lose it too. Malcolm though was probably inured to seeing scav holes. He just kept trying to kill them. But finally we cleared the entire underground. Each corner was checked, and we went through the whole complex, including in rooms that I remember from the game had been dead doors. Many of the side paths were full of gear or equipment, or just corpse storage. But it was done. Asterisk looks like we are clear down here. Hiromi, Malcolm, let's move on to the most important part. Looting asterisk. I got a laugh from Malcolm at my words, but Rebecca mostly gave me a funny look when I said the most important part. Obviously Maine didn't know how to make the real eddies. There was a lot of gear down here. Itchy and I switched places. Although I didn't have the Minotaur, I was just on overwatch upstairs, keeping an eye on things in case any random scavs returned. To my amusement, June had been roped in by Hiromi, and she was ordering him around as he lifted heavy stuff. While Malcolm and Itchy started going through rooms, gathering up interesting pieces. Rebecca had also wanted to help, but her stature had gotten in the way and so she had finally given up and was heading up to the surface. I was on the second floor of the broken-down building looking over the power plant's lot when she finally came up and then headed up to where I was hiding out. "You're up here, right?" she asked as she came up, and I reached up over my head, revealing my hiding place between some boxes, cutting me entirely off from sight. What are you doing?" she asked as she walked over and climbed up onto the boxes to look down on me. "Overwatch." "Yeah, I get that, but why are you hiding?" "Because if I see anyone coming in and they don't see me, that gives me a tactical advantage." "Right. Right," she answered, and then to my surprise, she shimmied over the box and landed in my little hidey hole and rested against the box. That was pretty crazy. One of the biggest raids we've done for sure. Not the biggest, but one of them. Definitely the first one with our new equipment. I offered, looking her over, happy to see she hadn't taken any wounds. I had already checked over my armor, poking fingers into little holes in the chest rig, and some random shrapnel I had picked up from Ricochet somewhere. "I wanted to say thanks," she finally admitted after a minute of quiet. "You didn't treat me like some random extra you were just bringing along, or give me some random gonk work. You just gave me a gun and expected me to use it." "Well, yeah. You work with Maine and Sasha, right?" "Sometimes," she said weakly, and that sometimes sounded more like never. Or not in the way she wanted. Well, Section 9 is always looking to hire good shooters. Malcolm is shaping up well to be my backup, but we could use another solid gun. Not saying you have to stop working with Maine or anything. I just mean if you dash. Yeah. Listen, Motoko, you got something going here, that's kinda wild. Not the sort of shit I expected from a teenager, even one that can walk into the afterlife, but I get why Rogue has her eye on you now. You don't. You keep bringing up Maine, and Maine is great. He has army training, and is an absolute beast, but he doesn't. The planning you did? That's way beyond his normal prep. You passed out equipment that blows away anything Maine and crew use. My brother is Maine's techie. The gonk that makes sure they have whatever random tool they need, but he certainly doesn't have a Minotaur. That's pretty recent, and sort of a surprise to us too. Yeah, but Maine wouldn't have kept it if he got one. It would have just been sold off. Rebecca added, and then seemed to struggle with herself. I'm not good at this kind of shit. I'm not saying it right. Maine cares for his crew, he's protective, yeah, but he doesn't force them into high-end armor. Doesn't get Minotaurs for the non-shooters to be able to do something. That's not normal. Like at all. It's crazy. I like that kind of crazy. I looked at Rebecca's red eyes, and I understood. It'll take a bit for us to get a fresh set of armor. I'll talk to Hiromi, we might be able to buy a set fresh. A bit of time on top of that, the ECM emitters will take some time to source again, but that's not a huge issue. So give me some time and the armor will be done. Armor? Your armor. Can't continue to work with us without armor, I added, and Rebecca seemed sort of shocked at how casually I had just accepted her into the crew. That sounds expensive. Nah, Section 9 will handle the expenses. I assured her she wouldn't have to pay for it, and that did something, because a second later she started laughing. You're really fucking weird. Thanks? Despite expecting some massive scav response. Nothing happened. Instead, Rebecca and I switched off on Overwatch to make sure nothing continued to happen, while Section 9 went to work. Well, besides June, one of the times he had come up I noticed he was still bleeding. I had ordered him to go to a ripper and get checked up, ignoring any and all of his arguments about it. Then to my surprise, as I helped haul some heavy crates up the stairs, Ichi wasn't there and his van was gone, including the Minotaur. Where's Ichi? He went to get us more transport space, Hiromi said. She was going through all the crates, seemingly making lists of all the crap we were taking out. I shrugged, figuring he would just come back with his normal truck empty, but instead an hour later he came pulling into the lot with the massive behemoth. Huh? You didn't sell it? I asked Hiromi, absolutely surprised to see that thing again. I set up a rental plan as part of an agreement with the SCSM stocking service. Apparently having something armored like the behemoth heavily decreases injuries. I called it back in before we left. I had a feeling we would need all the space we could fit. Hiromi said, looking pleased with herself as Ichi came out of the cab with a proud look as well. You've been practicing. I called out to Ichi and he smiled. I have. Hiromi has had me working with the SCSM company. They use the truck and in exchange don't have to worry about getting shot at as much. I instantly looked at Hiromi, who smiled even more slyly. I might have also rented out Ichi. You. I called out, before bursting into laughter. You sneaky corpo. I yelled out and chased at her. Hee hee hee. She giggled back, flashing a bright smile as she escaped my grabbing hands. Well, you certainly drive it like you've got some experience now. I called out as I gave up on the chase. Yeah, it took a while. Ichi agreed, then he looked over all the crates already stacking up. I'll lower the ramp, let's start getting stocked up. I nodded in agreement, and soon we were working together, hauling up the heavy crates into the truck. I'm still surprised you didn't sell it. Aren't these things difficult to get a hold of? Yeah. Militech only sells it to big corps, or governments. Hiromi agreed, nodding. A moment later had her smile going sly. Which is why I decided that Section 9 should keep it for ourselves. Something like this isn't a vehicle we could just buy again later. Armored transports aren't easy to get. Well, I can't complain. I shrugged. I mean, I hadn't even noticed that Hiromi hadn't sold it. Was that another sign I was bad with money, or a hint that I had way too much money and should spend it? Both. Probably both. I traded out loading the truck with Rebecca every once in a while, giving me a break to rest and watch over the lot, while she helped out. And slowly we cleared out the entire place. At least anything we actually wanted to take. Then long into the night, Ichi piled into the cab of the behemoth, and we all slipped away into the night. Rebecca once more joined me in the quadra as we followed along behind the truck. Chapter 158. June? You're home already? I told you it was just scratches. He grumbled at me. I had dropped off Rebecca at home after we stored the behemoth for the night. All of us too tired to want to unpack everything, just to pack it all back up again. Hiromi had apparently made a deal with the SCSM company for a garage to store it, which we could use as a space for our loot. So it was secure enough. Now I was home ready for a shower, but June was already on the couch. I walked over and inspected him and narrowed my eyes at the very obvious bandages on his chest. Yes, I'm sure scratches bleed even after being checked over by a ripper, I said snidely, noticing red on the white bandages. It's fine. He grumbled, looking me over. You? Nothing went through. Armor worked like it was supposed to, I assured him. Although I had gotten a few scratches, a max doc had cleared that up. Satisfied my brother had actually gotten his medical attention, I wandered into the bathroom to take a shower. This whole situation had gone really well. Even if the fact Sasha had survived was setting in. What was going to change from that one act? Maine's crew had made an enemy of Biotechnica. I had no idea how much, or if they would be able to let everything cool off, but Kiwi and Lucy might never be hired by Maine now. This was going to be an interesting situation. Also, the most important thing. We were only a few months away from a very important point. The start of Edge Runners. I would need to figure out what to do about what's-his-face, the original owner of David Sandevistan. The fact was, I wanted it. That wasn't some run-of-the-mill street Sandy that I could pick up. That thing was absolutely top of the line. And I wasn't David, I wasn't going to lose my mind to chrome and overuse and turn the biggest advantage into a weakness. But until then, I looked down at my body as the water flowed over me. Muscles and chrome, but I was flawless. No scars or markings. Vic and my sleep healing had taken care of me. I looked at my alerts. Plenty of killing had been done. Plenty of XP. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. On it went. 14 kills directly to me. That wasn't a lot, and yet it was all at the same time. 7,000 XP. I hadn't gotten any direct level ups, Assault was unfortunately already maxed, but I did get a quick hack alert. So that was one more step closer to a level. But as I looked away from the alerts and back to my body, I think it's time to get some more chrome. I've been doing a lot of prep chrome. My titanium bones were great, but I wanted something with a bit more flash. The idea stuck with me as I finished the shower. Undecided. I could probably get some Gorilla Arms mods for my Condor. They were already a bit full though. The EMP and armor took up a lot of room. I walked out of the bathroom clothed and drying my hair, and then decided since I couldn't figure it out on my own I was gonna ask the chrome head. Hey June? Motoko? I'm trying to figure out what chrome I should get next. Any suggestions? Extra heart? I do want one, but I'm thinking more flash. All of my chrome feels like just. Ah, I see. Get a Sandy. It'll make you killer. He said without missing a beat. I kinda have one lined up, but it'll be a few months before I can get it. I answered honestly. Admitting it aloud made it more real. I was going to take David's Sandy from him. He would never chip it in. In exchange I would make sure Gloria survived. I'm sure he would trade the chrome for his mother alive and well. If you have to wait so long, just chip in a Sandy now, get used to it, and upgrade later. You have the eddies. He said it like it was that simple. I don't want to chip in some Scop Sandy June. The one I have my eye on is like super top of the line. I just have to wait a bit. Dummy. He said, and to my surprise reached out and tapped me on top of my head. Speedware is useful shit. The only reason I don't have one is because I stopped shipping in new chrome for a while to get used to everything. But you're fine. Go chip in a Sandy, get used to it, for when you chip in something real Nova. But I stopped. How do I explain the idea of how I understood adaptation and humanity lost by cyberware without explaining it's all a game? Motoko? You handle chrome better than anyone I've ever seen. He said, his eyes locked on me. You've been a little skittish about it. I get that. But you've got nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Hiromi already sent me a quote on what we made today. You can get plenty of good chrome with just your cut of today's profits. Hell, it's more than I make normally by a long shot. He said, almost laughing. Who'd have thought little Hiromi would someday be bossing me around on a gig? I blinked at the almost wistful tone before June looked to me and smiled. Spend the eddies. Get an upgrade. At least it'll increase your chances of surviving until you get your hands on the Sandy you really want. Upgrades are normal, they won't hurt. I blinked and realized that I really should be upgrading my chrome. I had a lot of eddies just sitting in my account. And a lot of chrome that could use an upgrade. My cyber deck was a midline at best, for instance. An upgrade to my cyber deck would do a lot in making me even scarier. But I also wanted to spend more money on tech stuff. No, I realized. I had eddies. I had a ton of eddies. That was just an excuse. I was letting my fear control me. I was afraid of chrome in a way. Sure, I was feeling much better about it now, but the kidnapping still haunted me. I hated that idea. I breathed in and out. Being wise about chrome wasn't bad though. Balance. I just needed balance. I'm going to bed. I'll probably be working with Hiromi all day tomorrow to sell the loot. I said instead, rising up. Nice. I'm looking forward to my cut. Going to buy an upgrade for my ride. But you should set it up, Motoko. Call your ripper, Vic. Give him time to find some chrome. Go on. Go to bed. I just rolled my eyes at June's stupid Mizuchi. I'll send a message to Vic. I decided, even sending him a message about what I was looking for and a request for a checkup and new install. Good night, Motoko. And hey. This gig you pulled off today? I was impressed. Super impressed. You didn't even need me, you could have done it without me. It was a relief. I scoffed even as I felt my cheeks heat up. Section 9 is amazing. Of course we don't need a gonk like you. Even if you were a big help and it was cool how you worked with us, when you weren't charging ahead and getting shot at. Maybe Section 9 will offer more gigs to you in the future. If you get some armor. I yelled and then stomped away into my room. June was laughing. I checked on Tachikoma before I went to bed. Its walking process was starting to really come together. It was moving at a much faster rate now. Much more confidently. Good job. I told it despite not being able to hear me, and did some quick pruning of the process before slipping into bed. The next day was a barrage of running around. Thankfully, since Ichi could drive the behemoth, I was mostly the bodyguard. Keeping Hiromi safe as she sold equipment all over the city. The eddies flowed in as we dropped off piece after piece. While we drove around, I spent some time going over the gig with everyone. With the BD recorder, I could even review things I had seen, talking to Malcolm about when he tripped. Telling him to remind me sometime for some practice with walking through a dark space with a rifle in hands. Ichi mostly got a slap on the back. Hiromi too. June, I just sent a picture of him getting shot with a quick caption. Don't be the idiot that runs ahead. He didn't respond with anything useful. Just a glare emoji. Rebecca didn't have time to talk, so we would have to go over everything another time. Unfortunately, it also meant Rebecca wasn't able to join us. When we finally called it a night, we took some time to celebrate. Hitting a diner and ordering all the food we could eat. Seriously. That guy was such scop. I'm pretty sure he was a scop himself. I grumbled out, but Hiromi just laughed. You just didn't like how he was flirting with me. Hiromi said with a bit too much eagerness, and I shuddered. Of course I was upset. The guy was like 30. He was gross, Hiromi. You shouldn't have let him on. It let me fleece him for another $2,000. So. It's gross. I'll have to give that guy a late night visit sometime soon. I said, feeling rather murderous. Fucking sicko. Don't you dare. He was buying a lot of the equipment. We'll keep feeding him more of our loot. For the eddies. Don't worry about it, Motoko. He'll do something stupid someday, either get himself killed, or we will flatline him. Ichi cut in. I would put money on him trying to steal from us someday. He wouldn't. The equipment we are selling is super cheap. He would dash. He totally will. I agreed. The guy was skeevy. Yep. Ichi agreed. I raised my drink to him and he did the same. Ugh. Hiromi just huffed and Ichi and I started laughing. So what are you spending your eddies on, Ichi? Any chrome? I asked mostly as a segue, but I was interested in his answer as well. Well, I got the smart link, and that wasn't too bad. Even if using the Minotaur meant I didn't get to use it much. But I do like the Yukimura. Since I've been wearing it, just seeing it on my hip has settled a lot of friction. He said, laughing, slapping the holster on his side that carried his smart gun. Heh. At least some gonks are smart enough not to mess with the guy that has homing bullets. I giggled and he nodded in turn. But for what I'm going to do with these eddies? I don't know. Maybe some subdermal or skin weave? You should reach out to Vic then, see what he has on offer. He'll take care of you. Sure, maybe I'll reach out. How about you? He asked, and that was the topic I wanted to bring up, mostly because I was kinda nervous. I'd planned on holding off for a while longer. I have a chance at a really high-end Sandy that will open up in a few months, but I think I'm going to chip in a lower quality Sandy with Vic tomorrow. Whoa. Really? Hiromi asked, looked excited. That would be pre-Motoko. Sandy are expensive chrome, but they're great. Yeah. I was gonna hold off until I got something really top of the line, but power gaming versus realistic upgrades. The power gamer in me said not to upgrade until I could get the best. But I wanted to be safe and strong enough to protect myself and my chums. So yeah. I'll go in tomorrow morning. Vic got back to me that he found something that I'll like. Nice. I want to see. As soon as you are done. Hiromi demanded, and I waved her off. Maybe. I'll probably head home after and sleep it off or something. But I'll show you once I feel better. Deal. She agreed, smiling while Ichi nodded in tandem. How about you, Hiromi? Anything in mind for your eddies? Most of it is going into payroll, unfortunately. But I'll be making a nice profit that will go into private accounts. Hiromi said, but Ichi and I just looked at each other. Corporpoo. We both teased, and Hiromi instantly went red and slapped at both of us. The next morning I got ready and headed to Vic's. There was a bit of anxiety there. Because I wouldn't be chipping in the best of something. Just what I could get my hands on, with a bit of work, and that wasn't something I really appreciated, but upgrades. A few upgrades now could make future gigs easier, make me more eddies, and more XP. It was for the best. That old gamer mentality of not upgrading to anything until I either had to, or until I had all the stat points to make use of the best stuff was holding me back. But this wasn't a game. Hey Misty! I called out as I entered her esoterica, and she looked up and smiled brightly at me, making my day instantly better as she waved me down. Motoko, I saw you actually scheduled an appointment looking for more chrome today. That's unusual. Something happen? She asked kindly, waving me over as she was sitting behind her little reception. Not exactly. I just had the idea the other night and wanted to warn Vic. Well, he appreciates it, and as his sometimes secretary I appreciate it too. She said, teasing. Heh. He's got you taking calls for him now too? I asked, teasing back, and she shrugged. Sort of. Just as an emergency thing. Sometimes he isn't around, so if someone is calling for emergency help, well. If he isn't around to answer, I'll be able to warn them from showing up. Right. That makes sense. Did Vic mention what he got for me? He did. Vic has contacts all over, and you have the eddies to actually pay. She winked at me then. He always goes above and beyond for the best customers. Vic's the best ripper. Of course I have to treat him right. I answered back and we both smiled. Go on. I know you want to see what he was able to wrangle up for you. She said, waving a hand at the back, and I did just that, waving goodbye as I hurried into the alley then down the stairs. Vic. Hey kid, 'bout time. I was wondering if you would keep me waiting. Come in, let me show you what I picked up for you this morning. Called in a favor with some old rippers I knew to get the deets and had to do a bit of trading, but I got it. Then he pulled out a plastic bag, and there it was. A tiny little chip that was actually the Sandevistan. They always look so small. Heh. Well, big things come in small packages, kid. This is a Dynalar Sandevistan. It's not the best of the best. Chanti usually hold that mantle. Militech can be top of the line if you can snatch their good stuff. At least they put up a fight. The Falcon is a prime piece of chrome. He chattered as he started prepping everything, but I was struggling to tear my eyes off it. A Sandevistan. Speedware. The piece of chrome that every likely was the most important piece of chrome I would get. It was a midline Sandy. Like Vic said, this wasn't a Falcon. Or whatever the fuck David's Sandy was. Well, whatever it was, I would find out eventually. For now? This would do. This would do nicely. Alright, Vic. I'm ready. Heh. Nice that you are mentally, but you aren't ready just yet. Come take a look at this as well. I need to ask if this is the right fit for you. He said, pulling out a second plastic package. The plastic was obviously not original, the sort of thing I had seen in scoff shops for how they store cyberware to keep it clean. And he dropped it on the table. It took me a second. A neural link? I asked, confused at the sight of it. Your neural link is a civilian version. Vic answers, and then points at the second piece of cyberware in a plastic bag. It wasn't massive. At least not that massive, but I instantly realized it wasn't just nothing either. That looks a bit high-end. Heh, caught that, huh? Yeah. Your Sandevistan isn't anything special, not that it was easy to get my hands on, they don't come cheap. But you already got a cyberdeck, and I bet you wanted to keep it, right? I instantly reached up to the back of my neck. There in the neural link that I had woken up within this world and a small port that near my chip slots was my current cyberdeck. A cyberdeck that I knew was taking up a lot of the hardware of my neural link to run. The neural link may be the most integral cyberware that existed. It was the piece of tech that connected the brain and nervous system to cyberware. The basic civilian one wasn't really capable of much. It wouldn't limit a cyberdeck at my level, but Sandevistan, cyberdecks, and many other powerful pieces of Chrome all needed space in a neural link. Hell, the Sandevistan David had chipped in, had needed the massive spinal neural link, or at least had come with it just to help handle the power that little chip could push out. This one wasn't nearly as big, but looking it over. The chrome gleaming in the muddy light of Vic's shop. I came to a realization. I licked my lips. I want it. You sure? This might be the one I had access to, but I can find something different. This is a big step for you, Dash. I want it. It's perfect. Hell, there is only one other neural link I can think of that I want more, and that's coming along with that Sandy I've been hunting. Vic. Chip it. I confirmed, absolutely sure. This was going to be huge, but with adaptation, and my own desire for the chrome. I was confident this was perfect for me. Alright, kid. In that case, I'm all set up. Take a seat. I nodded and did just that, settling into the chair. I'll call Misty down as well once we are done. Not too good at haircuts. He joked and I just laughed, as I rolled over, showing the back of my neck. A few moments later I was asleep. Chapter 159. It's not too bad. Right? I think it suits you. Misty assured me. It was a full 20 hours after I went under the knife. Vic had done a lot of work, and after 8 hours I felt perfect. My neck was a little weird, but that was something adaptation would help with. I looked in the little handheld mirror and what gazed back at me was something more than human. The neural link Vic had chipped into me was an Arasaka brand. So the chrome was the usual black, with little red ports for everything. I knew Hiromi would love it. But it wasn't just a few chip slots hidden beneath the flesh that had long grown over it. This was heavy-duty chrome, and I didn't like hiding my chrome. So the entire back of my neck, from just above where my occipital bun as Vic had called it, but it was just the bump on the back of my head. Everything below that was chrome, to just above my shoulder blades. I even had some cool chrome stretching into the sides of my throat, giving me a bit of flash there. And now Misty was cleaning up my hair on the back of my head, and there it was. The largest chunk of myself other than my arms, that wasn't natural, something I wouldn't be hidden away beneath my boots like my ankles. And I low-key fucking loved it. Vic did a great job. It looks amazing. I said. Okay, so maybe it was more like, high-key, I loved it. Hee hee, it really suits you. You always carried that neo-mill look. Well, it looks even more so now. I felt myself smiling even wider as I turned the mirror so I could see Misty. Thanks, Misty. Of course. You'll make sure to take all the drugs Vic gave you in exchange. I kept myself from laughing too hard as Misty was cutting my hair a bit, but I flashed her a smile. Sure, you bet. Good. You're one of the patients that actually listened to all the recovery instructions. You have no idea how hard it is to get a bunch of gonks to take their medicine correctly. I giggled all the louder as Misty ranted, happily telling me horror stories of idiots not listening to Vic's orders and coming back with their body rejecting chrome or worse. All done. It looks about the same as before, but from the back. Well, it definitely stands out. In a good way. Hold the mirror? I asked her and she nodded as I walked over to a wall mirror and with Misty's help was able to actually see it. Heh. I'm really glad that Vic or whoever owned it previously got rid of the Arasaka symbol on the back. Instead of looking tacky, my chrome looked sinister. Cool. Remember to follow Vic's instructions. Misty demanded, and I nodded in agreement. The feeling felt weird as my neck no longer moved in the same way. But I would get used to it. Finally, Misty let me free, and I would follow Vic's instructions, only the actual instructions he had given me. We hadn't wanted to tell Misty that I had already healed post-surgery, so Vic had given me different instructions before I had left. I walked out and breathed in the night city air. People walked past me, in a blur of neon and suspicion-clad faces. But I didn't care. Because today? I had just done something amazing. Time to go home. Despite the heal, I was still ordered to go very easy on my cyber deck, and not to even think about using my Sandy. Even if the urge was there. You're staring. Of course I am. My little sister got a Nova upgrade. June agreed as he had intercepted me as I got home. Shouldn't you be at work? I said, flushing a little at the attention. I have the day off. Show me. He demanded, but it was with a gentle smile, and I huffed and did just that. Settling onto the couch. It's an Arasaka neural link, an ODA apparently. The Sandy's a dynalar. Just a MK.2. Nova. That's good chrome. June confirmed as he spun around me so he could get a better look. He did a good job on the install, I can barely see the wounds. I nodded slightly at that. He had done an amazing job, but the real reason there weren't any wounds was because I had slept 8 hours after the install. Anyway, I haven't used it yet of course. I need to give it some time for everything to settle in. Doc's orders. So I'll be working on stuff around the house. Do you need anything done? Armor for instance. I hinted and June just happily ignored me as he patted me on the shoulder. Nah, don't worry about it. That armor just got in the way. It was interesting, but not for Meow. Motoko. I'm sorry, I just happened to hit you right where you got shot the other day. Oops. Well, too bad you weren't wearing the armor properly, or it would have blocked that bullet and only given you a bruise. I hissed at him, and while June looked like he was about to pick me up and throw me, he hesitated, glancing up at my neck. I reached up and rubbed my neck too, and that put a damper on it. June wasn't going to roughhouse while I was healing. I wish you would wear more armor. I told him seriously. Look at how effective it was for us. I got shot a few times in that fight, June, but it didn't even slow me down. He didn't say anything in turn at my turn towards the serious. Instead, just patting me on the head. Don't forget to call Hiromi. She'll freak. Hee hee. I'll do that now. Maybe she wants to spend the night? I wondered and jumped off the couch to run to my room to make the call. That kinda tickles. It's so cool. Arasaka brand and everything. I'm so proud. Hiromi said, faux sniffling as she continued to poke at the back of my neck. I rolled my eyes. It's not the best link on the market, just the one that I have. I tried to argue, but Hiromi just ignored me. Happy that I had some Arasaka chrome. Honestly, we sort of matched. Her own neural link wasn't the heavy-duty one that I had, but she did have a strip of black chrome hidden under her hair along the back of her neck. Her chip ports were set into it. There is a problem though. I grumbled. What? What happened? Something wrong? Bad chrome. I'll kill that old man Ripper of yours. No. What? Hiromi, chill chum. Vic is amazing. No, I used to have my personal link cords on the back of my neck, remember? Oh yeah, you picked that weird install. They still there? Yeah, but the ODAs have a slightly different link design. Here, see? I said as I reached behind my head and felt around until I found it, then showed it to Hiromi. The ODA had a lot of modularity, despite being Arasaka branded. Not something you would expect from them, but it was actually sort of one of their trademarks. other than the black and red design. The personal link cord wasn't in quite the same spot as it used to be. It now detached from a recess along the right or left side of the neural link. Meaning it was more on the side of my neck behind my ears than it used to be directly behind on the back. Tee-hee. Hiromi giggled as she popped the personal link out of my neck and then put it back in a few times. That kinda tickles Hiromi, I told her, and that just made her giggle more and keep doing it until I swiped her hands away. It looks Nova Motoko. And with a Sandy, our work is going to be even smoother. Hiromi said with glee, kicking her legs as she raised them off the floor. It'll definitely increase safety. It'll be nice not to be pushed back by every Speedware user now. Heh. And that one TC girl you spar with? You'll be able to beat her ass now. Which you should. Definitely beat her ass. Oh, yeah, Hayato. I haven't talked to her recently. I'll have to reach out. She'll be a great test for using the Sandy in a fight. My Sandy. I repeated, because it bore repeating. I had a Sandy now. Sandevistan. One of my own. It wasn't David's OP as fuck secret black project Sandy, but it was fine. Yep. Well, in that case, I'll focus on the BD stuff for a while. Not like we can go on gigs while you are still recovering from your chrome. Hiromi added, shrugging. Oh yeah. I still have the BD from the power plant. Think I should delete it? I asked. Things had gotten a bit serious on the gig. And it could be dangerous to have it come back to us. Wait. You made a BD of that? Yeah, of course I did. I always turn my BD tuner on before doing something. I just delete it if it's boring, or in the case of the Badlands gig. Well, if things get crazy. Definitely. Oh. I have a good idea. It'll be perfect. Gimme. Well, hold on, Hiromi, I'll need to take it to Judy to get fixed up. I know. That's why give it to me, I'll take it. I have an idea. Okay, sure. I said, laughing as Hiromi was practically reaching for my chip slots like she could just pull it from my head. I quickly flashed a shard, and after a moment of it saving, I handed her the raw BD. Perfect. Hee. She cackled as she rose to her feet, like full-on maniacal laughter. I really don't think I want to know what your idea is. Don't worry. It's perfect. Then before I could say anything else, she ran out of the apartment. Was that Hiromi? Jun asked, poking his head out of his room, looking confused. I just sent him a look of confusion in turn. Wasn't she spending the night? I honestly don't know. I flopped on my bed just after Hiromi left. With any sort of heavy work taken off the field, I didn't have much to do. Sure, David had chipped in his Sandy, then used it right away, but he also fucked himself up enough to pass out doing that, and was a fucking gonk. I was going to follow my doctor's orders to take it easy for a few days, even with my instant heal. I looked over, and Tachikoma was steadily working. The programming was clearing up. The program had learned what it was trying to learn, and so actual improvement was going pretty quick. I purposefully pulled up the data on my laptop and didn't link in to go ahead and do more pruning. Getting rid of incorrect data, or repeats, cleaning it up and making it streamlined. But it was getting to be time to add more into the program, so I walked over and picked up a chunk of steel, and placed it in front of the Tachikoma. A moment later, the small addition to its programming I had added started up. It moved to the sphere and stopped. Then it rammed it. But steel was heavy. Nope, little guy. If you want to learn how to pick things up, you need to do better than that. Setting the program to run, I ended up just laying on my bed staring at the ceiling for a while. My neck. Well, it felt kinda stiff. Like I wanted to stretch it, but I couldn't. The negative side to Chrome. But I relaxed. I would put in some adaptation and be good to go. And in exchange for this discomfort, a Sandy, which I couldn't use yet. June. I'm going to sleep for a while. I yelled out from my bed without getting up. Okay. Sleep well. June called back. Cool. Another 8 hours would make the time until Sandy usage go down a lot. So I closed my eyes and drifted off. I awoke instantly and blinked. The light in the room was off, not that there wasn't enough light for my printers and laptop. So I rose up and blinked. That isn't quite it, little guy, I muttered, staring at the Tachikoma that had failed at lifting the block. It was using its little grippers on the block and was just sort of jerking itself forward and back. But the block wasn't going anywhere, because it was using the extension I had built into the grippers. Kinda cute though. I stood up and moved to the computer. Oh yeah, that was a glitch alright. A few moments later, I sent the update and the Tachikoma stopped, and then with a bit of prodding on my behalf through code, it finally managed to lift the block. Then it started walking and dropped it. Ganbat, Tachikoma-chan. I whispered to my drone and looked at the screen. I really should sit down and put in some actual work on the Tachikoma interface. Just thinking about it instantly brought ideas to my mind, thanks to Inspired Programmer. And it was like 2 a.m., so I might as well get something done. I shrugged, and even if I couldn't program with my cyberdeck, I could still do it the old way. I started typing, getting lost in the synergy between the 6 I was creating from the Tachikoma, and a program to manually control them. I would need to get the Minotaur interface tomorrow to look that one over as well. I could copy some of the program. Where was the Minotaur anyways? Last I saw it, Ichi had. Ichi! That little sneak. I realized that Ichi had definitely stolen the Minotaur away from me. Well, we would see about that. I knew where he lived. Ichi knows. Ichi woke up to his alarm blaring. Sighing into his pillow, he blinked up his agent and then shut it down. He sighed into his pillow as he mustered up the energy to get up. Slowly he rose, eyes blinking. One of the benefits of optics is that he didn't feel like he could barely see anything when he first woke up. Everything was clear from the light coming in from his open window. Which was weird, Ichi never left his window open. Something he had learned as a kid. He narrowed his eyes at it, and reached over to flip the switch, closing it back down. Nodding at that, he rose unsteadily to his feet, and took a few moments to stretch and groan. He didn't want to get up this early, but Hiromi had dragged him into that SCSM job, and well, it wasn't about the pay so much, but it was a good experience. Ichi really liked driving through the city, seeing new places, and meeting people. Malcolm might talk up his massively overpriced supercar, but he was also the idiot that could barely ever drive his car anywhere. Ichi drove through the whole city whenever he wanted. As he slipped into the bathroom, he made the call to his new partner, even if the guy liked to try and get Ichi to call him boss. Max was the guy that ran the SCSM shop. He was alright, but since Hiromi was technically Ichi's boss, it gave him a lot of leeway. Hey kid. You coming in today or not? You caused a real issue yesterday, K Max, yeah, I'm getting ready to come in. I'll have the behemoth. Won't have full capacity though, Fuck. How much room do I got, About 70%, maybe 80. Ichi ignored the cursing coming over the line, quickly washing up his hair, and then once he was soap-free stepping out, and grabbing a towel, quickly drying off, he checked his mirror, doing a bit of work on his hair to even it all. Fine. But we'll have to haul ass to get a full route done in that case. I expect you in soon, kid, It'll be about 30 minutes, max. Ichi refuted the man's demands, casually, pretty used to him now. It was kinda cool to be a teenager able to tell grown men to fuck off. It wasn't like Max had any other trucks with the same amount of armor, or capacity. And Hiromi had made it clear to the man that Ichi was the one in charge of the truck, full stop. Not that Ichi went out of his way to piss him off. The extra storage area and secure holding for the truck was worth a lot on its own. He stepped out of the bathroom, glad he had his own private one since this was an older style home. Pushing the beads out of the way, he made 2 steps and then stopped cold. And Motoko? He asked, because there sitting on his bed, with her feet up, was Motoko. Along with his Yukimura in her lap, that she was fiddling with. Ichi. She greeted back calmly, and Ichi felt a bit of discomfort, because Motoko was acting weird. For one, she was literally in his room. Motoko? What's going on? He asked a little awkwardly, making sure his towel was properly tightened around his waist. Dang it, Motoko, he just got out of the shower. Had Grandma let her in? She rose with a predator's grace, something she had started to show more and more lately, and almost languidly stalked him across the room. Itchy felt his back hit the cold wall as she stalked him right into a dead end, and then she grabbed his hand and put his yukimura into his palm. You should really have more weapons on hand, Itchy. I was able to take your pistol while you slept and you didn't even notice. She said almost jokingly, and he relaxed a bit, about to make a joke before asking her to get the hell out, but suddenly her palm slammed into the wall beside his head. Oh. Oh no. Itchy? Why Where's my minotaur? She said with sinister intent, and all Itchy could do was swallow, the emotions running through him in that moment, complicated and unknowable. Can show you? Perfect, get dressed. She agreed back to happy Motoko as she walked out of his room. Itchy slumped, nearly sliding down the wall. What the fuck? Chapter 160. I guess it's okay. I mumbled. Itchy had led me outside, into his little backyard. It had actually been a surprise that Itchy lived out in Arroyo, because I had always thought he had rented near the rest of us, but apparently this was his grandmother's home. It even had a little garage out back, with dirt cutting through the grass leading through a side gate. He quickly opened it up and showed his van. His van that still had my minotaur in it. So do you need it for something? Not the minotaur itself. I'm going to grab the control program and see what it's made of. I explained as I hefted myself up into the van, noticing the control crown and plopping it on my head. Oh, great. So is that new chrome? He asked suddenly, and I threw him a smile as I showed off my neck. Sure is. New neural link, and Sandy. Whoa. Sandevistan? What did you get? Just a dinaler. I was going to wait on chipping one until I had the perfect one, but June reminded me I should be looking at the short term as much as the long term. That's pre-Motoko. What's it like? I don't know. I laughed at the reveal. I'm not allowed to turn it on yet, Doc's orders. Install is still fresh. Oh, tell me about it once you use it. Why? Thinking about one yourself? Speedware is useful for drivers. He answered in turn before humming. Do you need me? I got work. Just give me 1 minute, and I'll get out of here. I looked at Itchy, who looked relieved. The SCSM job? I asked for clarification as I worked. Yeah, I kinda like it, I guess. It's simple enough, lets me drive around and I don't get shot at. At least not yet. That sounds nice. Make sure you bring your gun though. You never know when you'll need to shoot back. Obviously. He agreed and seemed to relax. Itchy had been kinda high-strung this morning. I wonder if he just didn't process well in the mornings. Needed a cup of coffee or something first? While I was talking to him, I was plugged into the control crown for the Minotaur, pulling the data, downloading all of it, into a set of shards I had plugged into my new chip slots. I was downloading into multiple shards at once, a barrage of data flowing into me much faster than my old system could have done. The new neural link was definitely an upgrade even at a base level from what I used to own. It was very, very cool. Okay, all done. Before I leave, what security do you have for the garage? A lock? He answered and I nodded, reaching into my back pouches and pulling out a Tachikoma. Here, let's set it up somewhere it can see your garage. Just remember to charge the battery once a week. Set a reminder or something, okay? I offered as I started examining the back porch on his home to find a place to hook it in. Sure. I can do that. Thanks, Motoko. No problem. I muttered as I found a good hidden place in the rafters where it could see the garage while being mostly hidden. Once its cute little feet were clamped on, I turned to Itchy, who was still sort of nervously moving from foot to foot. Okay, fine. I reached out and flicked his forehead suddenly. Ow. Motoko. That's for totally stealing my cool Minotaur that I totally wanted to use myself. Also, I interrupted myself, walked over and slapped him on the back. Good job finding something you can do to be extra useful. There. That should solve the problem with his nervousness. Seriously, it was like he expected me to attack him for stealing my Minotaur or something. Alright, I'm out. Have fun at work. I called out, waving an arm over my head as I headed out. I was back home looking over the program for juicy bits when I got a message from Hiromi. Checking it, I nodded. Payday. Enough of the equipment from the gig had been sold off. Hiromi sent out the first quarter. Wait, no, there were 6 of us. The first 6th of the payday. It was pretty juicy, and I nodded pleased before refocusing on my program. I was still using my Chrome as little as possible, so I was just looking over the programming as I displayed it on my laptop. But suddenly I had a call come in. Ringing. Rebecca? Preem. I quickly accepted before the second ring. Hey Chim. What the fuck? Asterisk. I don't know. Asterisk, I asked in turn and had a moment of quiet before Rebecca responded again. Asterisk, I just got the pay from your chum for the gig. What the fuck? Asterisk, she repeated almost breathlessly. Asterisk, oh. Now I get it. Relax, that's not the full payment. Hiromi hasn't sold off everything yet, but she sold enough of the loot to give us part of it. Asterisk. Asterisk, yeah, I know. I read her message, but what the fuck? That's more eddies than I've ever earned before from a gig. By a lot. So what the fuck? Asterisk. Asterisk, that's just a 6th of what we earned from selling the loot. Why? I don dash asterisk. Asterisk, a 6th. This is a 6th. Asterisk. Asterisk, yeah? We split the eddies evenly between everyone, I told you that, remember? Asterisk. I thought you meant it was a split of the percentage. The line went quiet for a while, and I was almost wondering if she had hung up when a quiet voice that I was pretty sure I wasn't supposed to catch spoke. These kids are fucking nuts. Then she spoke up clearly again. Asterisk, okay, seriously, is this like a first-time bonus or something? How do you do anything? Asterisk. Asterisk, no? We always just split the eddies evenly. I thought it was a good idea. That way everyone knows the more we make, the more they make. I mean, the gigs we do, everyone has some danger, so it's hazard pay. Asterisk. Asterisk, hazard pay. That's hilarious, chum. Asterisk, she said, and then actually broke into cackles. Asterisk, okay, seriously though. How do you pay for anything? Ripper costs? Tech prep. Ammo? Asterisk. Asterisk, well, ammo we just buy for ourselves. Ripper costs haven't really come up, but we have a great Ripper in Vic and he takes care of us. Tech, I just buy that myself. It's one of the things I take care of in the team. Asterisk. Asterisk, bribes for information? I mean, I want to ask about a bunch of other stuff too, but hell, you guys seriously just split the fucking loot. That's fucking crazy. Asterisk. Asterisk, I usually do the information myself, so it's free other than time. Asterisk. Asterisk, Netrunner. That's right. Fuck. Wait. Sasha never does that for us. That bitch. Asterisk, Rebecca cursed a bit and I actually laughed at her foul language. Asterisk, fuck, you're weird. Fucking hell. Alright, fine. When is the next gig? Eddies like this are pretty nova. Asterisk. Asterisk, no idea. One of the downsides to the way we operate, we have to hunt our targets ourselves. I mean, sure, I could probably talk to Wakako. Maybe Rogue too? I'm not sure what the Rogue situation is yet. She said she might offer me gigs, but we haven't talked since. Anyway. We find our targets and clear them out. So it can be a little bit. One of the reasons the pay is so good. Asterisk. Asterisk, no fixer pay? Well, fuck. But a good fuck. Even if it's not all the time, a payday like that ain't something I regret. Damn, chum. Just damn. Asterisk. We still need to get your armor sorted out as well, I reminded her, and she went quiet again. Asterisk, you really are a good kid, huh? Heart of gold and all that. Asterisk. Asterisk no I'm not. I'm a badass merc that kills people for money, asterisk. Asterisk and worries about her allies acting like a mother hen. It's cute as shit. You're a funny one Motoko. Hey listen, change of topic a bit. You doing anything right now, asterisk? Asterisk no. What's up? Want to hang out chum, asterisk? Asterisk something like that. I got a call from my brother. I've been kept away from their safe house until now, but things are cooling off, and my bro wants me to bring some shit. So you want to come see Sasha? I know you were worried about her asterisk. Asterisk yeah. Yeah, I really do. Is that okay? Will Maine even allow that, asterisk? Asterisk I'll message him, it'll be fine. I vouch for you. Not like you are going to tell Biotechnica where she's hiding out. Meet up at my place? A ride would save some time asterisk. I paused for a second before cracking into a smile. Is the main reason you are asking me to come with, because you don't want to haul whatever your brother asked you to bring on the cart? I don't know what you are talking about, she said airily. Yep, that was 100% it. I laughed at her, making sure it went over the agent. Sure chum, send me the address? Already done. I nodded, it was indeed. And I rose up and stretched. Time to check on Sasha. Whoa chum. New Chrome? Yeah, I picked up a Sandy, but I needed an upgrade to my neural link. I confirmed as Rebecca flopped into my passenger seat, a large duffel bag full of stuff plopped onto her lap. Head towards Arroyo, I'll guide you there. They don't want any digital info on where it is, she said suddenly, and I nodded as I set off. That's preem. You doing okay? Yeah, Vic is amazing, and I'm not allowed to use the Sandy or anything yet. It's still settling in. Heh, you're so funny. You got this badass killer vibe 1 second, and the next you're all rule-abiding the next. I can't quite pin you down. A lot of rules are there to keep everyone safe, I said pointedly, looking at her complete lack of seatbelt. Pfft. Who needs a seatbelt? Those things just whoa. I of course was speeding up unnoticed, and when she refused, I just slammed the brakes. That's not funny, she told me, looking up from the passenger footwell, glaring up at me. I just smiled. I beg to differ. I'm not putting on the seatbelt. I'm not promising you won't go flying a few more times through the ride, I retorted back instantly, and she glared, and to my pleasure, regained her seat and put on her seatbelt. I didn't tease her any further as she was sending me glares. Instead I threw on the radio and just settled in to drive all the way from Watson down to Arroyo. Get off at MLK. We're going into Rancho Coronado, she added as we hit Arroyo, and I nodded. I knew the place. The pink flamingos were something that was hard for me to forget. Delamain's offshoot that hated them as it drove around the suburbs had made me laugh while playing the game. Maybe I'd run one over in memory of that fragment. I pulled off at MLK Boulevard and down into the suburbs, going around a bit, following Rebecca's directions that got us lost twice, as we tried to figure out where the address was, before finally finding it. A house that looked like any of the houses in the area. There was a whole bunch of trash built up around the edges of the fence, hiding what was inside, and as we pulled in, I noticed that despite being a run-down sort of place, it did have a few much newer-looking security cameras hidden in places. This is it? Rebecca whispered, looking a little confused, but I think I understood. This is the address, right? I said as I turned off the engine and stepped out, but before I got far a familiar face poked out through the front door and then relaxed, opening the door the rest of the way, showing Dorio was holding an overture. There you are, Becca, and I see you brought a chum. Dorio greeted, as Rebecca walked up with her arms behind her head. Yep, I needed a ride, plus I figured Sasha wouldn't mind a distraction, she offered, and Dorio just sighed before letting us in, shutting and then locking the door behind us. Hey, listen kid. This isn't some place we want shared around. So dash. It's a safe house, where Sasha is lying low after the Biotechnica gig. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I assured the larger woman, who blinked at me in concern before looking to Rebecca. Don't look at me, I didn't tell her. Rebecca denied, but I just ignored that because stepping up out of the basement was the girl in question. Sasha had looked better. Instantly, I could tell what had happened. One of her arms, the left one from the middle of her bicep down, was all chrome now. New chrome. New enough she hadn't even gotten real skin, with red irritated skin surrounding where the chrome met flesh. Hey Sasha. I greeted gently, and I watched as the woman actually jumped a little in surprise. She obviously hadn't noticed there were visitors. She looked at me with wide, surprised eyes for a moment before noticing Rebecca, and then she blinked and she smirked. Hey kitten. How's my little kohai doing? She called out, faking a much happier attitude than she had a moment before. Good. I said instead of what I wanted to say, which was better than you. Becca. Maine rumbled, echoing through the house from the living room. Maine was sitting on a couch, making it look more like a single person reclined. Why did you bring the kid? What was I supposed to walk here? Rebecca asked and then scoffed. Besides, Motoko is Sasha's chum. She was even worried sick when I told her that Sasha was hiding out. This isn't a place where I rolled out the fucking welcome mat. Maine rumbled, and sensing some issue, I decided to step in. Hey, I know me showing up wasn't on the books. Sorry about that. Honest, this is your safe house, so the more people that know about it, the less safe it actually is. I totally get the frustration. But I mean, isn't it less conspicuous if I drag Becca here, instead of making her walk? Maine looked to me, and the man, who was easily 4 of me in size, didn't look like he agreed. Easy Maney. We needed to bring in Rebecca to get some stuff, and Motoko only makes that easier, yeah? Sasha intervened, and the big man held his glare for a few moments before sighing. Just don't tell anyone. He demanded, finger pointing at me. I won't. Promise. I added, which didn't seem to add much to Maine's confidence. There you are. Did you bring it? Pilar demanded, coming down from the upstairs, practically leaping down the stairs as he charged at Rebecca. Ugh, get off me, you fucking gonk. She snapped, but did reach over to the duffel bag and slide open the zipper, letting Pilar laugh insanely as he reached in and came out holding a toolkit. My babies! He cried out and then disappeared back up the stairs, and Rebecca just rolled her eyes at his actions. I kept my mouth shut, despite my desire to yell at Pilar for being so rude. If June treated me like that, I would have kicked his ass. Pilar hadn't said anything to Rebecca after getting his tools. But I shook it off and instead looked to Sasha. How are you holding up? What? I'm fine. She denied, but I mean that was obviously a lie. But then she perked up and sent me a smile. But I've been super duper bored. So hey. Distraction. She called out as she grabbed my arm and started tugging me along. Her new arm was weaker than her old one, only gently pulling as I let her lead me away. Ah, Sasha. Hey Rebecca, dash. Don't worry chum. I knew Whiskers would do this. I'll catch up, wanna talk to Maine. Rebecca responded, throwing the duffel bag onto the kitchen table, clearing off tons of empty food boxes. Yeah. Come on. Sasha demanded, and I followed, letting her pull me downstairs into a small barely there netrunner setup. You've been out on the net? Only a little. She said, and I frowned, because if I had Biotechnica after me, I wouldn't be going anywhere near the net. Oh, don't worry. She answered as if reading my mind. I've already reached out to an old contact at Biotechnica. The company barely cares about what I did. They sent out a kill team, and if they find me, they'll kill me, but they aren't looking real hard. Give it a month, and that order will be removed from their system after a small update goes through. She said with a shrug, and I was reminded that despite Sasha's personality, this was a woman that was an elite netrunner. Will they really just let it go? They will. She said, her voice going from sugary sweet to dark and angry. They barely even noticed. Biotechnica stock didn't even dip. She said, and I frowned at that. I did remember that the Securison reveal hadn't done much damage to the company, but nothing? Nothing? Barely anything. They made a public apology and fired one of the managers in charge for damage control, but it's Biotechnica. They are untouchable as long as they're producing food, medicine, and chew. She said as she flopped into a chair in front of a laptop and taped fingers to an almost manic anxious beat. Food, medicine, and fuel. Biotechnica were the creators of chew, as long as the world relied on it for fuel. Yeah, I guess I can figure out what happened. Everyone in the know just ignored the Securison update. No government wanted to make waves. It was like the Middle East and oil. The money just kept flowing in, and no matter what nonsense they got up to, as long as it kept going, they were untouchable. That stinks. It's bullshit. She agreed darkly, and then she turned and her face turned into a smirk. So little Kohai. Want to keep your senpai Sasha-chan company? Sure.